A crowded lottery event drew many participants as the grand prize was awarded before Kakeru's turn. Ignoring the disappointment, he accepted another draw and watched the result appear. To everyone's surprise, the outcome revealed a hidden jackpot beyond the advertised prizes. Staff immediately guided him backstage while excitement grew over his unexpected win. Soon Kakeru entered a strange room where reality seemed distorted, marking the beginning of an unknown journey. Inside the strange chamber, Kakeru noticed there was no exit and watched another winner approach the staff. Moments later, a transfer process activated. Bright energy surrounded the winner before he vanished completely. The attendant calmly revealed that the secret grand prize sent people to another world. With confidence, she confirmed the transfer had already been completed. Hearing the explanation, Kakeru froze in shock as the true meaning of the jackpot finally reached him. The attendant explained that the secret prize granted unlimited skill draws before entering another world. Kakeru realized the earlier winner had used the lottery for that purpose. After confirming the rules, he decided to test his luck and began drawing skills. A strange ability appeared, allowing its user to breathe fire from their mouth. To verify the skill's effect, Kakeru activated it and unleashed a powerful burst of flames across the room. After testing the fire skill, Kakeru confirmed it was real and eagerly continued drawing new abilities. Several rare rewards appeared, including vast knowledge and a power that multiplied all abilities tenfold. Additional draws granted even more enhancements, though some results seemed less useful than others. The lottery kept producing extraordinary skills, creating a growing collection of powerful abilities. Despite obtaining countless rewards, Kakeru remained unsatisfied and continued searching for something even greater. A rare draw suddenly appeared, releasing a brilliant light that surprised both Kakeru and the attendant. The reward multiplied all of Kakeru's abilities by 777, becoming his chosen final skill. After accepting the warning that he could never return, Kakeru agreed to proceed with the transfer. Magic circles activated and carried him away from the lottery chamber. He arrived in a vast new world and immediately spotted a dragon flying across the distant landscape. A dragon soared across the sky as Kakeru observed the unfamiliar land stretching beyond the horizon. Excitement quickly replaced doubt when he accepted that he had truly arrived in another world. While exploring nearby woods, he encountered a massive horned beast unlike any animal he knew. The discovery confirmed that monsters existed in this world, increasing his curiosity. Without warning, the creature charged. Rather than retreat, Kakeru prepared to test the overwhelming power of his newly acquired abilities. Facing the charging beast, Kakeru sensed overwhelming strength flowing through his body and prepared a counterattack. His punch connected instantly, releasing a force far beyond his expectations. The monster was launched high into the air while Kakeru remained unharmed. Moments later, the creature crashed back down, leaving a massive impact across the ground. A distant scream suddenly echoed through the area, causing Kakeru to turn toward the source and investigate. Following the scream, Kakeru discovered several warriors trapped by a herd of aggressive horned monsters. The exhausted fighters struggled to hold their ground as the creatures continued advancing. Without hesitation, Kakeru rushed forward and struck one monster with overwhelming force. After clearing part of the herd, he introduced himself while astonishing everyone present. Another beast attacked, but Kakeru seized it, lifted its massive body, and slammed it into the ground with ease. Kakeru charged through the battlefield and struck another monster before it could react. Using incredible speed, he leaped toward the remaining beasts and continued his assault. Each attack sent massive creatures crashing into the ground, shocking the nearby warriors. Confidence grew with every victory as Kakeru realized the true extent of his strength. Within moments, the entire herd was defeated, leaving the survivors stunned by his overwhelming power. After the battle ended, a knight named Forties thanked Kakeru for rescuing their group. The knight explained that Kakeru's intervention had saved an important princess from danger soon. The princess stepped forward and formally greeted her unexpected savior. Grateful for the rescue, she praised Kakeru's strength and treated him with great respect. As they spoke, the princess became curious about his identity and wondered whether he was a famous adventurer. As preparations ended, Kakeru found himself unable to stop thinking about the princess's beauty. Before departing, she presented a token of gratitude and invited him to visit the royal castle someday. The princess then returned to her carriage and continued her journey with the knights. Watching the group leave, Kakeru wondered whether their paths would cross again. Soon afterward, another traveler arrived and noticed the defeated monsters scattered across the area. The traveler introduced himself as Salamas and was astonished that Kakeru had defeated the monsters alone. After discussing the beasts, Salamas asked how Kakeru planned to transport their enormous bodies. To demonstrate his strength, Kakeru effortlessly lifted one of the massive bulls, leaving Salamas speechless. Later, the monsters were sold, earning Kakeru a huge fortune far beyond his expectations. While learning about the value of his reward, Kakeru began adapting to the economy and customs of this new world. While discussing his payment, Kakeru noticed a strange banknote that nobody else seemed able to see. Suspecting the money was connected to the mysterious lottery, he decided to keep the discovery secret. Their conversation paused when someone requested permission to enter the room. A fox-eared maid quietly arrived carrying refreshments for the guests. Seeing the unfamiliar servant, Kakeru immediately became curious about another unique resident of this new world. As the fox-eared maid served tea, Kakeru became fascinated by her unusual features and gentle appearance. The more he observed her, the stronger his curiosity grew about the beastfolk of this world. His attention suddenly shifted when he noticed an ornate fan, unlike anything he had seen before. Interested in the object, Kakeru asked to examine it more closely. The fan reacted at once, releasing a brilliant crest that filled the room and stunned everyone present. Salamas explained that the glowing crest belonged to the royal family and appeared when magical power was applied. Recognizing the symbol, he suspected Kakeru had received special trust from the princess. The realization deepened everyone's respect for Kakeru and his connection to royalty. Seeing an opportunity, Salamas eagerly offered his company's full support and service. Accepting the proposal, Kakeru immediately decided that his first purchase in this world would be a house. Salamas fulfilled his promise by showing Kakeru a large mansion that would serve as his new home, rather than choosing a human servant. Kakeru asked the fox-eared maid to stay with him instead. The maid introduced herself as Miyu, beginning her service under her new master. Together they entered the mansion and started settling into their new lives. Standing beneath the sky, Kakeru looked ahead with excitement as his adventure in another world truly began. Settling into his new mansion, Kakeru eagerly began enjoying the peaceful life of another world. Kakeru rested in his mansion while gently patting the beast maid's head and tail. Afterward, the maid introduced herself as Miyu, a human beast purchased to serve her master. At Kakeru's request, Miyu turned around and showed her appearance, allowing him to inspect her outfit more closely. Her animal ears and fluffy tail quickly drew his attention and admiration. Hearing his praise, Miyu became embarrassed. Meanwhile, Kakeru continued petting her, pleased by her cute reactions. Miyu lay on the bed while Kakeru continued giving her attention. The beast maid gradually relaxed in her master's presence. Later, Kakeru reflected on his sudden arrival in another world and the many things he had obtained that day. Among his purchases were a large mansion and Miyu, who now served as his personal maid. While exploring the mansion together, Miyu admired its size and learned that it included a spacious garden. Reaching the balcony, both looked over the elegant estate. Standing on the balcony, Kakeru placed the mansion's management in Miyu's hands and prepared funds for future expenses. Although surprised by the responsibility, Miyu carefully considered the offer while Kakeru encouraged her to decide for herself. Soon, determination replaced her uncertainty. Satisfied with her answer, Kakeru left the matter to her and headed inside. Afterward, he relaxed in a warm bath, reflecting on his sudden journey to another world and the busy day he had experienced. While relaxing in the bath, Kakeru enjoyed the warm water and reflected on the events of his first day in another world. Moments later, Miyu arrived to assist him. Realizing she was still dressed for work, she quickly corrected the situation. After returning properly prepared, Miyu began helping Kakeru wash his back. The task eased his fatigue from the long day. Meanwhile, Kakeru quietly observed the beast maid and learned more about her appearance. As the bath continued, Miyu focused on her duties while Kakeru relaxed and adjusted to his new life. While bathing, Kakeru continued chatting with Miyu and casually patted her ears and tail as she helped him. Suddenly, the hot water turned freezing cold. Startled, both jumped in surprise as strange laughter echoed through the bathroom. Confused by the unexpected event, Miyu looked to Kakeru for an explanation. Kakeru then recalled information from the seller, who had mentioned that the mansion was supposedly haunted. Miyu became frightened by the possibility of ghosts, while Kakeru remained far less concerned about the situation. Fearful of the mansion's ghosts, Miyu stayed close to Kakeru. In response, he reassured her and decided to investigate the disturbance. A promise of protection gradually calmed Miyu, giving her enough courage to continue following him. Together, they moved through the dark mansion and searched for a source of light before tracking the strange presence. Without warning, countless sharp objects appeared overhead, filling the hall and blocking their path. The attack struck immediately, forcing both of them to dodge. Realizing the ghosts could cause real harm, as sharp ice attacks filled the hall, Kakeru carried Miyu and warned her that their escape would be rough. Holding her securely, he rushed through the barrage while shielding her from the incoming projectiles. During the chase, Kakeru noticed the attacks were converging from one specific direction and quickly identified the source. Following the trail, he reached a room where a sinister ghost finally revealed itself. Before Kakeru could react, another attack struck. Both were knocked away, forcing them into an even more dangerous situation. The sudden attack separated Kakeru and Miyu. Seeing her in danger, he immediately rushed toward her. To Miyu's surprise, Kakeru revealed that he had avoided the attacks intentionally and was not seriously threatened. Relief quickly appeared on Miyu's face as Kakeru prepared to confront the ghost directly. Ignoring the barrage of ice, he charged forward through the attacks and closed the distance to his enemy. With overwhelming force, Kakeru struck the ghost head. After defeating the ghost, Kakeru discovered a strange ticket left behind among the fading remains of the battle. The danger had passed, and Miyu no longer feared the mansion. Moved by her words, Kakeru pulled Miyu into a gentle embrace. Later, they spent a quiet moment together in the bedroom before finally settling down for the night. While Miyu slept peacefully, Kakeru examined the mysterious ticket and wondered if it held a way to return to the place where his journey had begun. Kakeru closed his eyes, then sensed a strange pull surrounding him. Moments later, he found himself back inside the mysterious lottery room and stared ahead in surprise. After approaching the host, Kakeru learned he had obtained another lottery ticket. A new drawing immediately began before him. Soon, several unusual rewards appeared on display, each offering a different benefit from another world. While the prizes were explained, Kakeru examined the magic stones and decided one could be useful for protecting an important companion. The host revealed the remaining rewards, explaining their special functions and advantages. Kakeru learned that collecting more lottery tickets would allow him to enter the lottery room repeatedly. After receiving the prizes, he left the room and considered how useful those rewards would be in his new life. Determination filled him as he set a clear goal to gather as many lottery tickets as possible. Later, Kakeru arrived in Roizen and entered a busy diner, beginning his search for new opportunities. At the diner, Kakeru tasted mountain cattle meat and was surprised by its rich flavor. Although impressed by the meal, he kept thinking about ways to obtain more lottery tickets. Nearby, a blue-haired girl became emotional while eating, overwhelmed by an experience she had never known before. Seeing her reaction, Kakeru reassured the group and encouraged them to enjoy good meals together. Soon after, a waitress mentioned a skilled adventurer who hunted mountain cattle, giving Kakeru a possible lead to follow. While paying for the meal, Kakeru learned that copper coins had become scarce throughout the town. That information caught his attention, and he sensed a hidden opportunity behind the shortage. Suddenly, a distant voice reached his ears through his enhanced hearing ability, surprising everyone nearby. Following the voice, Kakeru discovered suspicious talk about copper coin distribution and possible profits. Certain he had found the source of the problem, he left the diner with Miyu and began investigating the scheme. Following the suspicious voices, Kakeru traced their source to a large building on the edge of town. From outside, he listened carefully and confirmed that valuable copper coins were being moved inside. The overheard conversation revealed an operation that collected and melted coins for profit. Unsure how to proceed alone, Kakeru asked Miyu about the authorities responsible for handling crimes. Before he could act further, a noble named Kefka Almaso appeared and became involved in the situation. Kakeru informed Kefka about the smuggling operation, expecting the official to investigate the matter. While presenting evidence, he noticed Kefka reacting strangely to a fan linked to the royal family. Instead of pursuing the criminals, Kefka suddenly ordered his guards to arrest Kakeru. The soldiers immediately attacked, knocking Kakeru to the ground, as Miyu watched in shock. Kefka then blamed Kakeru for interfering, revealing that the official had no intention of handling the crime fairly. Then Kefka openly admitted that he cooperated with criminals and intended to silence anyone who threatened his profits. Hearing the confession, Kakeru's anger erupted as he condemned the corruption before him. A guard moved to restrain him, but the sudden surge of force caught everyone off guard. When Miyu was threatened, Kakeru lost his patience and focused entirely on protecting her. His counterattack exploded through the area, sending opponents flying and turning the confrontation in his favor. Protecting Miyu, Kakeru carried her away from the guards and challenged the corrupt officials directly. Alarmed by his strength, Kefka abandoned caution and ordered his men to kill him immediately. As the attackers closed in, Kakeru reassured Miyu and calmed her fears despite the danger. After receiving her trust, he gently left her in a safe place away from the battle. With Miyu protected, Kakeru turned toward the enemy force and prepared to crush their resistance. Kakeru charged into the crowd and struck the advancing guards before they could surround him. A moment later, he vanished from their sight and crashed down among them with overwhelming force. The impact shattered the ground, sending several soldiers flying in every direction. Without slowing down, Kakeru swept through the battlefield and overwhelmed the remaining attackers. His relentless assault broke their formation completely, leaving the guards unable to stop his advance. Kakeru's fierce assault overwhelmed the remaining guards, and panic quickly spread through their ranks. As the soldiers fled, Kefka found himself standing alone before the enraged young man. After dealing with the last resistance, Kakeru fixed his gaze on the corrupt official. Desperate to survive, Kefka unleashed a powerful attack in a final attempt to stop him. The blast erupted across the area, but Kakeru remained focused, while Miyu watched the clash with alarm. As the smoke cleared, Kakeru realized he had emerged from the explosion without a scratch. Confusion quickly turned into understanding when he sensed a powerful resistance protecting his body. Remembering a magic he had received earlier, Kakeru recognized that it had activated at the perfect moment. With his defense secured, he advanced through the attacks and broke through the incoming magic. Soon afterward, he launched a counterattack and prepared to punish Kefka for his crimes. Kakeru unleashed his ice magic, surrounding the area with enormous frozen blades and forcing Kefka into despair. The attack expanded across the battlefield, crushing resistance and leaving no path of escape. After the battle ended, a lottery ticket appeared, revealing the reward gained from defeating an enemy. Looking over the frozen mansion, Kakeru realized he had gone far beyond what was necessary. Carrying Miyu away, he reflected that corruption existed everywhere and resolved to keep confronting those responsible. Kakeru left victorious, gaining lottery tickets while news of the incident spread widely. Several days after the battle, Kakeru awoke and reflected on the recent events. Soon afterward, he arrived at the town office, where crowds gathered around the damage left behind. There Helene appeared unexpectedly while visiting her younger sister in the city. Their reunion brought attention as Helene warmly approached Kakeru after their time apart. Moments later, Helene's younger sister arrived, studying Kakeru carefully as she finally met the man everyone had discussed. Helene introduced her younger sister, Iris, and Kakeru immediately noticed their striking resemblance. Afterward, Iris revealed that she had summoned him to investigate the recent disturbances affecting the state. During the meeting, Kakeru explained his findings, helping the officials connect several criminal groups. Meanwhile, Iris disclosed that the same coin-related crimes had repeatedly occurred over many years, recalling knowledge from his former world. Kakeru considered the pattern carefully and realized a possible solution. Kakeru requested a special crest be placed on paper and prepared an example for the officials. Next, he proposed issuing the marked paper as official currency backed by the royal family. Hearing the plan, Iris quickly realized counterfeiters would struggle to copy it and supported the idea. As the discussion continued, the officials concluded the new currency could stabilize trade throughout the kingdom. Impressed by the solution, Iris expressed deep gratitude, while Kakeru's proposal gained widespread approval. After solving the kingdom's currency crisis, Kakeru was praised again and received a request for further assistance. Soon afterward, he traveled with the group to a distant frontier fortress far from the Mercury Kingdom. Upon arrival, they discovered strange reports of enemy soldiers being rescued and abandoned unexpectedly. As more information emerged, the unusual incidents continued, leaving local forces unable to understand the situation. Concerned by the growing mystery, Iris explained that recent events had become increasingly abnormal and dangerous. Determined to uncover the truth, Kakeru volunteered to investigate the strange incidents personally. Ignoring concerns from the others, he armed himself and prepared to confront the source of the problem. Suddenly, an enemy attack began, yet Kakeru remained confident and stepped forward without hesitation. Moments later, a large force of barbarians charged toward the fortress in a fierce assault. Leaving the defenders behind, Kakeru rushed into battle alone and met the attackers head-on. As Kakeru advanced alone, the frightened barbarians suddenly begged for protection instead of fighting. Their strange behavior left Kakeru, Iris, and Helene confused as the situation grew even more suspicious. Soon, a massive armored warrior appeared, radiating overwhelming pressure across the battlefield. The barbarians identified the newcomer as their king, surprising both Kakeru and the others. Without warning, the armored ruler struck his own soldiers, sending panic through the barbarian ranks. The barbarian king suddenly charged toward the fortress, forcing Kakeru to react immediately. Without hesitation, Kakeru grabbed Iris and moved her away as the king's attack swept through the area. Together they dodged the destructive strike, narrowly avoiding the chaos spreading across the battlefield. Soon Helene identified the weapon as the legendary demon sword Eleanor, a feared relic from ancient times. Realizing the true threat, Kakeru stepped forward alone and prepared to confront the cursed swordsman. the barbarian king unleashed a relentless barrage of slashes, forcing Kakeru into a fierce exchange. Even as the attacks intensified, Kakeru calmly avoided the deadly strikes and studied his opponent. Before long, his borrowed sword shattered under the pressure of the cursed weapon's power. Unbothered by the loss, Kakeru discarded the broken blade and relied on his own strength. Moving faster than the king could follow, he overwhelmed the armored warrior and seized control of the battle. Kakeru struck with overwhelming speed, completely overpowering the barbarian king's desperate resistance. Watching from afar, the soldiers could hardly believe that the terrifying ruler had been defeated so easily. Suddenly, the demon sword separated from its host and shot through the air on its own. Kakeru dismissed the danger at first, unaware that the cursed weapon still possessed unusual power. Moments later, Helene became engulfed by a dark presence, and the situation immediately turned far more dangerous. Helene, Haim stood at the center of a dark surge as the demonic sword overwhelmed her will and released its destructive power. Around the battlefield, skeletal hands burst from the ground. More skeletons emerged and gathered into a massive army. Their numbers revealed a legendary undead force feared across the continent. Despite the danger, Helene, Haim, and her companions rushed into battle. Kakeru arrived during the chaos and quickly cut down several undead. Pushing through the enemy ranks, he headed straight toward Helene, Haim. He rushed toward Helene, Haim, but a powerful wave from the demonic sword blasted him back and scattered the surrounding undead. Without slowing down, he created several copies of himself and surrounded Helene, Haim from every direction. One clone reached for the sword, hoping to stop its influence before the situation worsened. Suddenly, dark slashes erupted from the blade and chased Kakeru through the air. The attack spread across the battlefield, forcing every clone to dodge while Helene, Haim remained trapped within the sword's power. Kakeru tried to knock the demonic sword from Helene, Haim's hand, but each attempt failed against its overwhelming power. Nearby, a young warrior continued fighting the undead and pushed them back from the battlefield. At the fort, the defenders organized their forces and prepared to protect the wounded from the advancing enemy. Suddenly, Helene, Haim appeared before them, surrounded by dark energy and completely controlled by the sword. As fear spread among the soldiers, a veteran knight stepped forward and volunteered to face the possessed princess alone. The veteran knight charged forward, but dark tendrils from the demonic sword struck her and wrapped tightly around her body. Helene, Haim remained motionless as the black power extended further, overwhelming the knight's attempts to resist. Struggling to breathe, the knight fought against the restraints, while the corruption continued to spread around her. For a brief moment, Helene Haim's consciousness surfaced. Before the situation worsened, Kakeru rushed toward Helene, Haim, while the trapped knight desperately called out to her sister. Helene, Haim briefly regained her senses and begged Kakeru to end her life before the demonic sword consumed her completely. Instead of giving up, Kakeru drew his weapon and prepared to rescue her. He charged straight toward Helene, Haim as dark tendrils lashed out. Ignoring the pain, Kakeru pushed forward and protected her while countless shadows attacked from every direction. A fierce clash erupted as Kakeru unleashed his power against the sword's darkness, determined to free Helene, Haim no matter the cost. Kakeru unleashed a powerful technique against the demonic sword. As the darkness vanished, Kakeru caught the exhausted Helene, Haim before she could fall. Relief spread across the area. Iris rushed forward and embraced her sister. Tears filled her eyes as Helene, Haim finally regained her freedom. Leaving the sisters together, Kakeru turned toward the remaining undead army and prepared to finish the battle. Before he could move, the demonic sword revealed its own consciousness and challenged Kakeru, declaring its intention to possess him next. The demonic sword questioned why it could not possess Kakeru. Unimpressed, he dismissed its complaints. Kakeru charged into the undead army and cut through several skeletons with ease. While the sword protested, he continued attacking its followers without hesitation. Standing among the confused, undead, Kakeru mocked their feared reputation and challenged their strength. Moments later, he crushed another wave of skeletons, proving they were far weaker than the legends claimed. Kakeru overwhelmed the remaining skeletons, striking so quickly that they could not fight back. The demonic sword desperately begged him to stop, but Kakeru only laughed and continued his assault. Soon, a mountain of broken bones covered the battlefield. Kakeru stood on top, completely unchallenged. Watching the massacre, the demonic sword fell silent as the last undead collapsed. Kakeru planted the sword into the ground and declared the punishment finished, while the furious weapon swore revenge. The demonic sword reflected on Kakeru's strength and wondered how a human had resisted its control. After the battle, Kakeru returned with the sword, surprising everyone who recognized the dangerous weapon. Helene Haim approached him despite her weakened condition and suddenly collapsed into his arms. Drawing closer, she tried to stay beside Kakeru and gazed at him with obvious affection. As her body grew strangely hot, Kakeru struggled to understand what was happening while the sword casually explained the aftereffects. Kakeru questioned the strange condition affecting Helene. After the battle, the demonic sword revealed a dangerous side effect. Heim's condition would worsen if left untreated. After learning the cause, Kakeru immediately decided to take responsibility for helping the princess. Without wasting time, he carried Heim onto a horse and hurried toward his mansion while the others watched in surprise. Kakeru returned to his mansion carrying an exhausted elf princess. A maid welcomed him while others noticed the unfamiliar guest and watched curiously. After helping her recover, he listened as the princess expressed gratitude. Their discussion soon shifted toward the mysterious demon sword. Overcome with emotion, the princess moved closer and shared a sudden kiss with Kakeru. Tears filled her eyes as she revealed the depth of her feelings. Exhaustion finally caught up to her. She drifted asleep beside Kakeru, ending the eventful day peacefully. Kakeru endured the demon sword's complaints before turning his attention to several lottery tickets obtained after the battle. Believing the tickets might be useful, he activated one and allowed its power to transport him elsewhere. Arriving in a strange room, Kakeru noticed a masked attendant and spotted an unfamiliar girl nearby. The mysterious girl approached silently, leaving Kakeru confused about her identity. A shocking truth emerged. The demon sword had taken human form, appearing as a young girl and surprising everyone with the unexpected transformation. The transformed demon sword introduced herself as Elenoa and boasted about her terrifying reputation. Refusing to back down, Elenoa attempted to summon undead soldiers to prove her power. Nothing appeared. Embarrassment replaced confidence as Kakeru and the attendant watched her failed performance. Attention soon returned to the lottery tickets. Kakeru prepared to use them while Elenoa continued causing trouble nearby. One and draw produced a healing magic stone. Pleased with the result, Kakeru eagerly looked forward to claiming the remaining prizes. Several more lottery draws produced only ordinary items. Kakeru realized his luck was not bringing the rewards he expected. As the final draw approached, Elenoa became curious and questioned what Kakeru had been doing, wanting to participate. Elenoa tried reaching the lottery machine, but could not reach it from the floor. Kakeru lifted her up despite her complaints. While struggling to keep balance, Elenoa finally managed to make the draw. The result surprised them both. The lottery awarded a powerful warp feather, earning Kakeru the second prize. The lottery revealed a warp feather, an item capable of instant travel to places Kakeru had already visited. Its usefulness immediately excited him. Seeing his reaction, Elenoa realized the prize was valuable and accepted his gratitude with quiet satisfaction. Soon after, the lottery world began fading as their visit came to an end back home. Elenoa returned to her sword form, confirming that her human appearance only existed inside the lottery world. Later, Kakeru reunited with the elf princess, who had been waiting for his return at the mansion. Kakeru decided to use the warp feather to return Helene to Yuboi Fort. Moments later, they arrived at the fortress entrance. The sudden appearance of the pair shocked the guards and nearby residents. Curious about the journey, Helene listened, as Kakeru explained that the teleportation was a special ability he could use. His comment unexpectedly flustered Helene, causing her to become embarrassed while others looked on. Soon, Helene reunited with her companions. Relieved to see her safe, they thanked Kakeru and welcomed her back warmly. Iris could no longer hide her worry. Seeing her sister safe again, relief and emotion finally overwhelmed her. The sisters shared a heartfelt reunion. Helene expressed gratitude while Iris quietly accepted her return. Nearby, Kakeru and the others watched the scene, satisfied that everything had ended peacefully. As the reunion settled, Helene turned her attention to Kakeru and prepared to say goodbye. Before parting, she shyly revealed her feelings. Although duty prevented her from staying beside him immediately, Kakeru accepted Helene's feelings and reassured her before their farewell. Relief appeared on Helene's face as she realized her feelings had been returned. The distance between them no longer felt uncertain. Overcome with happiness, Helene embraced Kakeru. Cheers erupted around them as their relationship reached a new stage. Kakeru arrived at a crowded camp in Roizen's northern forest, where adventurers had gathered for a monster subjugation mission. Among the participants, a young mage noticed him while knights, priests, and other adventurers prepared nearby. After watching him carefully, the mage approached and confirmed that he was Kakeru. Delight filled her as she introduced herself and revealed her admiration. Kakeru's famous achievements had spread across the region, making him well known among adventurers. Some adventurers doubted the stories about Kakeru, believing no single person could achieve so much. Ignoring the rumors, Kakeru asked the young mage about her background and experience. She explained her dream of becoming a great adventurer and living an exciting life. Her admiration for Kakeru grew from his achievements, and she eagerly agreed to work alongside him. Soon, a renowned A-rank adventurer named Alexis arrived, drawing attention from the gathered adventurers. Alexis explained that a monster outbreak had appeared in the forest and threatened a nearby town. The adventurers learned that the monsters were coming from a cave deep within the forest. A plan was revealed to trap the monsters inside the cave, using sealing magic, while the groups advanced together. Despite the mission, Alexis refused to let the low-ranked Kakeru proceed alone. Kakeru calmly accepted the situation as the expedition finally began. He joined the expedition, hoping to watch experienced adventurers fight during the mission. As the group advanced through the forest, a warning suddenly spread about approaching monsters. A large force of skeleton monsters rushed toward the rear of the expedition, prompting immediate battle preparations. Under Alexis's command, the adventurers launched a coordinated attack against the charging enemies. The assault shattered many skeletons at once, and Kakeru watched with excitement as the skilled fighters displayed their strength. The young mage focused her power and prepared a lightning spell against the advancing skeletons. A bolt of lightning crashed onto the battlefield, striking the enemy formation with great force. The attack destroyed many skeletons, leaving the area covered with shattered bones. Kakeru praised the spell, while the mage explained that its activation required time. Alexis enhanced his sword with magic and charged forward, leading the adventurers into close combat against the remaining monsters. The adventurers pushed forward, attacking the skeletons from multiple directions as the battle intensified. Alexis and the frontline fighters cut through the monsters, preventing them from breaking the formation. Several adventurers protected one another while eliminating enemies that slipped through the defenses. Working together, the group steadily reduced the skeleton forces and maintained control of the battlefield. Watching from behind, Kakeru realized that experienced adventurers relied on teamwork and constantly covered each other during combat. While observing the battle, Kakeru noticed a skeleton suddenly approaching from behind. Before it could attack, he caught the skeleton's skull and stopped its movement with ease. A single strike followed, instantly crushing the monster and scattering its bones across the ground. The nearby mage watched in amazement as Kakeru defeated the enemy effortlessly. Examining the skull, Kakeru realized the skeletons closely resembled the undead creatures created by Eleanor. After examining the skeleton, Kakeru learned that the monsters likely originated from a place connected to Eleanor's past sealing. Eleanor explained that she had been sealed in the forest long before the barbarians arrived in the region. Although the skeletons resembled her creations, she admitted they were no longer under her control. Seeing the battle under control, Kakeru decided there was no need for his involvement. Suddenly, a powerful earthquake shook the forest, forcing everyone to stop and look around. A massive explosion erupted deep within the forest, shaking the ground and drawing everyone's attention. The violent shockwave swept across the battlefield, forcing adventurers to brace themselves. Dust filled the air as Alexis checked on the nearby adventurers after the disturbance. Another tremor followed, accompanied by a strange sound echoing through the forest. Hearing the noise, Kakeru immediately moved while the others watched in confusion and concern. A gigantic hand emerged from the dust, and the terrifying presence drew closer to the stunned adventurers. Fear spread through the group as they struggled to understand the identity of the enormous creature. The monster's appearance instantly crushed the vanguard, sending soldiers flying through the air. While the others panicked, Kakeru seemed to recognize the creature and questioned its connection to Eleanor. Eleanor calmly revealed that the monster was her most powerful subordinate and greatest trump card. The giant monster fully emerged from the forest, revealing itself as Sandros, the Emperor of Hell. Fear spread among the adventurers, while Kakeru remained calm as he observed the massive demon. Sandros received an order to kill a target, and his overwhelming presence intimidated everyone nearby. Instead of obeying, Sandros roared in rage and desperately searched for Eleanor. Kakeru learned that Sandros had once been Eleanor's loyal subordinate, but circumstances had caused him to break free from her control. Sandros unleashed a devastating attack, and the shockwave swept across the battlefield with overwhelming force. Alexis realized the demon's strike was far stronger than anything they had faced before. Refusing to retreat, he ordered the adventurers to protect him while he prepared a counterattack. The adventurers cooperated and launched everything they had to create an opening against Sandros. Seizing the opportunity, Alexis charged forward and delivered a powerful blow directly at the giant demon. Alexis's strongest attack struck Sandros, but the giant demon remained standing, without serious damage. Before anyone could react, Kakeru stepped forward and blocked the situation from worsening. Sandros turned his attention toward Kakeru, while Alexis realized the young man possessed unusual strength. Accepting his limits, Alexis asked whether Kakeru could defeat the terrifying demon. Kakeru confidently drew his sword and declared that he would personally defeat Sandros. Kakeru sprinted through the forest and began a fierce counterattack against a powerful foe threatening the region. Before the clash intensified, he accepted additional power and steeled himself for the dangerous fight ahead. Meanwhile, local warriors charged the horned monster. Elsewhere, a group of mages combined their magic and released a massive spell to support the battle. As the monster endured the barrage, the warriors seized the opportunity and launched a decisive assault. The giant monster swept through the battlefield, sending several warriors flying and breaking their formation. As panic spread, undead skeletons emerged nearby. One wounded fighter feared he had reached the end of his struggle. Suddenly, Kakeru arrived and destroyed the surrounding skeletons with overwhelming speed, clearing a path through the chaos. After rescuing the fighter, he rushed toward the main battle and took responsibility for confronting the threat. Meanwhile, archers, mages, and soldiers launched a coordinated assault, bombarding the monster from every direction. The monster let out a furious roar and gathered its strength. Without warning, it burst forward and swung wildly, tearing through the area with overwhelming force. Trees, rocks, and debris were hurled into the air as the destructive charge carved a path across the forest. Amid the chaos, the creature pressed on, convinced its attack would crush everyone standing in its way. Kakeru stepped forward and raised his weapon, positioning himself between the monster and the exhausted fighters behind him. The warriors watched in shock as Kakeru stood before the giant monster. Disbelief spread across the battlefield as the survivors realized the stories about his strength might be true. Stepping forward with confidence, Kakeru calmly revealed his presence while the crowd stared in amazement. At that moment, a mage unleashed a powerful lightning spell that crashed into the monster and shook the area. After the attack landed, Kakeru appeared beside the mage, while she proudly acknowledged the effectiveness of her magic. Kakeru entrusted Io with helping the injured and moving them away from the battlefield before the situation worsened. Confident in his strength, he declared that he would remain behind and deal with the monster himself. Although surprised by the responsibility, Io listened carefully as Kakeru prepared to advance toward the enemy. Determination soon replaced hesitation, and she decided to support the battle by slowing the monster's movements. As danger approached again, Io focused on evacuation efforts while Kakeru readied himself for the next attack. While trying to assist the battle, Io was suddenly struck by a powerful attack and thrown across the battlefield. Her body crashed against the ground, leaving her injured and struggling to recover from the impact. Moments later, Kakeru rushed to her side and checked her condition as the fight continued nearby. After confirming she could still move, he urged her to return to the base camp and stay away from danger. Despite her injuries, Io strengthened her resolve and decided to become a brave adventurer who protected others. Io insisted on helping despite her injuries, hoping to contribute to the battle in her own way. After considering her determination, Kakeru entrusted her with a brief but important task and charged forward. Meanwhile, the monster launched another fierce attack, forcing Kakeru into a direct confrontation. At the crucial moment, Io distracted the creature with lightning magic, creating an opening. Elsewhere, the remaining adventurers regrouped and continued protecting the people from nearby threats. After saving the group, Kakeru instructed an injured ally to retreat, while preparing for the next phase of the battle. A moment later, he vanished from sight, leaving the others uncertain about his intentions. Meanwhile, Io continued casting lightning magic, determined to keep the monster occupied until Kakeru returned. Unexpectedly, the creature broke through the distraction and closed in on her position. Realizing the danger too late, Io turned around and froze as the threat suddenly appeared behind her. The monster struck before Io could escape, sending her flying across the battlefield with tremendous force. After crashing to the ground, she struggled to rise as nearby skeletons slowly closed in around her. Bloodied and exhausted, Io realized she could no longer continue and feared she had failed her mission. Tears mixed with dirt and blood while her strength steadily faded away. As consciousness slipped from her grasp, she desperately wished for Kakeru to arrive and save her. Kakeru arrived just in time, pulling Io away from danger and shielding her from the surrounding undead enemies. After reassuring her that everyone was safe, he restored her confidence and prepared to face the monster again, rising to his feet. Kakeru told Io to leave the battle to him while he stepped forward alone. Despite her injuries, Io refused to give up and asked to continue supporting the fight. Accepting her determination, Kakeru devised a plan and coordinated a combined attack against the monster. Following their plan, Kakeru charged straight at the monster and launched a fierce attack to gain momentum. His strike connected, forcing the creature backward and briefly disrupting its movements. Rather than retreating, Kakeru endured the counterattack and continued pressing forward. Despite the danger, seizing the opening, he slipped behind the monster and positioned himself for the decisive moment. Kakeru gave the signal, and Io immediately prepared to unleash her strongest lightning spell. Kakeru activated the plan and charged forward as lightning surged through his body and weapon. The combined power struck the monster directly, unleashing a devastating blow that shook the battlefield. Although heavily wounded, the creature remained alive and swore revenge against its opponent. Landing on the ground, Kakeru immediately prepared another move before the monster could recover. Energy crackled around him as he gathered his strength, ready to finish the battle once and for all. With the battle finally over, Kakeru relaxed and confirmed that the immediate danger had passed. Soon afterward, he spoke casually with his companions while reflecting on the consequences of the fierce fight. Nearby, Io watched him from a distance and admired the strength and courage he had displayed. As her thoughts deepened, admiration gradually turned into a stronger desire to stay by his side. Noticing her efforts during the battle, Kakeru sincerely praised her magic and thanked her for the support. Smiling brightly, Io happily accepted Kakeru's praise after the battle. A young wizard met Kakeru and admired his strength after hearing of his heroic deeds. Inspired by him, she dreamed of standing beside him and sharing adventures across the world. While traveling through the mountains, she gathered the courage to express her growing feelings. Meanwhile, Kakeru explained Isekai'd, a rare magical ore formed from monster-born magic within the mountain. As they continued searching, Kakeru sought money for lottery tickets. The wizard felt excited to travel beside Kakeru and searched for a chance to prove herself. Soon, Kakeru discovered a piece of Isekai'd hidden among the rocks and examined its unusual pattern. Moving deeper into the mountain, they realized more magical ore was likely buried nearby. Remembering the danger of Isekai'd, the wizard warned that its presence often attracted Oricus. Moments later, a massive orochi burst from the ground, forcing both adventurers to prepare for battle. The giant orochi attacked fiercely, launching Kakeru through the rocky battlefield with tremendous force. Despite the danger, he countered repeatedly while avoiding the monster's crushing jaws and violent strikes. Recognizing the threat, Kakeru ordered Io to stay back as he prepared to unleash his full strength. A powerful slash tore through the massive creature, carving across its body and shaking the area. Although the attack succeeded, the wounded orochi remained active, forcing Kakeru to stay alert for another assault. Io identified lightning as the orochi's weakness and quickly cast a powerful spell at the monster. The attack stunned the creature, leaving it unable to move while Kakeru assessed the situation. Proud of her success, Io gathered her courage and prepared to reveal her true feelings. Before she could continue, another massive bolt of lightning crashed down onto the weakened orochi. Seeing the enemy immobilized, Kakeru repeatedly used the strategy, convinced victory was now within reach. Kakeru revealed that Io's lightning spell had allowed him to learn the same magic for himself. Confident in victory, he told Io to focus on gathering ore while he handled the remaining threat. Although she wanted to confess her feelings, the opportunity slipped away once again. After returning through a warp, Kakeru and Io unexpectedly arrived at the royal palace. There, Helene warmly welcomed Kakeru and rushed forward, embracing him before anyone could react. Helene happily clung to Kakeru, relieved to see him safely return from his journey. Io became flustered as she tried to understand their unusually close relationship. The realization that Kakeru and the princess shared a special bond left her completely stunned. After introducing herself, Io nervously greeted Helene and learned she was speaking with royalty. Soon, Helene asked about their travels, and Kakeru began explaining their expedition to the Valley of the Isekai'd. Helene immediately understood Kakeru's goal and offered to connect him with trusted merchants. She arranged everything quickly, ensuring buyers could handle the large amount of Isekai'd he possessed. Watching them together, Io noticed how naturally Helene supported Kakeru in every situation. A sense of insecurity grew within Io as she compared herself to the princess. Meanwhile, Helene quietly drew close to Kakeru and shared something private, leaving him surprised. While leaving the palace, Io could not stop thinking about Helene's private conversation with Kakeru, sensing her concern. Kakeru asked whether she had something she wanted to discuss. After hesitating, Io finally revealed that she wished to join Kakeru's party. She admitted feeling inferior, believing the gap between them in strength and status was too great. Even so, Io decided to train harder and promised to return stronger after completing her training. Alexis thanked Kakeru for saving everyone and asked him to pass the same gratitude to Io. Hearing Alexis's words, Io froze in surprise, unable to believe she had been recognized. The praise left her overwhelmed as memories of Alexis's earlier advice returned to her mind. Below the balcony, adventurers celebrated together, enjoying a rare moment of peace and relief. Looking over the lively guild hall, Io realized their smiles existed because Kakeru and his companions had protected them. Kakeru explained that the adventurers survived because Io had risked her life to protect them. He reminded her that courage and devotion mattered far more than differences in strength. Those words shattered Io's doubts, bringing tears to her eyes as her confidence returned. Overwhelmed with emotion, she struggled to hold back her feelings while Kakeru watched gently. At last, Kakeru invited Io to officially join his party, fulfilling the wish she had carried for so long. Even after receiving the invitation, Io could hardly believe Kakeru truly wanted her by his side. Overcome with happiness, she leaned into him as the moment finally felt real. Gathering all her courage, Io accepted his feelings and agreed to stay with him. The excitement became too much for her to handle, leaving her completely flustered. As her emotions overflowed, Io realized her long-held dream had finally come true. The next morning, Kakeru reflected on recent events while receiving teasing remarks about his relationship with Io soon. A servant informed him that unexpected visitors had arrived at his mansion. Curious, Kakeru headed to greet them, and learned they were beautiful women bearing gifts. At entrance, he met a mysterious woman named Delphina Homer Lamarni, whose appearance hinted at new complications ahead. Kakeru received a visit from Delphina, a beautiful merchant sent by Princess Helene. She introduced herself and requested a meeting. Her status as a wealthy merchant connected to the royal family immediately caught his attention. After hearing Helene's name, Kakeru noticed a subtle change in her attitude. Soon, a large chest filled with silver coins was opened before him. As payment in advance, Delphina offered 2,500 silver coins, securing future trade with Kakeru. Kakeru examined the payment and noticed several lottery tickets mixed among the silver coins. He recalled how merchants and guild payments had steadily increased his collection of tickets. A quick calculation revealed that every 300 silver coins received earned him one lottery ticket. Thanks to a special discount reward he had won earlier, the requirement had dropped to 150 coins per ticket. Kakeru ended the meeting, and Delphina arranged for the orichalcum to be collected the following day. Delphina glanced at the sword beside Kakeru and identified it as the demon sword Eleanor. Her expression darkened when she realized he was carrying the legendary weapon without difficulty. Delphina questioned its authenticity, pointing out that Kakeru held it with ease. She explained that countless powerful figures had failed to control Eleanor, making his situation impossible by common standards. Believing the sword must be fake, Delphina dismissed the matter. Kakeru, however, reacted with growing irritation at her conclusion. Kakeru concluded that Delphina believed Princess Helene had been deceived because of her youth and inexperience. Annoyance quickly spread across his face as he decided someone needed to be taught a lesson. Without hesitation, he extended the demon sword Eleanor toward Delphina and invited her to test it herself. Delphina accepted the challenge and prepared to expose the weapon as a fake. The meeting ended soon after, leaving the grand room quiet as the tension between them continued to grow. After the incident, Kakeru exchanged remarks with Eleanor, while the mood gradually lightened. Nearby, Delphina awoke in confusion, struggling to remember what had happened moments earlier. As her memories returned, she realized Eleanor's influence had overwhelmed her mind and body. Kakeru explained that the sword's power had caused a dangerous reaction, forcing him to intervene before the situation became fatal. Embarrassed by the truth, Delphina accepted her mistake and began viewing Kakeru with newfound respect. Delphina apologized for her earlier behavior and offered full support to Kakeru on Princess Helene's behalf. Rather than discussing business, Kakeru sought a more personal relationship with her. Surprised, Delphina revealed that several others had already expressed similar interest. To discourage casual admirers, she had placed a special condition on herself. That condition required offering all of her combined assets, turning her wealth into a test of sincerity and commitment. Delphina explained that anyone seeking her affection needed wealth equal to her entire fortune. Despite her condition, she quietly offered guidance and support, revealing a softer side beneath her pride. Kakeru recognized her stubbornness and understood that she was protecting her dignity, rather than chasing her wealth. He boldly decided to keep her close and have her stay with him. Caught off guard by his proposal, Delphina could only stare at him in surprise as the distance between them vanished. Kakeru's bold approach succeeded, and Delphina accepted him, becoming his companion after their night together. The next morning he left with satisfaction while preparing for another visit to the lottery hall. Although something felt slightly different, Kakeru brushed aside the thought and continued forward. Upon arrival, he found the lottery hall transformed by a special limited-time event. A new prize list focused entirely on temporary ability, sharing rewards, leaving Kakeru puzzled by the unusual campaign. The lottery staff explained that the special prizes allowed winners to temporarily lend their enhanced abilities to others. Kakeru quickly realized the rewards could make his companions even stronger than before. Excited by the opportunity, he prepared several tickets while Eleanor eagerly volunteered to help. Instead of drawing carefully, Kakeru launched into a rapid series of lottery spins. Although the results were mostly consolation prizes, he found them useful and became determined to gather as many as possible. Kakeru asked Delphina to purchase all the land visible around the mansion, surprising her with the scale of his plan. After securing the property, he revealed that he intended to build something new within the estate. Soon, the expanded bath became a gathering place where his companions relaxed together. While enjoying the bath, Kakeru reflected on how enormous the facility had become. Lottery tickets continued appearing around him, and he eagerly collected more before returning to work. While relaxing in the bath, Kakeru learned that the barbarian tribes had resumed their attacks despite previous defeats. Further reports revealed the appearance of a powerful barbarian queen, whose arrival had turned the war in their favor. The queen was identified as Nanakano, a figure feared and admired among the barbarians. Curious about the enemy leader, Kakeru asked for more details about her appearance. After hearing she was both strong and beautiful, he decided to meet Nanakano himself. As Kakeru prepared for the barbarian campaign, Eleanor grew frustrated at being left behind and complained about missing the coming battle. Moments later, a familiar ghostly figure appeared before Eleanor. Kakeru spent time in a busy restaurant, enjoying a meal while the lively atmosphere filled the room. While checking the menu, he noticed Eleanor staring silently. Her expression seemed unusually serious. As the meal continued, Eleanor remained in a foul mood. Kakeru watched carefully, trying to understand the reason behind her behavior. Moments later, a waitress arrived with the restaurant's seasonal salad. Without warning, the devil sword reacted violently. A dark force burst out near the table, turning the calm dinner into a sudden disturbance. Eleanor immediately stopped the devil sword's outburst, preventing it from causing further trouble inside the restaurant. After calming the situation, she warned Kakeru not to let the sword act recklessly around other people again. Meanwhile, a waitress became curious about the mysterious weapon. The waitress quickly returned to work and carried more dishes to the table before they became cold. Soon afterward, she introduced her younger sister, Mari, allowing Kakeru and the others to meet her for the first time. Kakeru learned that Mari was responsible for preparing many of the restaurant's dishes and praised her skills, leaving her embarrassed. While Mari nervously lingered nearby, Eleanor watched the situation with a cold and suspicious expression. Soon, the customers finished eating, and Mari felt satisfied after another successful day. As Kakeru prepared to leave, Mari suddenly realized her younger sister had disappeared. A note was discovered moments later, revealing that the missing girl had been taken and demanding a meeting with Eleanor. Kakeru examined the note and quickly noticed something unusual. Without wasting time, he grabbed Mari and rushed toward the location mentioned in the message. The pair arrived at a large mansion, where a dark presence waited outside the entrance. Soon, Mari discovered her missing sister standing beside Eleanor, who appeared to be controlling the situation. Kakeru confronted Eleanor directly. Despite her warning, she confidently revealed that everything had unfolded according to her plan. Kakeru remained confident and challenged Eleanor's plan, believing the hostage alone would not secure her victory. In response, Eleanor unleashed a powerful dark spirit through the sword's magic. The creature emerged in a monstrous form, spreading sinister energy across the battlefield. Although struck by the attack, the spirit endured. Eleanor proudly praised its strength and resilience. Rather than retreating, Kakeru welcomed the challenge and prepared to face both Eleanor and her newly summoned servant. Kakeru ordered Fiona to retreat and charge toward the enemy, hoping to end the battle before anyone was harmed. Meanwhile, dark energy tightened around Fiona, leaving her trapped and unable to escape. Soon after, the summoned servant released a powerful attack that sent sharp ice across the battlefield. Although surrounded by the assault, Kakeru dodged the incoming strikes and avoided serious damage after. Observing the attack, he realized the ice had become faster and stronger than before. Revealing a new threat, Kakeru broke through the attack and rushed forward, showing that the enemy's current strength was not enough to stop him. Eleanor responded immediately, unleashing another powerful strike that shattered the ground around the battlefield. Meanwhile, the evil spirit continued its assault, forcing Fiona to watch anxiously as the battle intensified. Kakeru emerged unharmed and remained confident, despite the overwhelming attacks. Rather than backing down, he declared that Eleanor still had not shown enough power to defeat him. Kakeru mocked the enemy's strategy, pointing out that the attacks had become more coordinated but remained predictable. His reaction angered Eleanor, causing both her and the evil spirit to launch another fierce assault. While dodging countless strikes, Kakeru forced the pair to adjust their movements and pursue him from different directions. Soon the battlefield filled with overlapping attacks as the servant attempted to corner him. Amid the chaos, Kakeru calmly prepared a counterattack and searched for an opening. Kakeru suddenly vanished from sight and reappeared above the battlefield, catching his opponents off guard. Meanwhile, Eleanor revealed that she had only been stalling and prepared a stronger attack, raising her power. She unleashed a massive strike aimed beyond Kakeru's position. The attack grew into a gigantic projectile capable of destroying both the area and the mansion below. As everyone watched in shock, Kakeru remained calm and stared at the descending threat with confidence. Standing atop the mansion, Kakeru faced the enormous attack and prepared a response before it could reach the ground. A brilliant burst of power erupted from his position, meeting the descending threat head-on. Moments later, countless explosions tore through the attack. Fragments scattered across the area, but the destructive force was largely neutralized before causing serious damage. Watching the result, Eleanor was left stunned as Kakeru overturned her plan with overwhelming power. After stopping the attack, Kakeru proudly displayed his strength while Fiona watched in amazement. Kakeru arrived as chaos erupted. A furious noble unleashed powerful flame magic, shocking everyone nearby. Rather than retreating, Kakeru casually faced the threat and offered the enemy a chance to calm down. The flames surged higher as the enraged attacker refused to stop. Noticing an opportunity, Kakeru called Fiona and prepared a simple plan to end the conflict. At his signal, Fiona acted. The attack struck true, leaving the furious opponent defeated, and the battle finally settled. Dark tendrils closed around Fiona, trapping her as the enemy's attack tightened. Shock spread across the battlefield when Fiona suddenly broke free through her own strength. Meanwhile, Kakeru revealed that he had temporarily lent her a powerful ability. Although confused by the situation, Fiona gathered her courage and chose to continue fighting. Together they launched a coordinated assault, with Fiona targeting the dark tendrils while Kakeru pressed forward against their opponent. Fiona shielded Mari and stood between her and the approaching danger. The enhanced ability multiplied Fiona's strength, allowing her to resist the enemy's relentless assault. A sudden flash burst from her attack. Kakeru quickly caught Fiona as the force carried her backward. Moments later, the dark curse vanished completely, leaving Fiona stunned by the unexpected result. Before anyone could react, Mari stumbled forward and crashed into Fiona, ending the tense battle with confusion. After the battle ended, Fiona and Kakeru stood facing each other in an awkward silence. Embarrassment quickly replaced her earlier confidence. She tried to stop him from leaving while struggling to explain herself. Instead of teasing her further, Kakeru stepped closer and reached out, causing Fiona to panic. A gentle pat on the head caught her completely off guard. Blushing deeply, Fiona blamed Kakeru for everything, yet her expression softened as she realized her anger was no longer sincere. Eleanor finally revealed her frustration. Memories of past encounters surfaced as she listed every grievance she had carried. Tears gathered in her eyes while she admitted how abandoned she had felt during his journeys. Lowering her head, Eleanor confessed that his distant attitude hurt more than anything else. For the first time, Kakeru listened seriously and prepared to answer her feelings. His honest words caught Eleanor completely off guard. Kakeru explained that many of his achievements were possible because Eleanor had guided him and shared her knowledge. He then asked her to remain at his side and continue challenging him in the future. With a grin, Kakeru praised both her character and her value as a trusted companion. Although she tried to act annoyed, Eleanor could no longer hide her embarrassment. After a brief pause, she finally accepted his words, letting go of her resentment and quietly forgiving him. Kakeru confirmed that Mari and Fiona were unharmed, bringing relief after the exhausting battle. Overcome with emotion, Mari embraced her sister tightly, grateful that they had both survived. Nearby, Kakeru apologized for the trouble caused by Eleanor's actions and tried to ease the atmosphere. Soon, Mari began acting unusually energetic, leaving everyone confused by her sudden change. As concern spread, Eleanor recognized the cause. The lingering effects of their bond were still influencing Mari's condition. Kakeru realized Mari's strange condition was not dangerous. The lingering effect only left her overwhelmed by intense hunger. Relieved by the explanation, the group focused on helping Mari recover while Eleanor watched the situation calmly. Soon afterward, Mari regained her energy and happily returned to her usual self. As peace returned, the eventful day finally came to an end. The following morning, everyone gathered at the mansion to discuss the barbarian army's return and prepare for the coming battle. During the meeting, attention shifted toward a mysterious girl standing among Kakeru's companions. Curiosity spread through the room as questions arose about her identity and origins. The girl introduced herself as Tanya, a former spirit who now served under Eleanor. Her unusual past was explained, revealing how she had become involved with the group after years of isolation and resentment. Once the story ended, the others accepted Tanya as an ally, allowing the discussion to move forward without further concern. Helene explained that the barbarian army had regrouped under a new queen and resumed its assault on the kingdom's borders. Despite sending thousands of soldiers, the royal army failed to stop the advancing enemy force. On the battlefield, the barbarian queen personally entered the fight and cut through opposing troops with ease. Bodies and broken weapons covered the ground as her overwhelming strength shattered resistance. Fear spread among the defenders while the queen calmly questioned whether the kingdom possessed anyone capable of challenging her. The barbarian queen dismissed her opponent's resolve and struck without hesitation, overwhelming the commander in moments. As the soldiers watched in shock, the commander fell and panic spread across the battlefield. Next, the queen charged through the army, scattering countless troops and crushing their formation. Back at the meeting, Helene revealed that 2,000 royal soldiers had been defeated by Nana Kanu alone. Kakeru became intrigued by Nana's strength and immediately set his sights on confronting her. Kakeru proposed handling Nana Kanu himself instead of relying on the royal army to defeat her. After reviewing the kingdom's plans, the group concluded that Nana needed to be captured before any execution could occur. Seeking confirmation, Kakeru made sure the princess accepted his independent approach. Receiving her approval, he immediately committed himself to the mission. Soon afterward, everyone gathered around and began discussing strategies to capture Nana Kanu successfully. While discussing the campaign, an ally offered assistance and proposed gathering information on Nana Kanu's growing army. Soon, a secret source promised valuable intelligence regarding Nana's movements, though obtaining it would require a considerable price. Kakeru accepted the offer, eager to secure any advantage before pursuing his target. A swordswoman rested alone in a hot spring, easing her fatigue after a long journey. Meanwhile, small creatures gathered nearby and quietly watched her from the rocks. Soon, her attention shifted toward a distant fortress beyond the rugged landscape. Thoughts of the ongoing war returned, along with concern for the powerful warrior she wished to find. At last, she rose from the water and prepared to continue toward the royal capital. While heading toward the capital, the swordswoman sensed a strange disturbance and became alert. Not far away, barbarian soldiers celebrated loudly after breaching the city walls during the war. Elsewhere, defeated captives sat bound as the victors feasted and mocked their enemies. Soon, the swordswoman entered the hall and confronted the army's commander. Rather than backing down, she calmly judged the drunken warriors and prepared to restore order. An enraged soldier rushed forward and threatened the swordswoman for insulting his commander. Before the attack landed, she stopped him effortlessly, leaving the warrior shocked and speechless. Seeing the outcome, the barbarian leader calmed the situation and acknowledged her achievements in battle. Afterward, he proudly explained his tribe's beliefs, where strength determined authority and respect. Meanwhile, the swordswoman considered the gathering and wondered whether a worthy opponent could be found there. Meanwhile, the swordswoman continued her search, hoping to encounter the legendary demon sword user from the rumors. Elsewhere, Kakeru gathered his companions inside a mansion and finalized their next destination. After assigning responsibilities, he left the group and entrusted the remaining preparations to his allies. Once alone, Kakeru struggled to calm his thoughts as memories of the women around him filled his mind. Overwhelmed by those thoughts, he realized his self-control was rapidly slipping away. As his excitement kept rising, Kakeru realized the strange effect from earlier battles had not disappeared. Suddenly, he discovered his condition had been amplified to an absurd level, leaving him stunned. After thinking carefully, Kakeru recalled signs that suggested this problem might eventually occur. Worried about losing control around his companions, he decided to avoid meeting them for the moment. Unfortunately, one sharp-eyed girl quickly noticed his behavior, making his attempt to hide it far more difficult. To avoid troubling his companions, Kakeru isolated himself and searched for a way to control the strange condition. Soon, he accepted that suppressing it through patience alone would not be enough. Determined to solve the problem, Kakeru rushed out and unleashed his strength against nearby monsters. After defeating countless creatures, he paused and checked whether the overwhelming excitement had faded. Unfortunately, the effort failed completely, leaving Kakeru frustrated as the condition remained unchanged. Exhausted and frustrated, Kakeru returned to the mansion and decided to head straight to bed. Instead, he found several companions waiting for him, instantly ruining his plan to stay alone. As one concerned girl approached and checked on his condition, Kakeru struggled to remain calm. Soon, the others gathered around him and noticed his unusual behavior. Overwhelmed by their closeness, Kakeru urgently warned everyone to keep their distance. Despite Kakeru's warnings, the concerned girls gathered closer and urged him to rest. At that moment, his strained self-control finally broke under the overwhelming pressure. Before anyone understood what happened, the room erupted into confusion as the startled girls reacted. Later, silence returned to the mansion while Kakeru stood nearby, exhausted from the long ordeal. By morning, his condition had eased somewhat, and he unexpectedly gained another batch of lottery tickets. The following morning, Kakeru noticed his companion seemed unusually pleased, despite the exhausting night. Although embarrassed by the outcome, he reflected on what might happen if the same situation occurred again. Eventually, Kakeru reached a bold conclusion and decided to officially accept everyone's feelings, rather than objecting. The girls reacted with excitement and quickly embraced the decision. With their approval secured, Kakeru prepared to move forward with his new arrangement. Riding toward the battlefield, Nanakano sought an even greater challenge. An army advanced through a rocky canyon while reports warned that enemy forces were drawing near. Nana traveled with the soldiers, annoyed that she had to leave the battlefield to mediate a dispute between tribes. Along the road, regret surfaced as she reflected on her recent actions and felt guilty toward her uncle. His guidance eased her doubts, reminding her of the strength and value she brought to her people. Nana embraced her pride as a swordswoman and swore never to accept defeat. A sudden chill spread through the canyon, confusing the marching soldiers as snow began falling out of season. Moments later, a massive pillar of ice erupted from the ground, towering above the battlefield and shocking everyone nearby. Nana and the others quickly turned toward the disturbance, realizing something unusual was unfolding ahead. Without warning, deadly attacks struck the army, cutting down several warriors and throwing the formation into chaos. As panic spread among the troops, Nana sensed the source of the assault and prepared herself for the enemy's next move. Ice shards surrounded the soldiers, but Nana quickly realized the attack came from powerful magic rather than natural ice. Beyond the frozen pillar, a lone figure appeared, drawing the attention of everyone on the battlefield. Soon, the mysterious man emerged alongside a small companion, standing calmly amid the ice. Recognition spread through the army as the warriors identified him as the feared magic sword user. Shock crossed Nana's face when she finally understood who had arrived before them. The magic sword user confidently revealed that he had predicted the army's movements and prepared an ambush. Greedy warriors rushed toward him, hoping to gain fame and seize the powerful sword for themselves. Instead of fighting personally, he sent his small companion forward to handle the attackers. The girl unleashed freezing magic across the battlefield, trapping enemies and scattering their ranks, while she continued defeating the soldiers with ease. Nana's sudden strike caught the small ice mage off guard, forcing her to retreat from the battlefield. After driving the girl back, Nana stepped forward and calmly prepared herself for a greater opponent. Soon, she stood face to face with the magic sword user as both warriors measured each other's strength. Rather than attacking immediately, the swordsman observed Nana closely and confirmed her identity. His remark irritated Nana, strengthening her resolve to defeat him and defend her pride as a warrior. Nana ordered her uncle and the others to stay back, choosing to face the magic sword user alone. With confidence, she declared that the man before her had failed to live up to his reputation. Rather than reacting angrily, the swordsman calmly challenged her judgment and welcomed a real test of strength. Nana immediately launched an attack, rushing forward with her blade, aimed at her opponent. Their weapons met head-on, and the clash marked the beginning of a fierce duel between two powerful warriors. Kakeru launched a fierce attack, driving his blade toward Nana with overwhelming speed and force. Despite the pressure, Nana blocked the strike with her shield and stopped the assault head-on. A powerful counterattack followed, sending Kakeru flying across the battlefield and forcing him to regain his footing. Rather than retreating, Kakeru laughed and praised Nana's skill. After realizing she had defended perfectly, the duel intensified as Kakeru unleashed another barrage of attacks. Kakeru pressed forward with relentless attacks, but Nana continued blocking every strike with precise movements. A rapid exchange followed as both warriors unleashed powerful techniques. Watching from nearby, Tanya realized Kakeru had been testing Nana rather than fighting seriously from the start. After creating some distance, Kakeru acknowledged Nana's strength while studying her swordsmanship more carefully. The duel shifted into a contest of styles, with Nana relying on refined technique and Kakeru preparing to answer with overwhelming power. He released the full force of his power and charged forward, determined to break through Nana's defenses. No matter how she moved, he stayed close. relentlessly pressuring her across the battlefield. A sudden grab caught Nana off guard when Kakeru seized her shield during the exchange. Using his overwhelming strength, he forced the shield aside and created an opening in her defense. Shock spread across Nana's face as she realized Kakeru had begun targeting the shield itself, rather than her directly. Nana realized Kakeru's overwhelming strength made her shield impossible to rely on any longer. The battle intensified as both fighters exchanged relentless attacks. After creating some distance, Kakeru openly praised Nana's skill and admitted she was stronger than expected. For the first time, both warriors acknowledged each other seriously and prepared to settle the duel with one final clash. Then Kakeru boldly declared his condition for victory, adding a new layer of tension to the confrontation. Kakeru's bold declaration caught Nana by surprise, but she immediately rejected his confidence and prepared to prove him wrong. Before she could react further, an arrow struck her shoulder, leaving both fighters momentarily stunned. A massive rain of arrows suddenly filled the sky, turning the battlefield into a deadly storm. Kakeru was forced to endure the barrage as countless arrows crashed down around him from every direction. When the attack ended, Nana dropped to one knee and coughed heavily. Kakeru noticed something was wrong when dark marks spread across Nana's injured hand after the arrow strike. As the poison took effect, Nana's condition worsened, leaving her exhausted and struggling to remain standing. Rushing toward her, Kakeru realized the arrows carried a deadly toxin that was slowly weakening her body. The truth became clear when the army's leader revealed the attack had been planned from within, exposing a betrayal that shocked both sides. Kakeru returned with Nana and the captured enemy general after the battle. Before everyone, he admitted leaking military information to the opposing side and manipulating events from the shadows. Hearing the confession, Kakeru realized the betrayal was closely connected to Nana. The general exposed Nana's feelings and admitted arranging circumstances to turn both against each other. Shaken by the truth, Nana sought meaning in his actions. He coldly dismissed her as nothing more than a tool. The general revealed his contempt for Nana, claiming her achievements had no place in his tribe's beliefs. Without hesitation, he discarded her loyalty and declared she was no longer needed for victory. Suddenly, a powerful strike erupted from afar, catching the army's attention and breaking the tense moment. Reports of an ambush spread through the camp, while chaos unfolded around them. Nana stood frozen. Nearby, Kakeru noticed her unusual reaction and watched carefully. Kakeru asked Nana what path she would choose, struggling with pain and betrayal. She finally reached a decision. Nearby, hostile warriors mocked her weakness and believed her spirit had already broken. Instead, Nana rose and launched herself forward. Her determination stunned the surrounding soldiers. Refusing to be shaken by insults or treachery, she declared her resolve to continue the unfinished duel. A faint smile appeared on Kakeru's face. As enemies charged together, he watched Nana regain her fighting spirit. Kakeru and Nana resumed their duel, crossing blades while acknowledging each other's strength and determination. After the clash ended, both remained standing. Exhaustion showed on Nana's face, yet her resolve stayed firm. A brief silence followed as they exchanged respectful looks, recognizing the battle's meaning. Nana remembered the poison, but Kakeru revealed it no longer affected him. Confident in the outcome, Kakeru left the remaining enemies to others and prepared to finish their duel without interference. Several of Kakeru's companions appeared on the cliffs and prepared to support him while confronting the enemy forces. The soldiers underestimated the newcomers, viewing them as harmless and easy targets. One mage stepped forward and gathered immense magical power above the battlefield. Moments later, a devastating lightning strike descended, engulfing the area and tearing through enemy ranks. After witnessing the destruction, the mage stared in disbelief at the overwhelming strength she had unleashed. One of Kakeru's companions stepped forward and unleashed her whip skill, eagerly joining the battle against the enemy soldiers. Whips tore through the battlefield as she overwhelmed her opponents with relentless attacks and enthusiasm. Soon, defeated soldiers collapsed around her while she continued chasing anyone still able to move. Elsewhere, another companion became a target after enemies mistook her for an easy opponent. Their confidence vanished when multiple boxing strikes erupted at once, leaving the attackers stunned and battered. The timid boxer panicked as enemies surrounded her, yet her attacks unexpectedly sent soldiers flying across the battlefield. Meanwhile, the armored knight stepped forward and targeted the enemy general with her short sword skill. A storm of blades struck the general's horse, forcing him to react as the attack closed in. Despite the pressure, the general defended himself and pushed through the barrage of flying weapons. Soon both fighters met head-on, exchanging powerful strikes as their duel intensified. The general mocked his opponent and relied on brute strength, believing victory was already within reach. Confidently, he launched a fierce attack and charged forward to finish the battle. Instead of retreating, the knight met the assault with countless flying blades and unwavering focus. While maintaining pressure, she revealed that she understood the general's motives and past actions. Their clash continued across the battlefield as she condemned his treatment of Nana and challenged his beliefs. The princess calmly dismissed the general's arrogance, refusing to be intimidated by his threats and confidence. Her flying blades pressed forward, wounding nearby soldiers and disrupting the enemy formation. At last, the general recognized her identity and realized he was facing royalty from Mercury Kingdom. Seeing an opportunity, he abandoned caution and focused entirely on capturing the princess. The general launched a reckless assault while ordering his troops forward, but Helene remained composed, despite the danger surrounding her. Helene cut through multiple soldiers at once, breaking the enemy assault and forcing the general's forces backward. Stepping over the fallen, she revealed that her sword technique had been taught by someone she deeply trusted. With complete confidence, Helene declared that the general posed no threat to her abilities. Soon, her companions arrived behind her, leaving the wounded general surrounded and increasingly desperate. As frustration consumed him, another ally exposed his misunderstanding, making it clear that he had been deceived from the beginning. Enraged and cornered, the general launched a final attack, refusing to accept defeat. Helene answered with a decisive counterattack, surrounding him with countless blades from every direction. Moments later, the general collapsed under the overwhelming assault, ending his resistance. As the battle concluded, Kakeru's companions confirmed the skill's time limit had expired. Standing together in victory, the four women reflected on the fallen enemy and proved their strength beyond doubt. Kakeru arrived at a rocky battlefield where a wounded female warrior awaited the final duel. As the time to decide the match approached, he paused before drawing his sword. Instead of attacking, Kakeru used his power to heal her injuries and remove the poison affecting her body. The unexpected act left her stunned. Realizing he had no intention of winning through weakness, the warrior apologized for misjudging him and made a request before the duel resumed. Having noticed Kakeru was holding back during their earlier clash, she asked him to reveal his true strength. Kakeru accepted her wish. Both fighters prepared themselves, determined to settle the duel with everything they possessed. The duel resumed on the barren plain. Kakeru and the female warrior faced each other in silence, while an eagle watched from above. A sudden pressure spread across the battlefield. Both fighters sensed the change immediately, and their expressions sharpened as the atmosphere grew tense. Without hesitation, Kakeru unleashed his true speed. His body surged forward in an instant, crossing the distance before his opponent could fully react. Caught off guard by the overwhelming acceleration, the warrior realized she lacked the protection she normally relied on. The danger became clear as Kakeru closed in. Steel crashed against steel. Their blades met repeatedly, sending sparks flying as neither side yielded in the opening exchange. The warrior launched a fierce counterattack and drove her sword into the ground, unleashing a powerful shockwave. Dust and debris burst across the battlefield as Kakeru was forced back. Believing she had seized the advantage, she pressed forward without hesitation. Confidence filled her as she prepared a finishing strike. A final blow descended toward Kakeru. The warrior was certain the duel would end with that attack and committed all her strength to it. Instead of retreating, Kakeru smiled. Remembering his promise, he released the full extent of his power and activated every enhancement available to him. An overwhelming surge erupted from his body. Countless abilities amplified his strength at once, transforming him into a force far beyond what his opponent had expected. Empowered by every enhancement at his disposal, Kakeru endured the warrior's assault. Her blade struck repeatedly, but he remained standing and pushed through the attack. A sudden counterstrike shattered her weapon. Fragments scattered across the battlefield as the unexpected blow broke her momentum completely. Shock filled the warrior's mind, even after witnessing his power. She could not understand how the gap between them had become so enormous. Accepting the outcome, she admitted defeat. The duel was over, and the path she had followed as a swordswoman had reached its end. Before she could collapse onto the rocky ground, Kakeru caught her in his arms and gently supported her weakened body. Held securely in Kakeru's arms, the defeated warrior listened as he calmly confirmed the result of their duel. She offered no resistance and accepted the outcome. Nearby, several observers watched the aftermath. They recognized that the battle had been fought fairly from beginning to end, leaving no room for dispute. Although the result surprised everyone, the spectators could not deny what they had witnessed. Kakeru's overwhelming strength had decided the match. As her remaining power faded, the warrior expressed satisfaction at having faced a worthy opponent in an honest battle. The energy surrounding the arena gradually settled. With the duel concluded, Kakeru continued carrying her across the rocky plain, while she quietly rested in his embrace. After her defeat, the warrior made one final request. Rather than face punishment and disgrace, she wished to die with her pride as a swordswoman intact. Standing firmly despite her loss, she asked Kakeru to end her life with the very sword that had defeated her in battle. Kakeru responded in an unexpected way. Instead of granting her wish, he activated a different power, surrounding her with light. When the glow faded, the warrior found herself inside a luxurious room. Confusion filled her mind as she tried to understand how she had arrived there. Kakeru reminded her of their wager. As the victor, he claimed his reward, and revealed that he intended to add her to his growing harem. After bringing her to his room, Kakeru suddenly pulled her close and kissed her. The unexpected action left the defeated warrior completely stunned. Embarrassment quickly turned into anger. She rejected his advances and declared that her pride would never yield, no matter what he did. When Kakeru continued teasing her, the warrior's confidence finally broke. Instead of demanding death, she desperately begged him not to continue. Several hours later, the tense atmosphere vanished. Kakeru suddenly remembered an important event and rushed from the room in panic. A promotion at the lottery room was about to end. While Kakeru hurried away, the exhausted warrior could only watch in confusion, unable to understand his sudden change of priorities. Rushing into the lottery hall just before the deadline, Kakeru handed over a stack of tickets. A prize list appeared before him. Every reward involved temporary skill lending, with stronger prizes granting longer durations and greater usefulness. After reviewing the options, Kakeru searched for a way to improve his chances. He realized the event might help him obtain a better result than usual. An idea struck him immediately. Turning toward Eleanor, he requested her assistance and prepared to use one of his remaining draws. Kakeru borrowed Eleanor's luck through a special skill. Empowered by the effect, she became excited by the sudden boost while he prepared for the next lottery attempt. Using Eleanor's borrowed luck, Kakeru rushed through the lottery draws before the promotion expired. The machine spun rapidly as he spent his remaining tickets. The gamble paid off. A first-class prize appeared, proving that the borrowed fortune had greatly improved the results. While Kakeru focused entirely on the lottery, Eleanor grew irritated at being ignored. Nevertheless, he continued drawing without slowing down. After finishing, Kakeru reviewed the rewards and felt satisfied with the outcome. The collection of prizes would help strengthen his allies in future battles. Searching the mansion, Kakeru eventually found Nana standing alone on a balcony, concerned by her unusual behavior. He approached her and asked what she was doing there. Standing on the balcony, Nana revealed the beliefs of her homeland. In her tribe, strength determined everything. Despite those traditions, she chose to follow her father's path. Years of training and battles fueled her desire to prove that a woman could become stronger than any man. The duel with Kakeru shattered that confidence. Looking back on her defeat, Nana felt she had failed to overturn the beliefs she had fought against for so long. Rather than dismiss her concerns, Kakeru shared stories of dragons, giant monsters, and powerful allies he had encountered throughout his adventures. Then he offered Nana a new path. By staying at his side, facing stronger enemies, and continuing to fight, Kakeru encouraged Nana to continue pursuing strength. He promised that, through her own efforts, she could surpass expectations and force others to acknowledge her abilities. Those words caught Nana off guard. The confidence in his promise stirred emotions she had not expected to feel after her recent defeat. Rather than speaking about duty or power, Kakeru praised her determination and beauty. A laugh escaped her before she could stop it. The tension that had weighed on her disappeared, replaced by amusement and renewed confidence. Having accepted his offer, Nana formally pledged herself to Kakeru. For the first time since the duel, she looked toward the future with a calmer heart. Nana accepted Kakeru's offer and pledged her loyalty. Determined to repay his trust, she resolved to stand beside him through every future battle. Moved by her decision, Kakeru drew her closer. Their bond deepened that night, and Nana officially became one of his companions. A group of hooded priests arrived at Kakeru's mansion. Their leader intended to bring salvation and targeted the residents connected to the feared demon sword wielder. The priests gathered before the estate and advanced under the banner of their god. Their formation showed confidence as they prepared to carry out their mission. Inside the mansion grounds, Kakeru and Eleanor reacted immediately. A fierce clash erupted. Weapons collided at high speed as the two defenders pushed against the approaching force without hesitation. During the exchange, Eleanor spotted an opening. She launched a decisive strike toward Kakeru's opponent, aiming to end the confrontation instantly. Kakeru rushed forward and struck Nana's shield with full force. Instead of breaking, the impact was redirected, sending his attack away and forcing him back. After observing several exchanges, he identified a flaw in her fighting style. Nana depended heavily on a special defensive technique that could become dangerous if exploited. The method relied on precise timing and enough power to meet an incoming attack. By applying force in the same direction, she could neutralize and repel assaults. Further analysis revealed a hidden weakness. The technique could also create opportunities for a stronger counterattack if the opponent understood its mechanics. Standing calmly, Kakeru reconsidered his approach. Rather than attacking recklessly, he prepared to turn Nana's greatest defense against her. Nana explained that her defensive technique required precise judgment, speed, and power, proving it was far beyond ordinary swordsmanship. Before Kakeru could continue analyzing her abilities, a servant arrived and reported unexpected visitors approaching the mansion. Soon both warriors turned their attention toward a group of priests standing before the estate with a serious purpose. Beside Kakeru, Eleanor recognized the visitors as followers of Solon, a massive religion known for its devoted and zealous believers. Moments later, a young priestess stepped forward. She formally identified herself and directed her attention toward Kakeru, signaling the beginning of a new encounter. The priestess focused on Eleanor and sensed overwhelming malice within the demon's sword. Her attention immediately shifted toward the weapon beside Kakeru. Without hesitation, she demanded custody of Eleanor. Kakeru questioned the request while the sword openly dismissed the accusation. To justify her claim, the priestess described the sword as a calamity linked to countless deaths, ruined nations, and devoured souls throughout history. Confident in her authority, she declared that the church would redeem the sword and save those connected to it. Soon, the gathered believers erupted in support, their voices united as they called for Eleanor's destruction in the name of their faith. Kakeru observed the fanatical behavior of the believers. Their extreme devotion only reinforced his distrust of the group and their intentions. Melissa demanded Eleanor's surrender and promised to seal the demon sword away forever. Kakeru immediately rejected the proposal without hesitation. Stepping forward, he declared that Eleanor belonged at his side and made it clear he would never hand her over. Melissa viewed his response as proof of corruption. The believers quickly surrounded Kakeru and Eleanor. Weapons were drawn as the confrontation shifted from words to open hostility. Facing the threat, Kakeru remained calm. Melissa insisted their actions were righteous, while both sides prepared for the inevitable clash. A strange field suddenly spread across the battlefield. Melissa activated a new power while declaring that she would free Kakeru from Eleanor's influence. Several believers charged forward at once. Nana moved to intercept them, leaving Kakeru to confront the unfolding situation. Without hesitation, Kakeru swung his weapon and cut through the attackers in a single motion. The assault collapsed almost instantly. At first glance, the victory seemed effortless. However, a closer look revealed that something unusual was happening to the fallen believers. Their bodies began recovering once more. Regenerative power restored the wounded, forcing Kakeru and his allies to face the same enemies again. As the battle continued, Melissa's blessing activated. Severe wounds on the believers rapidly closed, leaving Nana shocked by the unexpected regeneration. The church members proudly credited the miracle to Melissa's divine power. Their confidence grew as the blessing restored those who should have been defeated. Behind them, Melissa stood calmly while the faithful praised her sacred ability. The miraculous power appeared far beyond ordinary healing techniques. Nana quickly recognized Melissa's identity. She realized the priestess was the legendary scientist known as Seven Heads. Kakeru recalled the story behind that title. Melissa had survived 7 separate beheadings, earning fame as an immortal scientist whose existence many believed was only a rumor. While discussing Melissa's immortality, Kakeru considered testing the legend. Nearby, the scientist quietly continued gathering divine power. Melissa focused on her prayer and maintained the blessing. A strange pressure spread across the battlefield as her power intensified. Nana suddenly moved. Determined to verify the truth herself, she cut down a believer and declared she would continue until the mystery was solved. The attack landed cleanly, but Melissa remained unharmed. The believers continued advancing while the scientist endured without showing weakness. Moments later, another follower rushed toward Kakeru. Before the attack could connect, he struck first and cut the opponent down with ease. Melissa suddenly staggered as an unseen injury struck her. The unexpected damage left her shocked and disrupted her concentration. Several believers noticed her condition and rushed toward the battlefield. Nana immediately responded while Kakeru prepared to follow up together. They cut through the approaching attackers before the group could reach Melissa. The church's advance was stopped once again. As Melissa retreated, severe wounds appeared across her body. The injuries matched the damage that should have belonged to her followers. Nana quickly understood the situation. Melissa's blessing was not simple regeneration, but a power that transferred injuries from believers onto herself. alarming Kakeru. Melissa's wounds gradually disappeared. Watching the recovery, Kakeru and Nana confirmed that the rumors surrounding the immortal scientess were true. A stunned expression spread across Melissa's face. The strain of repeatedly carrying others' injuries had clearly begun affecting her. Later, Melissa regained consciousness inside Kakeru's mansion. Confused by her surroundings, she noticed that her clothes were gone. Kakeru sat nearby and calmly observed her condition. Their eyes met, creating an awkward silence throughout the room. Realizing her situation, Melissa panicked and pulled the bedding around herself. Embarrassment quickly replaced confusion as she demanded that Kakeru keep his distance. Melissa learned that Kakeru had rescued her after the battle. Embarrassment quickly overwhelmed her when she realized he had seen her vulnerable condition. Unable to stay calm, she became flustered and struggled to maintain her usual composure. Kakeru noticed the dramatic change in her behavior. Trying to lighten the mood, he complimented her appearance. The unexpected remark only left Melissa even more startled. Once she settled down, Melissa asked about her companions from the church. Kakeru explained that they were safely recovering elsewhere in the mansion. Hearing this, Melissa grew confused. Kakeru's kindness seemed completely at odds with everything she had believed about him and Eleanor. Kakeru firmly criticized Melissa's blessing. He believed forcing believers into reckless battles through immortality was completely unacceptable. Melissa remained unmoved by the warning, convinced she could never die. She showed little concern for the dangers surrounding her followers. The discussion ended with neither side agreeing. Melissa continued trusting her immortality while Kakeru remained troubled by her mindset. Back in the mansion, Melissa suddenly realized how much time had passed while she was recovering. Panic replaced her earlier embarrassment. Looking outside, she remembered an important destination. Concern quickly spread across her face when she realized she would miss her planned arrival at Rinto's village. Melissa explained that she had accepted a mission to eliminate spirit tree monsters near Rinto's village before the earlier conflict interrupted her plans. Soon, she became anxious after remembering her injured companions. Their condition prevented them from continuing the journey with her. After learning about the village's location, Kakeru decided to help. Seeing no better option, Melissa accepted his assistance for the mission. Kakeru faced a giant tree monster deep in the forest. With a swift strike, he cut through the creature and ended the battle immediately. After the attack, he confirmed that no enemies remained nearby. His companions watched in surprise as another powerful monster fell with only one blow. Seeing the result, the young scientist stared at him in amazement. The display of strength left a deep impression on her. Soon, Kakeru suggested returning. While reaching out calmly, he noticed the scientist growing shy as she looked away. Later that night, they arrived near a settlement. News of the scientist's achievement spread among the gathered people as the group prepared for their next journey. The villagers gathered around the group and expressed their gratitude. With the monsters gone, the settlement was finally safe from the danger that had haunted it for so long. Meanwhile, the scientist blamed herself for arriving too late. Despite the villagers' reassurance, regret remained visible on her face. A young girl stepped forward with her mother and offered flowers. The simple gesture caught the scientist by surprise. Kneeling down, she accepted the gift with care. Warm smiles from the villagers slowly eased the burden in her heart. As the crowd continued cheering, Kakeru quietly watched the scene. Seeing their happiness, he felt the mission had truly been worthwhile. Kakeru and the scientist walked beneath the night sky. Their conversation turned to the dangerous requests she often accepted, despite receiving little support. The scientist explained that remote villages rarely received help. She then revealed that her own birthplace had once suffered the same fate when a demon settled nearby. Hearing that the entire village had been destroyed, Kakeru stopped in shock. She continued calmly, explaining that she had been the sole survivor. Since then, she had devoted herself to helping others avoid the same tragedy. Determination filled her eyes as she spoke of protecting forgotten people. Before Kakeru could respond, their companion noticed something ahead and drew their attention. While examining the ruins, the group noticed strange marks carved through the damaged walls. The unusual traces immediately raised their suspicions. Melissa studied the evidence and realized the destruction could not have been caused by the spirits they had discussed earlier. A sudden sense of danger filled the area. Kakeru grabbed Melissa and threw both of them to the ground. An instant later, a powerful attack struck where they had been standing. Dust scattered as a giant insect-like creature emerged from hiding. Kakeru quickly stepped forward and ordered Melissa to stay back. Recognizing the monster, Melissa revealed that it was a Kallio. Its appearance in that region was abnormal, making the situation even more alarming. Kakeru prepared to attack the strange projectile launched by the Kallio. He quickly identified the object and realized it was not an ordinary attack. A companion confirmed the danger. At the same time, Melissa understood the creature's true nature and became alarmed for the nearby village. Soon, countless glowing Kalios appeared above the settlement. Panic spread as villagers looked up and saw the swarm gathering overhead. Fear turned into chaos when the creatures began attacking. People ran desperately while one villager was struck before escaping to safety. Amid the confusion, a woman stepped forward and gathered magical energy. Determined to protect the child beside her, she prepared a defensive spell. A warm light spread across the village. Injured residents felt their wounds closing as the mysterious energy restored their bodies. At the center of the miracle, Melissa released a powerful blessing. With unwavering resolve, she urged the villagers to flee while the divine protection remained active. Her focus stayed fixed on their safety. Moments later, the strain of the blessing struck her back. Blood burst from her body as the overwhelming feedback damage took its toll. Seeing her condition, Kakeru rushed forward and took charge. While Melissa endured the pain, he stepped between her and the approaching threat, ready to fight. Melissa smiled weakly despite her injuries. Seeing her suffer from the blessing's backlash filled Kakeru with anger. As the swarm continued gathering around them, fueled by determination, Kakeru charged into the monsters. His blade cut through multiple Kalios as he fought to keep Melissa safe. Across the village, he moved relentlessly from one target to another. Each strike reduced the number of creatures threatening the fleeing residents. Meanwhile, villagers hurried into nearby buildings for shelter. The swarm spread through the sky, forcing everyone to seek protection. Even more beetle-like monsters appeared without end. Suddenly powerful fire magic erupted across the battlefield, engulfing a large portion of the swarm in explosions. Despite the explosions, more Kalios continued pouring into the village. Their numbers showed no sign of decreasing, keeping the threat alive. While observing the swarm, Kakeru and his companion noticed an unusual point where the monsters kept gathering. Realizing it might be important, they focused their attention there. Soon, a much larger Kalio appeared at the center of the formation. Its presence immediately stood out from the rest of the swarm. After analyzing the situation, they concluded that the giant creature was likely the queen. Without wasting time, Kakeru charged straight toward the target. Surrounded by countless enemies, he cut through the swarm and forced his way toward the queen. Kakeru pushed through the swarm while avoiding countless attacks. Patiently waiting for the right opening, he continued advancing toward the queen. At the perfect moment, his enhanced reflexes activated. A rapid strike broke through the final barrier protecting the target. The Queen Kalio was torn apart by the attack. Watching the creature fall, Kakeru realized the battle's turning point had finally arrived. Meanwhile, Melissa maintained her blessing and noticed something strange. The painful backlash that had been damaging her body suddenly stopped. Looking across the village, she found dead Kalios scattered everywhere. Confused by the sudden change, Melissa stepped forward to understand what had happened. Under the moonlit sky, Melissa stared at the battlefield covered with defeated Kalios. As the truth became clear, she realized that Kakeru had eliminated the threat that even armies would hesitate to face. The sight left her speechless. Approaching her, Kakeru finally revealed what had been bothering him. His attention had remained fixed on her throughout the battle. The unexpected remark caught Melissa completely off guard. Shock spread across her face as she struggled to understand his meaning. Rather than praising her strength, Kakeru criticized her habit of enduring pain alone, more than the battle itself. Her willingness to sacrifice herself had angered him. Kakeru firmly rejected Melissa's belief that she had to carry every burden alone. To him, her title as a scientist was no reason to suffer without support. Stepping closer, he promised that he would help her whenever she needed it. The unexpected sincerity left Melissa completely stunned. Tears filled her eyes as his words sank in. For the first time, someone had offered to share the weight she had carried by herself. Unable to hold back her emotions, Melissa broke down and leaned against him. As he comforted her, Kakeru reflected on her situation. Many people admired Melissa, yet almost no one had truly stood beside her when she needed help most. Melissa's memories resurfaced as she recalled the destruction of her village. Holding her gently, Kakeru acknowledged everything she had endured. His words reached the part of her heart that had remained wounded since childhood. In her mind, the lonely girl she once was finally smiled. The burden that had followed her for so long began to fade. Tears streamed down Melissa's face as she looked at Kakeru. Rather than speaking as a scientist, she spoke as an ordinary girl. Trusting Kakeru completely, she wished to stay beside the person who had finally understood her pain. Melissa accepted Kakeru's promise and leaned into his embrace. For the first time in years, she allowed herself to depend on someone else. A gentle smile appeared on her face as she thanked him. By the following day, Melissa's energy had finally faded after pushing herself beyond her limits. Even so, she remained remarkably resilient. Later, Kakeru discovered a newly arrived request. Curious about its contents, he immediately became interested in handling the matter himself. Meanwhile, Melissa stayed in bed to recover from the previous battle. Ignoring her protests, Kakeru decided to take the request alone and ordered her to focus on resting. After accepting Kakeru's decision, Melissa remained in bed to recover. Meanwhile, he prepared to leave and handle the new request on his own. Once he departed, Melissa finally relaxed and fell into a peaceful sleep, knowing she was safe. Kakeru continued his journey without worry. Late at night, Kakeru sat beside a bed where several women rested. Despite spending time with them, a strange urge still remained inside him. Unable to ignore the feeling, he reflected on recent battles and the overwhelming power he had used against countless monsters. Memories of completing a request for scientist Melissa resurfaced. Constant fighting had forced him to rely heavily on his abilities, leaving excess energy with no proper outlet. Soon, his power surged. Brilliant wings appeared behind him, larger and stronger than before. Seeking a solution, Kakeru moved to a remote area and created a massive stone structure, preparing to release his energy through a different method. Kakeru released a burst of power into the massive stone structure. The shock wave spread through the area, drawing immediate attention from the nearby scientists. As the energy continued flowing, Kakeru realized he was converting his overflowing desire into raw power. Confused by the situation, she sensed a strange change within herself. Kakeru noticed her reaction and paused, trying to understand what was happening. The overflowing energy intensified. While Kakeru struggled to control the output, the scientist felt the influence growing stronger with every moment. Soon, both of them were overwhelmed by the abnormal phenomenon. Kakeru's experiment had succeeded in releasing power, but it also produced an unexpected effect on his companion. The unusual energy kept flowing into Eleanor. Kakeru quickly realized the power he released was affecting her differently than expected, and the situation continued escalating. Overwhelmed by the strange force, Eleanor lost control of her senses. The accumulated energy pushed her beyond her limits and left her completely exhausted. Relieved, Kakeru finally finished releasing the excess power. The massive stone structure around him cracked apart from the overwhelming output. Only then did he notice Eleanor collapsed on the ground. Her condition puzzled him as he tried to understand what had happened. The next morning, Kakeru woke in the mansion. With the incident over, he quietly reflected on the unexpected results of his experiment. After waking up refreshed, Kakeru felt satisfied that his unusual training had finally helped him rest peacefully through the night. Moments later, he noticed a small girl sitting on his bed. Her sudden appearance caught him completely off guard, and he tried to figure out who she was. Suspicion grew as Kakeru considered how the child had entered the heavily guarded mansion without anyone noticing. Before he could investigate further, the girl cheerfully called him her father. The unexpected claim left him frozen in disbelief. Seeking answers, Kakeru calmly questioned the child. However, her response only deepened the mystery surrounding her identity and origins. The mysterious girl pointed at Kakeru's sword and confidently identified it as her mother. Without hesitation, the child revealed that she considered herself a sword as well. Kakeru struggled to process the unexpected explanation. To prove her claim, the girl transformed into a shining sword before his eyes. The impossible sight left Kakeru completely stunned. Seeking answers, he rushed to Eleanor, suspecting a connection. However, she was just as confused and denied knowing anything about the child's origin. Together, they reviewed the strange events from the previous day. Although they found no clear explanation, both suspected the unusual power released during the experiment was somehow involved. After holding the transformed sword, Kakeru felt an unusual connection. Soon afterward, the child eagerly asked for a name. Caught off guard, Kakeru delayed the decision while trying to organize his thoughts. Watching her cheerful smile, he found it difficult to stay cautious. The girl's innocent behavior gradually softened his attitude. Meanwhile, the women around Kakeru gathered after hearing the strange story. Each of them reacted differently to the unexpected situation. In the end, Kakeru introduced the child to everyone as his daughter. Her bold announcement left the entire group stunned and confused. The women tried to understand the situation, offering their own explanations. Kakeru rejected each guess and prepared to reveal the source of the child's strange claim. Holding up the demon's sword, he introduced it as the girl's mother. The announcement left everyone speechless and even more confused. To support his explanation, Kakeru asked the child to transform again. Several of the women braced themselves for another surprise. The girl immediately became a sword. Witnessing the transformation firsthand, the group finally accepted that Kakeru had been telling the truth. Once the shock faded, the child cheerfully greeted the others. Her innocent attitude quickly eased the tension and drew warm reactions from the group. The women quickly accepted the mysterious child and began thinking of ways to care for her. At the border of the Mercury Kingdom, a horse arrived carrying a badly injured soldier. Guards rushed over after noticing his condition. Struggling to stay conscious, the soldier delivered an urgent report. News spread that a powerful red dragon had suddenly appeared near the frontier. The creature was identified as Olivia, a legendary dragon feared across the world. Her presence signaled a dangerous crisis approaching the kingdom. Kakeru learned that the young girl was born from Eleanor, the demon sword. Though her appearance was human, she carried the same essence as her mother. The child quickly accepted everyone around her. Soon her affection for Kakeru became obvious. Her cheerful nature and innocent behavior made him treat her like a real daughter. After some time, Kakeru decided to introduce her to someone important and prepared for a visit. Together, they headed toward the lottery room through a shining portal. Meanwhile, another girl sat alone, overwhelmed by worries about becoming a mother at such a young age. In the lottery room, the young girl noticed Eleanor and hesitantly wondered if she was her mother. Eleanor froze, caught off guard by the unexpected question. Without waiting for an answer, the child rushed forward and wrapped her arms around Eleanor. The sudden embrace left Eleanor flustered. Nearby, Kakeru watched with amusement as the girl happily accepted Eleanor as her mother. Gradually, Eleanor returned the hug. Her hesitation faded as she held the child close and listened to her affection. A warm bond formed between them. Seeing mother and daughter together at last, Kakeru quietly stepped aside and let Eleanor enjoy the moment. The lottery room attendant scolded Kakeru for suddenly bringing his family. However, she quickly changed the subject and revealed a strange new lottery machine. She explained that participants could draw once each day and collect special prizes from the machine. While Kakeru listened, the child curiously asked about the lottery. Eleanor stayed close behind her, quietly watching. After hearing the explanation, the girl stepped toward the machine. Excitement filled her face as she learned it could grant presents. The attendant encouraged her to try. With sparkling eyes and growing anticipation, the child eagerly prepared for her first draw. The attendant was unexpectedly flustered by the girl's adorable request. Amused by the reaction, Kakeru watched as the child eagerly waited for her chance. Without hesitation, she reached for the lottery machine and made her first draw with excitement. Moments later, a magical cottage appeared as the prize. Kakeru was surprised to see how large it had become compared to its original size. Curious about her reward, the girl ran to the entrance and asked whether she could go inside. Together they entered the cottage. Its spacious interior amazed them, and Kakeru recalled that the building could be upgraded with special rooms and furniture through future lottery prizes. As the child happily explored the cottage, Kakeru remarked that the lottery had brought joy once again. Watching her excitement, Eleanor asked whether he had chosen a name yet. Kakeru thought carefully, while observing his daughter enjoy her new home. The answer soon came to him. A gentle breeze flowed through the cottage windows. Laughing freely, the girl called for her parents while enjoying the moment. Inspired by her bright smile, Kakeru decided on the name Hikari. Eleanor quietly approved of the choice. The girl happily accepted her new name. Filled with pride, Kakeru lifted Hikari into the air as their family shared another joyful moment together. After naming Hikari, the family shared a warm moment together and enjoyed their newfound happiness. Later that night, Kakeru rested alone when Helene unexpectedly appeared in his room. Her serious expression suggested an important matter. Gathering her courage, Helene revealed feelings she had kept hidden for a long time and asked Kakeru to listen. She spoke honestly about her wish to build a deeper future with him and become part of the growing family. Surprised by the confession, Kakeru fell silent, while Helene waited anxiously for his response. Helene moved closer and finally expressed the feelings she had carried for a long time. Kakeru listened quietly as her emotions overflowed. She recalled their first meeting and the many times he protected others without hesitation. Those memories slowly became admiration and love. Even during her darkest moments, thoughts of Kakeru gave her strength. Remembering his kindness and courage deepened her resolve. The following day, attention shifted to new matters. Reports of unusual incidents had begun appearing across several regions. As the investigation was discussed, details emerged about strange creatures appearing far from their natural habitats, hinting at a larger mystery ahead. During the discussion, another report surfaced. Witnesses had claimed to see a dragon, adding a new layer to the growing mystery. Although dragons possessed immense power, they were known to be intelligent and peaceful. The group believed the matter could likely be resolved through communication. Kakeru prepared to investigate the sighting himself before leaving. He entrusted Hikari's safety to the others. After receiving a cheerful farewell, Kakeru departed with confidence. At the time, he believed the decision was the right one. Not long afterward, an unexpected confrontation erupted. Kakeru found himself clashing with a powerful opponent, and the investigation took a dangerous turn back at the mansion. Hikari watched a training session and became fascinated by the strength of the fighters. A new dream quickly formed in her mind. With determination, she announced her desire to train and become a great demon sword like Eleanor someday. Kakeru was caught completely off guard, rather than discouraging her. Eleanor proudly praised Hikari's spirit and admired her ambition. Kakeru immediately objected. Worried about his daughter getting hurt, he argued against the idea, despite Hikari's enthusiasm. The debate continued until it was interrupted by Iris's sudden arrival. Her urgent appearance suggested she had important news to deliver. Iris rushed to the mansion in panic and urgently sought out Kakeru. Her condition made it clear that something serious had happened. After calming down, she explained that a red dragon had appeared. While the town evacuated, her sister and the investigation squad confronted the threat. Soon, the worst possibility became apparent. With the squad unable to stop the dragon, Iris desperately begged Kakeru to rescue her sister. Kakeru learned that Helene's squad had been defeated by a dangerous red dragon. The report shocked everyone and revealed a threat beyond ordinary dragons. Further explanation described red dragons as dragons nearing death. Their power became unstable, while reason and intelligence gradually disappeared. The group learned that most dragons accepted their end quietly. Because dragons were proud and intelligent, such transformations were uncommon. Attention turned to a dragon named Olivia. Unlike others, she became obsessed with survival and transformed into a destructive red dragon. Meanwhile, an investigation force of 2,000 soldiers reached a great ravine near Reus. Deep within the ravine, the soldiers suddenly noticed movement ahead. Panic spread through the formation as they rushed to escape. Moments later, the red dragon emerged from the cliffside. Its massive body towered over the fleeing troops and blocked their path. The commander ordered a shield formation. As the dragon attacked, a huge wave of force crashed into the defensive line and overwhelmed many soldiers. Despite the damage, the troops quickly repositioned. Several fighters endured the assault while guiding the dragon toward a prepared location. Once the monster entered the trap, hidden weapons struck its body from multiple directions. The soldiers succeeded in luring Olivia into their ambush. Along both sides of the ravine, soldiers finished preparing rows of cannons. Every position focused on the trapped red dragon below. Soon, the enormous creature found itself surrounded. Hundreds of troops waited on the cliffs while the dragon searched for an escape. At the command, the cannons fired together. Explosions erupted across the battlefield and struck the dragon from every direction, rather than falling. The red dragon unleashed a violent counterattack. The shockwave shattered positions and hurled soldiers from the cliffs. Even amid the chaos, one armored warrior charged forward. Refusing to retreat, he closed the distance and launched an attack against the raging monster. The red dragon spread its wings and prepared to escape the ravine. Soldiers immediately adjusted their strategy to stop it. Cannons and ranged weapons targeted the dragon's wings. Continuous attacks struck the airborne threat before it could leave the battlefield. Across the cliffs, commanders observed the results. The creature showed signs of weakening, and the operation appeared to be succeeding. Nevertheless, the veteran general remained cautious. He reminded the troops that the red dragon had destroyed entire cities and could not be underestimated. Suddenly, an unexpected change began. Cracks and energy spread across the dragon's body, leaving the soldiers confused as they watched the strange transformation unfold. Inside the command tent, Helene received news that the battle had remained balanced for the past hour. Before the order was carried out, a messenger rushed in with an urgent report. His exhausted condition immediately signaled that something had gone terribly wrong. The shocking message revealed that the main force was retreating in panic. Helene froze as the situation changed beyond expectation. Soon afterward, warnings spread through the camp. Soldiers urged everyone to flee as a terrifying presence approached. Outside, Helene witnessed a distant figure descending amid destruction. Realizing the battlefield had collapsed, she stared in disbelief at the approaching threat. News arrived that all 2,000 soldiers had been wiped out. Helene's sister remained missing, leaving little hope for her survival. As despair spread, Kakeru demanded Helene's location. Realizing time was running out, he focused on finding her before it was too late. Soon, a map revealed the battlefield's position. The group identified a canyon south of Roisen as Helene's last known location since he had never visited the area. Kakeru could not use his teleportation ability. Instead, he organized transport for the others and chose to move ahead alone. Meanwhile, Iris eagerly volunteered to accompany him. Kakeru accepted, knowing that running directly to the battlefield would be the fastest option. As preparations continued, Kakeru informed Hikari that she would remain behind. The unexpected decision left the young girl stunned. Instead of accepting it, Hikari protested and insisted on joining the journey. Kakeru quickly realized convincing her would not be easy. Suddenly, another voice interrupted the argument. Everyone turned their attention toward the newcomer. Hikari's mother stepped forward and firmly explained that a battlefield was no place for someone unprepared for danger and death. After hearing those words, Hikari finally fell silent. Though disappointed, she lowered her gaze and began to understand the seriousness of the situation. Kakeru hurried toward the battlefield. Throughout the journey, worry for Helene remained fixed in his mind. Meanwhile, the situation in the canyon continued to worsen. Exhausted soldiers gathered among the cliffs while uncertainty spread through the camp. Reports soon confirmed that the reconnaissance team had vanished. Helene listened quietly as the growing losses reduced hopes of victory. Despite the danger, she continued directing the evacuation effort. Her priority remained protecting the civilians who had not yet escaped. Although 2,000 soldiers had already fallen, Helene refused to abandon Leia's people. Determined to fulfill her duty, she prepared to remain until the evacuation was complete. Despite her injuries, Helene refused to retreat. She remained determined to protect the civilians until the evacuation was finished. Without warning, the red dragon crashed down before her. The impact shattered the ground and threw Helene aside. Struggling to rise, she found herself facing the enormous monster alone. Fear gripped her as the dragon's overwhelming presence filled the battlefield. Its massive form loomed closer, reminding Helene how hopeless the situation had become. Even so, she refused to surrender. Gathering the last of her strength, Helene forced herself back to her feet, thinking of Kakeru. She searched for the courage needed to continue fighting. Bruised and exhausted, Helene stood before the red dragon. Despite her condition, she declared that she would protect Leia's people no matter the cost. A voice suddenly praised her determination. The unexpected words echoed across the battlefield and caught her attention. Without warning, a powerful strike split the ground. The attack tore through the area and slammed directly into the dragon. The massive creature reeled from the blow. For the first time, its advance was completely interrupted. As Helene struggled to understand what had happened, Kakeru appeared beside her. Having arrived at the last moment, he took hold of his weapon and prepared to face the dragon himself. Kakeru finally arrived before the wounded Helene. Standing between her and the dragon, he announced his presence and prepared for battle. Seeing him safe, Helene's tension immediately broke. Relief replaced despair as Kakeru pulled her into a reassuring embrace. After confirming she was unharmed, Kakeru apologized for arriving late. Helene no longer blamed him, and simply felt grateful that he had come. A fierce determination then appeared in Kakeru's eyes. Protecting Helene was no longer enough. He intended to make the dragon pay. Meanwhile, the others raced toward the battlefield. Hearing that Kakeru had begun fighting, they hurried forward with renewed urgency. As the wagon rushed toward the battlefield, the others focused on reaching Kakeru as quickly as possible. Meanwhile, Hikari secretly emerged from hiding inside a storage compartment. Determination filled her expression despite being left behind. Rather than staying safe, she resolved to join the battle. At the same time, Kakeru prepared to confront the dragon in a clash of will and strength. Inside the wagon, the group discussed the rumored red dragon. While one warrior looked eager for battle, another felt nervous about facing such a dangerous creature. Soon, the wagon entered a narrow canyon. The warrior sensed the dragon nearby and became excited to test her strength. Without warning, the massive red dragon appeared. Its huge body blocked the path, forcing the travelers to stop as danger filled the canyon. Rather than hiding, a small girl quickly climbed out. She spotted a way down and prepared to approach the battlefield. Moments later, she ran across the rocky ground alone, heading toward the dragon as the others remained behind. From a cliff above, the girl watched the battle begin. Below, the young warrior rushed forward and clashed with the dragon's sharp armor. Amazement filled her face as she witnessed the fierce exchange. The warrior moved far faster than she expected. Several powerful strikes landed in quick succession. Dust and fragments scattered across the canyon as the attack continued. Despite the assault, the dragon remained standing. The warrior pulled back, realizing the creature had endured the blows without serious injury. Then a dark figure emerged behind him, facing two threats at once. He understood the fight would be far harder than expected. Observing the dragon closely, the warrior discovered that its wounds healed instantly. Realizing ordinary attacks were useless, he searched for a way to finish the battle with a decisive strike. Suddenly, the dragon charged across the canyon at incredible speed. The warrior barely avoided the attack as rocks shattered around him. At the critical moment, a small girl appeared and raised a magical barrier. Her spell blocked the attack before it could reach him. Relieved by the rescue, the warrior regained his footing. The girl checked on him while both remained focused on the dangerous enemy. Before a new plan could form, another violent impact erupted nearby, launching debris into the air and forcing them to react immediately. Hearing the commotion, the mage and the warrior rushed toward the battlefield. Both understood that the warrior needed support before the dragon overwhelmed him. After receiving a request for help, the mage immediately unleashed a lightning spell. A brilliant strike descended from above and targeted the dragon. Electric power engulfed the monster from every direction for a moment. It seemed the attack might finally create the opening they needed. To their surprise, the dragon resisted the spell. The magic failed to break through its defenses, leaving the mage shocked. Without hesitation, the warrior charged forward. Using the brief distraction, she launched a fierce assault and pressed the dragon back with relentless attacks. The warrior continued her assault, but the dragon's enormous strength proved difficult to overcome. Even her powerful blows failed to stop its advance. After several exchanges, she was forced backward. Though struggling against the creature's size, she refused to retreat from the fight. Nearby, the young mage cast a massive spell and hurled a giant boulder toward the dragon. The attack crashed down with tremendous force. To her shock, the dragon endured the impact. Dust filled the canyon, yet the monster emerged unharmed once again. Seeing the opportunity he needed, the warrior rushed in. His blade struck the dragon directly, finally creating a decisive opening in the battle. Just as victory seemed possible, the dragon revealed its true power. Strange magic circles surrounded its body, signaling a dangerous counterattack. Moments later, countless fireballs erupted from the circles. The dragon unleashed a devastating barrage that covered the entire canyon. Flames rained from every direction. The group scattered desperately, while explosions tore through the battlefield without pause. Watching the destruction unfold, the warrior realized why red dragons were feared. The monster's overwhelming strength exceeded her expectations. Refusing to give up, the young warrior charged through the storm of fire. Determination pushed him forward as he searched for a path to strike back. As the firestorm continued, the warrior pushed forward. A protective spell shielded him from a direct blast, allowing his advance to continue. The dragon answered with another crushing attack. The ground shattered beneath the impact, sending debris across the canyon. Realizing ordinary methods would not work, the warrior unleashed the power hidden within his sword. Dark energy surged outward and rushed toward the dragon. Shadowy claws burst from the earth and seized the monster. Cracks spread through the canyon walls as the binding force tightened around its body. Unable to break free, the dragon was dragged downward by the dark power. For the first time in the battle, the creature appeared completely restrained. With the dragon trapped, the warrior seized his chance. He rushed forward and drove his blade deep into the monster's body. Refusing to stop, he continued attacking. Each strike landed harder than the last as the dragon struggled to escape. A storm of slashes erupted across the battlefield. Countless blows tore through the dragon from every direction, overwhelming its defenses. At last, the creature collapsed. Its massive body crashed into the ground, sending debris flying, while the others watched in stunned silence. Breathing heavily, the warrior lowered his sword. The dragon showed no sign of recovery, and the group finally realized the impossible battle had been won. As the group relaxed, strange magic circles suddenly appeared beside the fallen dragon. The unexpected reaction immediately drew everyone's attention. The warrior froze in disbelief. The monster should have been defeated. Yet something dangerous was still happening. Powerful energy gathered around the dragon's body. Watching the growing magic, the group realized the creature was preparing one final technique. Lightning, like energy, surged through the dragon as the spell reached completion. The enormous amount of magic far exceeded anything seen during the battle. Without warning, the dragon unleashed a massive attack. A dark sphere shot forward at tremendous speed, turning the battlefield into chaos once again. The massive sphere tore across the canyon. Barely avoiding a direct hit, the warrior realized the attack would have killed him instantly. Instead of stopping, the sphere changed direction. Its unnatural movement left him stunned as it continued pursuing its target. A nearby girl suddenly found herself in danger. The deadly attack rushed toward her before anyone else could react. Seeing the situation, the warrior sprinted forward. He threw himself between the attack and the girl, determined to protect her. The sphere struck him head on. Dark energy engulfed his body and hurled him away while the others watched in horror, unable to stop what had happened. Kakeru burst forward at incredible speed while shielding the young girl behind him. A violent shockwave raced across the rocky landscape. Dust and debris scattered as the impact tore through the mountains. Moments later, a deep scar stretched across the terrain, showing the path carved by the clash. Smoke rose from the shattered ground. Soon, Kakeru landed heavily and dropped to one knee. His body was covered in damage, Yet he remained standing as the girl watched in shock. Tears filled her eyes. Realizing Kakeru had risked everything to protect her, she rushed toward him across the ruined battlefield. The girl finally reached Kakeru and grabbed him in tears. Seeing his battered condition, she panicked as he struggled to remain conscious. A faint smile appeared on Kakeru's face. After confirming that she was unharmed, his strength began to fade away. Without warning, his body collapsed heavily onto the devastated ground. The impact echoed across the battlefield, leaving the girl frozen in shock soon. She rushed to his side and desperately tried to wake him. Fear overwhelmed her as Kakeru remained motionless. Moments later, his companions arrived and found him lying unconscious. Horror spread among them while they gathered around Kakeru, fearing the worst after the brutal battle. The giant monster remained motionless after the fierce battle. Even so, everyone stayed alert, unsure whether the threat had truly ended. Kakeru's companions quickly gathered around him and lifted his unconscious body. With no time to waste, they prepared to leave the battlefield. Soon, the group loaded Kakeru onto a wagon and began their retreat. The injured hero showed no sign of waking. Inside the wagon, his allies watched over him with growing concern. Questions spread as his condition failed to improve. Meanwhile, the exhausted monster remained dormant. A companion concluded that both fighters had exhausted their power and fallen into a temporary sleep-like state. Inside the wagon, Kakeru's companions used every recovery item they had. To their alarm, his injuries showed no sign of healing. Suddenly, Kakeru woke up in agony. His body convulsed violently as everyone rushed to restrain him and prevent further harm. After a painful struggle, his condition finally stabilized. Concern remained, but the group decided they could not stay in the dangerous area any longer. While traveling, one companion recalled important information received before the battle. The memory suggested a possible explanation for Kakeru's unusual state. Soon, the wagon reached the royal city. Hoping to find answers and proper treatment, the group hurried toward the castle at the heart of the kingdom. The group arrived at the royal capital and found a large military camp gathered outside the city walls. Preparations for another battle were already underway. Meanwhile, Kakeru was placed inside a medical tent. His companions stayed close, watching over him while searching for a way to save him. Before long, a scientist named Melissa entered the tent. Her calm expression suggested that she already understood Kakeru's condition. After examining him, Melissa revealed that Kakeru had been struck by the Red Dragon's cursed breath during the battle. The explanation shocked everyone present. Melissa warned that dragons accumulated immense negative energy over their long lives. Melissa explained that the dragon's curse was blocking Kakeru's recovery. Worse still, the dark power continued spreading through his body and threatened to consume his soul. As the curse intensified, Kakeru suddenly writhed in pain. Without hesitation, Melissa stepped forward and embraced him, beginning a dangerous purification. A moment later, she made her decision, determined to save him. Melissa chose to take the curse upon herself instead. Dark energy erupted from Kakeru and surged into Melissa. The violent transfer shook the area as the curse left his body. Although injured by the burden, Melissa remained standing, supported by fellow members of the Solan cult. She vowed to save Kakeru regardless of the cost. Before the ritual began, Kakeru's companions entrusted his life to Melissa. With no other option remaining, they placed their hopes in her hands. Melissa accepted the responsibility without hesitation. Her determination reassured everyone gathered inside the tent. Soon, she assembled members of the Solan cult and prepared a large healing ceremony. The group united their strength for Kakeru's sake. As the ritual started, brilliant light spread across the camp. Prayers and healing energy flowed together toward the center of the formation. Standing within the light, Melissa reflected on how Kakeru had changed many lives. Drawing upon the support he inspired in others, she devoted everything to saving him. As the ritual reached its final stage, Melissa poured her remaining strength into Kakeru. Brilliant light burst across the tent as the advanced healing spell activated. The overwhelming power surged into Kakeru, pushing back the curse. Outside, the others waited anxiously for the result. Suddenly, a familiar face appeared, drawing immediate attention from the young girl. Relief quickly replaced fear as the two embraced. Tears flowed freely after confirming that neither of them had been harmed. Soon, the group gathered together once more. Reassured by Kakeru's concern for everyone's safety, they welcomed the reunion with warm smiles and renewed hope. As Kakeru lay unconscious, the young girl remembered his final concern. Even while suffering, he had only wanted to know whether she was safe. Overwhelmed by guilt, she burst into tears. Believing that Kakeru had nearly died because of her, she repeatedly blamed herself. A companion gently comforted her and assured her that Kakeru would recover, Though still crying, the girl slowly began to calm down. Nearby, another member of Kakeru's group confessed her frustration. She regretted being unable to protect him during the battle. Soon the others shared the same feelings. As they reflected on their helplessness, everyone silently resolved to become stronger for Kakeru's sake. After reflecting on the recent battle, one of Kakeru's companions made a firm vow. She refused to retreat again and resolved to face future threats head-on. Soon, alarming news arrived at the camp. A dangerous enemy was advancing directly toward the royal capital, threatening countless lives. The group immediately began making preparations. Orders were issued to strengthen the city's defenses while civilians were moved to safety. Meanwhile, several members split up to gather reinforcements and secure weapons. Everyone worked quickly as the approaching danger drew nearer. Before departing, they promised to protect Kakeru and the camp at all costs. Even in his absence, his companions united to defend what mattered most. Before leaving, Kakeru's companions offered words of encouragement, gathering together. They renewed their faith in Kakeru's recovery. Their determination strengthened as they prepared for the challenges ahead. Soon, everyone placed their hands together and shared a final pledge. United by the same goal, they set aside their fears. As the group prepared to depart, Hikari suddenly heard a familiar voice. A warning followed. Moments later, while the others focused on the approaching threat, Hikari was urged to watch the women around Kakeru carefully, leaving her puzzled by the strange advice. Hikari remembered the warning and quietly watched the battlefield, realizing that a true battle was far harsher than she had imagined. Meanwhile, a massive dragon advanced toward the royal capital. As the disaster drew closer, the kingdom prepared for an unavoidable clash. After surviving a dragon's devastating attack, a young man drifted between consciousness and memory. Dark energy spread across his body as Melissa's spirit embraced him. Through the strange connection, he discovered a glowing power hidden within his hand, and finally understood its purpose. Memories of his companions filled his mind. Realizing they were still fighting, urgency replaced his hesitation. Determination hardened his resolve. Raising the glowing power, he chose to share his strength with everyone battling on the front lines. Meanwhile, Kakeru and the others faced relentless attacks as enemy forces launched another fierce barrage across the battlefield. A red dragon swept across the battlefield, crushing defenses with overwhelming force. Panic spread among the soldiers, as wounded fighters collapsed around them. Faced with a monster beyond human strength, many struggled to see any hope of victory. Soon, the situation worsened. The dragon shattered another defensive wall, forcing troops to retreat, while artillery and magicians desperately continued their attacks. Far beyond the battlefield, Mercury, the royal capital of Roizen, stood at the center of the conflict against the invading Red Dragon. Inside the command center, officers gathered around reports and maps with defenses, failing and Helene leading forces at the front. Urgent decisions had to be made. Inside the command center, leaders quickly reorganized their forces. Orders spread across the fortress as soldiers prepared supplies and readied elite units for a counterattack. Meanwhile, Helene steadied herself despite the pressure. Trust in her allies allowed her to remain focused on the battle ahead. Soon, a report arrived confirming that every preparation had been completed. Without delay, the operation began. Outside, fires continued to consume parts of the city as destruction spread through the streets. Elsewhere, civilians struggled to escape the chaos. One exhausted girl was supported by her companion as they moved towards safety, hoping to reach evacuation transport before danger caught them. Amid the collapsing streets, a young girl became trapped beneath heavy debris. Seeing her danger, two sisters rushed through the destruction to reach her. Working together, they pushed against the wreckage with all their strength. Dust filled the air as the debris slowly began to move. At last, the trapped girl was freed, relief spread among them, and they quickly directed her toward a nearby evacuation carriage. Before they could leave, the older sister suddenly collapsed from exhaustion. Though barely able to move, she tried to encourage the others to continue. Then the ground began to tremble. Startled by the sudden rumbling, the three girls huddled together while the ruined city shook around them. As the tremors continued, the sisters looked up in fear. Their hearts froze when a massive dragon appeared above the ruined buildings. Moments later, the monster unleashed a devastating attack. The overwhelming force raced toward the streets, leaving the trapped civilians with no chance to escape. Instinctively, the older sister shielded the younger one. The destructive wave swept across the area, burying the surroundings beneath chaos and debris. Instead of death, a strange cold surrounded them. Opening her eyes, the older sister found herself inside a frozen sanctuary filled with ice and drifting snowflakes. Beyond their shelter, a gigantic wall of ice stood between the city and destruction. Inside the icy barrier, the sisters watched in shock as a young girl suddenly rose into the air. Drawing upon the power Kakeru had shared, the girl launched a fierce counterattack. Massive ice spikes erupted across the battlefield and struck the red dragon directly. The wounded beast struggled against the assault as magical formations appeared around it. Ice continued to imprison its movements, preventing an easy escape. Soon, another ally joined the battle. A torrent of lightning crashed down from above, adding overwhelming pressure to the trapped dragon. Empowered beyond her previous limits, the mage unleashed even greater thunder magic together. The attackers finally forced the dragon onto the defensive, despite the combined attacks. The dragon endured. Above the city, a powerful defensive barrier continued to hold, while its defenders fought to maintain it. The lightning mage struggled to keep the barrier strengthened. Even with Kakeru's support, the enormous pressure pushed her close to her limits. Suddenly, Helene charged forward. Trusting her companions to support her, she rushed toward the dragon with unwavering determination. A burst of enhanced power erupted across the battlefield. The dragon staggered as Helene's attack struck with far greater force than before. Remembering past failures, Helene refined her strategy. Rather than relying on repeated strikes, she concentrated everything into a single sharpened blow, aimed at breaking through the dragon's defenses. Helene gathered every ounce of strength granted by Kakeru, focusing her power into a single point. She prepared the decisive strike while her allies maintained the defense. At the same time, Tanya protected the battlefield. Her enhanced ice magic crashed into the dragon, restricting its movements and creating an opening. Meanwhile, the lightning mage unleashed another torrent of electricity. Continuous attacks forced the dragon to endure pressure from multiple directions. With her chance secured, Helene advanced calmly. The technique she chose was designed to pierce directly through the core of powerful monsters. Finally, she released her secret sword art. The concentrated slash surged forward, carrying all her strength toward the dragon's vital point. Helene's perfected sword technique finally struck its target. The concentrated slash pierced through the dragon's body, reaching far deeper than any previous attack. Dark blood burst from the wound as the monster roared in agony. Unable to withstand the devastating strike, its massive frame began to collapse. Moments later, the battlefield shook violently. The dragon crashed into the ground, sending debris and shockwaves across the surrounding area. Seeing the fallen beast, the soldiers erupted in celebration. Relief replaced despair as victory spread through the defensive forces. After the battle, the heroes stood together. United by Kakeru's shared power and their combined efforts, they had succeeded in defeating the Red Dragon, believing victory was within reach. The defenders prepared to finish the wounded dragon. Suddenly the dragon ignored its attackers and forced its damaged body into motion. Leaving destruction behind, it rushed toward the heart of the royal capital, realizing its destination. The heroes tried to pursue exhaustion and distance, however made it impossible to stop the creature in time. Before the dragon could reach its target, a violent explosion engulfed its body. The unexpected attack struck with overwhelming force. Shock spread across the battlefield. Looking toward the capital, everyone searched for the source of the mysterious strike that had appeared without warning. As the crisis deepened, reinforcements finally arrived in the capital. Soldiers, adventurers, and citizens gathered together, determined to defend their homeland. Among them stood Alexis and his companions. Their arrival lifted morale, reminding everyone that the city still had defenders willing to fight. Without hesitation, Alexis stepped forward, drawing a clear line before the wounded dragon. He challenged it to advance no further. Soon Olivia addressed the assembled forces, though humanity seemed insignificant before such a monster. Standing side by side, warriors and mages renewed their resolve together. They prepared for one final battle to protect the city they cherished. A commander prepared the city's defenses and directed the throwers to take the second line. The weapon was handed to the mages, powered by rare ore and a powerful core. It greatly increased the strength of their magic before the attack began. Once everything was ready, the commander gave the signal. Immediately, the glowing weapon was launched and sped across the battlefield toward the enemy. Several projectiles spread through the air and struck their targets. Explosions followed one after another, tearing through enemy positions and causing heavy destruction. After the attack ended, the commander praised the weapon's overwhelming power. At the same time, others wondered whether such an expensive weapon was worth using so freely. After witnessing the weapon's success, Alexis proudly declared it a worthwhile investment. Defeating the Red Dragon with her company's products greatly increased their reputation and boosted everyone's confidence. Soon afterward, Homer gathered the fighters and merchants. He promised unlimited access to the finest weapons his group could provide. Meanwhile, Salams noticed Miyu arriving at the busy area. Seeing her unexpected appearance, he approached and apologized while wondering why she had come. Around them, Workers moved supplies and equipment through the streets. Concerned for her safety, Salams explained that the area was dangerous, but Miyu calmly stated that she had come by her own choice. As they spoke, Salams observed how much Miyu had changed. Her healthy appearance reassured him that she had been living well under Kakeru's care. Miyu happily confirmed her decision, showing confidence despite the dangers surrounding the city and the ongoing battle preparations. Elsewhere, Alexis announced that everything was ready. Adventurers assigned to the aerial assault quickly moved into position as the operation began. Meanwhile, a large magical beast capturing weapon built by Homer's trading company was prepared. After receiving the enemy's location, the operators made final corrections. Fortis then gave the order to launch the attack. Immediately, the massive weapon fired. Its projectile raced through the sky toward the target, marking the next stage of the plan to defeat the Red Dragon. Fortis ordered the restraint mechanism to be activated. As the Red Dragon approached, the special weapon prepared its capture sequence. Soon afterward, the device released numerous restraining cables. They shot through the air and wrapped around the dragon, successfully limiting its movement. While the dragon struggled, adventurers launched a concentrated aerial assault. One blast after another struck the dragon's body. Bound by the cables, it could not easily escape the barrage and endured continuous damage. However, the battle was not over. The explosion suddenly detonated in mid-air, revealing that a powerful enemy had intervened to protect the dragon and block the attack. A warrior stepped forward and unleashed a powerful attack. The energy strike rushed across the battlefield and targeted the enemy, protecting the dragon. Soon, the attack connected successfully. Fortis noticed the plan was working as the enemy's movements were disrupted, and the dragon remained vulnerable. Without wasting the opportunity, the defenders gathered their strength. Explosions and magical attacks repeatedly struck the trapped beast. From a distance, an observer watched as the combined offensive pushed the dragon closer to defeat. Seeing the battle unfold, the young girl was amazed by the defenders' progress. She realized that ordinary people could become powerful when they united to protect what mattered to them. Watching the battle, Hikari reflected on the meaning of protecting something important. As those thoughts settled in her mind, memories of the people around her surfaced. Their kindness and support gradually helped her understand what she truly wanted to protect. Meanwhile, the heavily wounded Red Dragon struggled to remain airborne. Smoke rose from its body as the damage from the battle finally took its toll. Before long, the conflict ended. Kakeru watched the battlefield in silence while the dragon prepared to depart, accepting the outcome of the fight. Their farewell was calm and respectful. After understanding each other's identities, they exchanged final words and parted ways, expecting to meet again in another life. Suddenly, a massive force struck the ground and created a violent explosion. The impact shook the battlefield and drew everyone's attention toward the source. Seeing the blast, the nearby fighters were caught off guard. Confusion spread as they tried to understand what had just happened. Moments later, the damaged dragon crashed down. Despite its condition, an ominous presence emerged from the smoke and rubble. The creature slowly revealed itself. Dark energy surrounded its body, giving it a far more dangerous appearance than before. As the dragon opened its jaws, overwhelming magical power gathered around it. Fortis sensed the immense concentration of magic and realized a new threat was about to begin. The defenders stared in disbelief as the dragon's appearance changed. Its body transformed into a far more terrifying form, leaving everyone shocked by the sudden development. Fortis quickly realized the truth. The dragon had grown even stronger, and the overwhelming magical energy surrounding it confirmed the danger. Without warning, the transformed dragon unleashed a massive spell. Dark power spread across the sky, creating a destructive storm that covered the battlefield. Moments later, the attack rained down on the city. Explosions erupted throughout the area as buildings and defensive positions were struck one after another. Chaos rapidly spread among the defenders and civilians. While people scrambled to escape, the dragon's relentless assault continued to devastate the city. The dragon's devastating attack swept across the battlefield. Defenders struggled to protect themselves as dark energy and explosions spread in every direction. Within moments, the situation completely changed. Soldiers and commanders realized the Red Dragon's true power far exceeded their expectations. Far from the battlefield, frightened civilians heard the thunderous blasts. The distant explosions filled the city with fear and uncertainty. Despite the panic, some residents remained hopeful. Remembering Kakeru's strength, they believed he would eventually stop the dragon and save the kingdom. Soon afterward, Iris approached the worried civilians. Learning that Kakeru had once rescued them, she listened carefully as others spoke of the famous demon sword wielder. Inside the shelter, worried citizens shared stories about Kakeru's past achievements. Tales of his victories spread from person to person, strengthening their hopes. As more people spoke, confidence gradually returned. Many believed that if anyone could defeat the dragon, it would be the legendary demon sword wielder, Yuki Kakeru. Nearby, two girls quietly prayed for the safety of the city. They placed their trust in Kakeru and wished for him to protect everyone. Across the city, similar hopes echoed among the frightened residents. Countless people silently wished for Kakeru to save the kingdom and defeat the dragon. Meanwhile, those on the battlefield also thought of him. Surrounded by destruction, they looked toward their last hope and waited for Kakeru's arrival. Across the battlefield, survivors and defenders silently called out Kakeru's name. Despite the destruction around them, they placed their hopes in the hero they trusted most. Meanwhile, Fortis closed her eyes and offered a sincere prayer. She wished for Kakeru to arrive and save the kingdom from the overwhelming threat. As countless voices gathered into one hope, mysterious lights appeared throughout the area. The warm light continued to spread around her. Through it, Hikari felt the powerful desire of people wanting to protect someone precious to them. Watching quietly, her companion noticed the change within her. At that moment, Hikari began finding her own answer about the meaning of battle and what was truly worth protecting. After reflecting on everything she had learned, Hikari finally reached an answer. Her determination became clear as she accepted the meaning behind protecting others. Beside her, a powerful spirit turned its attention elsewhere. Sensing the crisis, it called out to the person capable of changing the battle's outcome. Suddenly, a brilliant light erupted across the sky. The overwhelming glow spread through the city, causing both allies and enemies to stop and look upward. As the pillar of light descended, excitement swept through the defenders. Many immediately realized that the long-awaited hero had finally answered their hopes. Within the radiant beam, Kakeru appeared at last. Surrounded by immense power, he arrived on the battlefield to confront the dragon and protect the kingdom. Kakeru finally appeared on the battlefield. With a confident expression, he apologized for arriving late and immediately drew everyone's attention. Relief spread among his allies. As they recognized him, Eleanor, Hikari, and the others felt their hopes return the moment Kakeru arrived. Meanwhile, Hikari rushed forward with excitement. Seeing Kakeru again after placing her faith in him filled her with happiness. Without wasting time, Kakeru reached for his weapon. His grip tightened as he prepared to face the powerful enemy threatening the city. A moment later, dark energy surged around him, cloaked in overwhelming power. Kakeru unleashed his strength and advanced toward the decisive battle. Kakeru drew two demon swords and released his full power. With renewed determination, he prepared himself for the final confrontation against the transformed dragon. Soon afterward he charged toward the battlefield. As the dragon turned to face him, the decisive clash between the two powerful opponents began. After a frightening battle, Kakeru checked on Hikari first. Moments later, Hikari brightened and rushed toward him. As they reunited, Kakeru realized his strength had grown because he was carrying the powers and wishes of both girls. Far away, a dragon-like creature sensed the conflict even while resting. Kakeru understood that Hikari's determination had become the reason behind the battle. Soon, the tense mood faded. Hikari answered proudly, and the group shared a cheerful moment while recalling the recent fight. Meanwhile, the creature rose from the ground. Noticing Olivia's change since their last meeting, it prepared for what would come next. Kakeru observed the creature closely and noticed its strength had grown. Olivia explained that the power of the red dragon was keeping it alive, despite its condition. While listening, Kakeru recalled a presence he had sensed during his sleep. The memory connected directly to Olivia, making him realize something important. A sharp glare crossed his face as he fixed his attention on Olivia. Below him, the wounded creature remained ready to fight. Without hesitation, the monster unleashed its power and shook the battlefield with a violent burst of energy. Instead of retreating, Kakeru stepped forward. Excitement appeared in his eyes as he recognized Olivia's determination and prepared to face her full strength. Kakeru released an enormous surge of power and matched Olivia's determination. The battlefield trembled as his strength rose to an overwhelming level. Nearby, Hikari admitted her fear. Even so, she resolved to stand firm and protect the people she cared about most. Driven by that resolve, Kakeru charged forward. His blade flashed through the air as he committed himself fully to the fight. Watching from behind, Olivia proudly praised Hikari's growth. Kakeru accepted the moment with confidence while keeping his focus on the battle. At the same time, several observers issued a warning. Olivia had become far stronger than before, and her true power had not yet been revealed. The monster suddenly lunged across the battlefield with tremendous force. Watching from afar, the others could only call out as Kakeru faced the attack alone. Instead of retreating, Kakeru stopped the charging creature head. The unexpected defense left both the monster and the spectators stunned. A moment later, he vanished from sight. Countless slashes erupted around the creature, tearing through its body before it could react. Shock spread among the onlookers. Kakeru's movements were so fast that nobody could properly follow his assault. Even after dealing massive damage, Kakeru refused to stop. Wearing a confident grin, he prepared another strike while the battered monster struggled to remain standing. Kakeru continued his relentless assault, striking from above and carving deep wounds across the monster's massive body before it could recover. Suddenly, the creature unleashed a storm of black lightning. The violent attack spread across the battlefield, forcing everyone to watch in alarm. Rather than retreat, Kakeru launched countless spinning blades into the sky. They swept forward in waves and shattered the incoming lightning one strike after another. As the explosions faded, he remained standing calmly at the center of the battlefield. Not a trace of panic appeared on his face. Watching from afar, the spectators stared in amazement. Kakeru's overwhelming power had surpassed all expectations. The monster gathered enormous energy and prepared its devastating breath attack once again. Without hesitation, he rushed toward the city walls. Dust and debris scattered as he positioned himself between the attack and the people from above. The creature released a torrent of destructive power. Observers watched in shock as Kakeru chose to shield the entire city instead of saving himself. Beside him, Olivia and Hikari joined the effort together. They stood against the incoming blast, refusing to let the city fall. Combining their strength, the three unleashed a massive barrier. Their united determination surged forward as they fought to protect every citizen behind them. The clash between the monster's breath and the barrier reached its peak. Both forces pushed against each other, shaking the battlefield with overwhelming energy. A massive explosion erupted across the sky. Light and shockwaves spread outward, forcing everyone to watch the outcome from a distance. When the smoke began to clear, the city still stood. Kakeru remained at the front while Olivia and Hikari stayed beside him, unharmed. Across the battlefield, the monster let out a frustrated roar. Cracks covered its body as the strain of the battle continued to grow. Although wounded, the creature refused to collapse. Its determination remained intact as it prepared itself for another round of combat. Seeing the monster still standing, Kakeru decided to finish the battle. Olivia acknowledged the creature's remarkable endurance, while Hikari watched in surprise. A burst of speed carried Kakeru high into the air. Gathering his strength, he rushed straight toward the wounded monster for a decisive strike. The creature fought back desperately, but Kakeru met the attack head. On their powers collided as both sides refused to yield. Seizing the opening, Kakeru broke through its defense and drove forward with overwhelming force. What followed was a relentless barrage of slashes. Kakeru darted around the battlefield, cutting from every direction and pushing the monster closer to defeat. Kakeru's relentless assault continued. Each strike landed with crushing force, driving the wounded monster deeper into despair. Soon, he halted before the battered creature. Calling Olivia's name, Kakeru looked upon his opponent with respect rather than hatred. Despite the fierce battle, he acknowledged the dragon's strength and spirit. Facing such a powerful foe had become a memorable experience for him. The time for the final blow arrived. Kakeru declared the battle finished while the exhausted monster struggled to remain conscious. Gathering every remaining ounce of power, Kakeru raised his weapon high. The battlefield trembled as he prepared the attack that would bring the long fight to its conclusion. Kakeru unleashed his ultimate attack. A pillar of destructive power descended upon the battlefield, engulfing the exhausted dragon completely. Within the fading light, the dragon's spirit appeared before him. Rather than resentment, it carried a sense of peace after their fierce struggle. Moments later, the dragon's body was pierced by the final wave of energy. Its remaining strength vanished as the battle finally reached its end. The brilliant light gradually faded across the battlefield. Kakeru lowered himself to the ground and watched the last traces of the attack disappear. Standing calmly amid the aftermath, Kakeru offered a final farewell to Olivia. With the dragon defeated, the long battle came to a close. After the battle ended, Kakeru stood alone as countless lottery tickets drifted through the sky. Holding the tickets, he felt an unexpected sense of completion. For an instant, his thoughts froze as a forgotten memory surfaced. The vision revealed Olivia's memories. Kakeru saw someone who had once been deeply important to her, a figure connected to a distant past. That person had departed long ago. Even so, Olivia continued waiting through hundreds of years, enduring loneliness while hoping for a reunion. Understanding the truth, Kakeru realized the source of her obsession and viewed her actions with quiet disbelief. After hearing Olivia's memories, Kakeru dismissed the dream as a painful attachment to the distant past. The final words she left behind lingered in his mind. Kakeru wondered whether Olivia had mistaken him for someone else, or simply projected her feelings onto him. Despite that possibility, he acknowledged her devotion and reflected on the long years she had endured. A cheerful girl soon arrived carrying a large egg found where the dragon had vanished. Learning that powerful dragons could be reborn as eggs, Kakeru realized the creature's story had not truly ended. Without warning, the egg suddenly cracked open. Kakeru reacted in surprise as a small creature burst through the shell. The newborn dragon let out cheerful cries and immediately caught everyone's attention. The girl happily picked it up and admired its tiny form. Watching the scene, Kakeru suspected the hatchling was Olivia's reborn form. Fortunately, there was no sign of danger from the young dragon. The hatchling quickly settled into the girl's arms. Nearby, the others observed the peaceful moment with relief and amusement. As calm returned to the battlefield, the conflict with the red dragon Olivia finally came to an end, leaving behind only a new beginning. With the battle over, the survivors gathered amid the ruined city. Relief spread through the group as the chaos finally subsided. News of the red dragon's defeat traveled across the world at remarkable speed. For generations, the dragon had been feared as an unavoidable disaster. Before long, attention turned toward Kakeru. People everywhere spoke of the demon sword wielder who had accomplished the impossible. The story spread from kingdom to kingdom. Nobles, adventurers, and common citizens alike discussed the victory and its consequences. As the excitement settled, Kakeru walked through the quiet halls and reflected on everything that had happened. At last, the long struggle was truly over. After leaving the celebration, Kakeru complained about the exhausting formal party. The attention from countless nobles had drained his patience. His companion pointed out that the situation was unavoidable. Since defeating the Red Dragon, Kakeru had become a famous hero throughout the kingdom. While walking through the corridor, another problem occupied his thoughts. The recent battle had caused his accumulated desire to rise to an uncomfortable level. Most of his companions remained busy handling the aftermath of the conflict. With few people available, Kakeru struggled to find a solution, unable to decide what to do next. He continued forward while wrestling with the troublesome situation alone. When Kakeru entered the room, he found several of his companions already waiting for him. The group openly revealed that they had noticed his condition after the recent battle. Nothing about his struggle had escaped their observation. Rather than leaving him to deal with it alone, they discussed the matter among themselves and decided to support him together. Kakeru accepted their kindness with genuine gratitude. As the night continued, the atmosphere became lively, ensuring that nobody would be resting anytime soon. More companions gradually joined the gathering, transforming the evening into a memorable celebration following the end of the long conflict. During the celebration, Kakeru spent time with one of his companions and thanked her for helping protect the city during the recent battle. The following day, everyone gathered for a meal. Their exhausted expressions revealed how eventful the previous night had been. Afterward, Kakeru reflected on the future and decided his growing group still needed to expand before the next challenge arrived. Kakeru received an offer to become a royal guard and gain a high position, but he rejected it without hesitation. Soon after, a noble tried to recruit him with promises of status and authority. Once again, Kakeru refused. More requests arrived from merchants and influential groups seeking his protection. Exhausted by the constant attention, he turned them all down. At a tavern, Fiona found Kakeru looking tired. Across the region, nobles and lords kept visiting his mansion to hire him, forcing him to avoid them. Meanwhile, rumors about Kakeru spread everywhere. As his fame grew, more people began moving to the city, hoping to be connected to the legendary Dragon Slayer hero. A month had passed since the fierce battle against Olma. Kakeru and his companions had survived the conflict and met many new allies along the way. Despite his achievements, Kakeru spent his days dealing with endless visitors at the mansion. The constant requests drained his energy, leaving him unmotivated. While resting alone in a tavern, he suddenly heard someone call his name from nearby. Turning toward the source, Kakeru spotted a hooded figure standing among the customers. The strange voice immediately put him on guard. Keeping his weapon close, Kakeru introduced himself and demanded the visitor's purpose. The mysterious stranger calmly revealed the name Altair, marking the start of an unexpected encounter. Altair explained that the journey had brought them to the famous Dragon Slayer hero. Hoping to gain a blessing, the cloaked visitor requested a handshake from Kakeru. Although suspicious, Kakeru decided to accept. Believing he could handle any danger alone, he reached out and shook the offered hand. The moment contact was made, Altair suddenly lunged forward. Sharp claws gripped Kakeru as a monstrous mouth emerged from beneath the hood. A violent scream echoed through the tavern. The attack triggered an immediate reaction from Kakeru's overwhelming power. Bright spectral hands burst into existence around him. They rushed toward the attacker from every direction, unleashing a swift counterattack. Kakeru quickly realized the attack had been planned from the beginning. As the creature drained his power, he reacted at once and struck back with his weapon. To his surprise, the attacker remained calm. Rather than retreating, the hooded figure seemed impressed by Kakeru's resistance. Moments later, the cloak was removed. Kakeru watched in shock as the mysterious visitor began revealing a completely different appearance. A beautiful woman emerged from beneath the disguise. Radiant energy surrounded her as her long hair flowed through the air. Vines suddenly appeared and wrapped around her body. While the crowd stared in disbelief, Kakeru realized this strange encounter was far from over. The mysterious woman regained her true form after absorbing part of Kakeru's immense power. Seeing her clearly for the first time, Kakeru became fascinated by her appearance. Her beauty and mysterious aura immediately captured his attention. An intense desire suddenly surged through him. At that moment, the special power connected to his luck reacted unexpectedly. A glowing number appeared on Kakeru's body, leaving him confused. He could not understand why his unique ability had activated on its own. Meanwhile, the woman expressed gratitude for helping her recover. Standing before the bewildered hero, she offered to repay the favor with something in return. Kakeru questioned Altair about his weakened condition. For the first time in a long while, his seemingly endless energy had noticeably decreased. With a playful expression, Altair admitted that she had absorbed a large amount of his power. The explanation left Kakeru completely stunned. Panic immediately took over. Realizing how much strength he had lost, Kakeru desperately demanded that his power be returned. Instead, Altair encouraged him to recover and challenge her again later. Determined not to back down, Kakeru swore he would regain everything he had lost. After some time, his energy finally returned. Filled with confidence, once more, Kakeru rushed forward, eager to face Altair again. Later, Altair appeared before Kakeru again and requested another handshake. The strange request immediately made him suspicious of her intentions. The moment he agreed, Altair absorbed his energy once more. A powerful surge rushed toward her, leaving Kakeru shocked by how quickly it happened. As Altair happily enjoyed the energy she received, Kakeru felt his strength disappear once again. Frustration quickly replaced his earlier confidence. Altair then revealed the truth. Recovering her youthful form required an enormous amount of energy, far more than ordinary people could provide. Because only Kakeru possessed such overwhelming power, Altair asked to stay with him. Fiona arrived and found Kakeru sharing a room with Altair. The unexpected sight immediately shocked her, while Altair calmly observed the reaction. After learning Altair's identity, Fiona was stunned. She could hardly believe that the famous enchantress was staying beside Kakeru. Excitement quickly replaced her confusion. Fiona explained that Altair was a legendary advisor connected to many great heroes throughout history. More stories followed as Fiona described Altair's influence across different eras. Meanwhile, Altair treated the praise lightly and showed little interest in her reputation. At last, the mysterious woman introduced herself properly. Her simple confirmation finally ended any doubt about who she truly was. After learning more about Altair, Kakeru sought advice from the legendary enchantress. Rather than answering seriously, Altair dismissed the idea with a strange explanation. Her response only confused Kakeru even further. Before the discussion could continue, Fiona rushed in with urgent news. A summons from the castle required Kakeru's immediate presence. Soon afterward, the group arrived at Mercury Castle. Representatives and royal families from many nations had already gathered there. As they walked through the grand hall, Kakeru noticed everyone following Altair's expectations. Curious about her influence, he began wondering what role she truly played in the world. While walking through the castle, Kakeru received unexpected news. Altair had arranged for him to receive a baron title, leaving him completely surprised. The announcement became even more shocking when several kingdoms recognized the title. Kakeru learned that multiple nations had granted him noble status. As the details were explained, he realized the offer involved the world's 5 great kingdoms. The scale of Altair's influence became impossible to ignore. Although impressed, Kakeru questioned how such an achievement could be accomplished so easily. Fiona, however, believed Altair was capable of it. Altair described the title as repayment for the energy she had received. Still unconvinced, Kakeru suspected she was pursuing a deeper objective. Altair assured Kakeru that her plan would benefit him. Although skeptical, he followed her deeper into the castle to learn what she had prepared. A grand hall soon came into view. Nobles, rulers, and important figures from the 5 great kingdoms had gathered for a major meeting. Among the guests were powerful representatives and renowned princesses from several nations. More royal figures appeared as Altair introduced the distinguished attendees. Kakeru realized that nearly every influential kingdom had sent someone. While walking through the corridor, Altair revealed her true intention. Rather than giving Kakeru power for its own sake, she planned to use his new noble title to advance a larger goal. As they walked through the castle, Altair finally revealed her true objective. Rather than seeking power or status, she intended to use Kakeru's new position to connect him with the queens and princesses of all 5 kingdoms. Kakeru entered the grand hall alongside Iris and Helen. Nobles and royal guests watched as they approached the gathered princesses. The princesses welcomed the group and expressed their appreciation. Their attention centered on Kakeru, whose achievements had drawn recognition from multiple kingdoms. Representatives of several nations announced their decision. For defeating the Red Dragon Olivia, Kakeru was granted the title of Baron as a special reward. Preparations for the ceremony quickly began. Since the honor came from several countries, the award would be presented in a single gathering. Before the event started, Kakeru looked at Iris. His compliment caught her off guard, leaving her embarrassed while he smiled calmly. Kakeru continued teasing Iris after praising her appearance. The unexpected attention left her flustered, while he noticed her reaction with amusement. Nearby Queen Rika Kalamba and Princess Aura Trideca Kamatoria arrived at the gathering. Tension surfaced when Aura blamed Kalamba for the conflict between their nations. Rika calmly rejected the accusation and pointed to a different cause behind the dispute. Before the argument could grow, Oros, Kalamba's parliamentary secretary, stepped forward and supported his queen's position. Oros explained the history of the contested border city and argued that the situation was more complicated than a simple invasion, shifting the discussion toward political facts. Aura was caught off guard when questions arose about the growing number of refugees entering neighboring lands. Sensing the tension, Iris stepped forward and reminded everyone that the gathering existed to celebrate Kakeru's achievements. While the crowd settled down, Kakeru observed the situation and realized the conflict between the 2 nations would not be resolved easily. The ceremony moved forward with introductions to the Kingdom of Syracuse. Kakeru expected to meet a princess, but several older officials appeared before him instead. One of the representatives apologized for earlier disrespect. He then revealed that special circumstances had prevented Syracuse's royal family from leaving their country. The Syracuse representative formally presented a medal on behalf of his king. Kakeru accepted it, though the exchange felt unusually stiff compared to the earlier ceremonies. As the event continued, Kakeru expected the next kingdom to introduce another graceful royal guest. Instead, he wondered why Syracuse had sent only veteran officials. Soon, the kingdom of Aegina stepped forward. Its first princess, Selene Aegina, appeared before Kakeru with a proud and confident attitude. When the medal was offered, Selene unexpectedly refused to hand it over. Rather than showing respect, Selene complained about the journey and dismissed Kakeru's achievements, leaving her attendants alarmed by her blunt behavior. Selene declared her task finished. She left the ceremony without hesitation, while her attendant repeatedly apologized to everyone present. Watching her departure, Kakeru remained calm. Iris remarked on the princess's behavior, and he agreed that some royals were far more troublesome than expected. The ceremony continued as more medals and titles were presented. One by one, representatives completed their formal recognition of Kakeru's achievements. Later, the celebration moved to a banquet. Looking at the collection of medals, Kakeru felt satisfied by the rare honor of receiving titles from multiple nations. Altair explained that the titles granted freedom to travel, seek support, and receive cooperation across the countries. Altair explained that Kakeru's new titles would bring obligations as well as privileges, hearing that he might be drawn into other nations' affairs. She then mentioned a greater advantage. Kakeru immediately focused on the possibility of meeting foreign princesses more easily, revealing where his attention truly lay. Amused by his reaction, Altair teased him and casually dismissed his ambitions. Her response quickly shattered the fantasy he had imagined. Rather than encouraging him, she pointed out that he still had a long way to go. Soon afterward, he regained his enthusiasm and decided to greet the gathered princesses, while Altair quietly watched his predictable determination. During the banquet, a servant approached Kakeru and politely offered another drink. After accepting the glass, Kakeru quietly watched the servant walk away. Suspicion lingered in his mind as he followed the man's movements through the crowd. Suddenly, the servant revealed hostile intent. Kakeru reacted at once, noticing the danger before anyone else could understand what was happening. In an instant, the attack was interrupted. The would-be assassin lost control of the situation, as shocked guests looked on from nearby. Without hesitation, Kakeru poured the drink over the man's head and exposed the threat. His calm response ended the incident before it could harm anyone at the celebration. The exposed assassin reacted immediately after being discovered, before anyone could relax. Several masked figures suddenly appeared around the banquet grounds. The intruders rushed toward the center of the gathering from every direction. Panic spread through the crowd as Iris ordered the guards to protect the guests and identify the attackers. Drawing his weapon, Kakeru moved without hesitation. He ignored suggestions that the attackers had come only for him, realizing other important targets were also in danger. Meanwhile, knights formed defensive lines around the queens and princesses. The assassins struck first and cut through several guards with terrifying speed. The celebration instantly turned into a battlefield as chaos erupted across the courtyard. As the battle spread across the courtyard, one masked assassin slipped past the guards and targeted Queen Rika. At the same moment, another attacker appeared behind a young royal before anyone noticed the danger. The strike seemed impossible to stop. Kakeru rushed in and pulled the girl close, shielding her from the attack. His weapon intercepted the assassin's claws just before they could reach their target. Without giving the enemy another chance, Kakeru counterattacked. The assassin was struck down instantly and collapsed before the surrounding crowd. After securing the area, Kakeru apologized for the frightening incident. Although splattered by the aftermath of the fight, after being rescued, the young princess showed little concern about the danger. Guards quickly escorted her away while Kakeru prepared to face the remaining attackers. Elsewhere, Celine stood her ground against approaching assassins. Her fierce attitude prevented them from advancing toward her position. Moments later, another masked enemy rushed in from the side. The attack threatened to overwhelm the defenders. Before the assassins could strike, Kakeru arrived and cut through several of them in a single charge. The battlefield shifted in the defenders' favor. Watching the scene, Celine finally understood Kakeru's strength. Nearby enemies hesitated as the fight continued around them. Just as the battle seemed under control, a gigantic monster appeared in the courtyard. Guests panicked, while nearby knights rushed to confront the new threat. Seeing the creature, Kakeru stepped forward without hesitation. Celine recoiled at its appearance, but he welcomed the challenge. The monster mocked Kakeru and attacked with overwhelming force. Massive strikes shattered stone pillars and sent debris across the battlefield. Rather than retreating, Kakeru countered head-on. He broke through the assault and forced the creature onto the defensive. With confidence, Kakeru compared the monster to Olivia. To him, the enemy was nowhere near the strength of the dragon he had already defeated. The princesses watched in shock as Kakeru overwhelmed the attackers. His display of strength exceeded anything they had expected to witness. Meanwhile, several surviving assassins attempted to retreat from the battlefield. Before he could leave, Iris stopped him and pointed toward the injured guests. Accepting her judgment, Kakeru chose to focus on protecting the civilians. Around the hall, arguments erupted as nobles accused one another of organizing the attack. Rather than accepting the accusations, Kakeru considered a larger conspiracy. Alter suggested the assault may have been designed to turn the kingdoms against each other while the true culprit remained hidden. After the battle, Helen addressed the gathering and apologized for the security failure. She promised that Mercury would care for the injured and restore order. To prevent further conflict, Helen declared that the attackers were monsters rather than agents of any kingdom. Recognizing his role in defeating the attackers, Mercury rewarded Kakeru with a new title. The unexpected promotion elevated him from Baron to Viscount. The audience reacted with surprise as another medal was added to Kakeru's collection. His growing influence became impossible to ignore. Soon afterward, Helen entrusted him with hunting down the fleeing enemy. Accepting the mission, Kakeru set his sights on uncovering the mastermind behind the attack. After accepting Helen's mission, Kakeru confirmed his plan with her. Satisfied with the outcome, she approved his decision and sent him on his way. Meanwhile, his companions considered the advantages gained from his new rank. The expanded authority would allow them to operate across multiple kingdoms. Guided by his senses, Kakeru detected traces of the fleeing enemy. Following the trail, the group headed toward the kingdom of Kalamba to continue the pursuit. Kakeru arrived at the kingdom of Kalamba and entered the royal audience hall. There, he faced a queen whose expression remained completely unchanged as she sat upon her throne. Several officials praised Kakeru for defeating a demon and protecting an important queen from another nation. After the audience, the officials expressed their gratitude. Kakeru accepted their thanks and was relieved that the rescued queen had not been harmed. Soon, they revealed a new problem involving demons hiding within the kingdom. Concerned about the nation's reputation, the officials asked Kakeru to handle the matter quickly. While listening, Kakeru noticed the emotionless queen watching from afar and silently considered the situation. While traveling through Kalamba, Kakeru's group observed the busy city below. As the carriage continued forward, Kakeru focused on the mission, plans were made to gather information about the hidden demon tribe before taking action. Later, attention shifted to the queen's unusual behavior. Kakeru felt she lacked the presence expected of a ruler and began questioning her situation. A knowledgeable companion revealed the truth. Although the queen held the throne, the kingdom was effectively controlled by 3 influential officials. Further details exposed a darker history. Following the previous king's downfall, those officials had elevated the queen and tightened their grip over the nation. After learning the truth about Kalamba, Kakeru realized the queen held little real authority, while 3 officials controlled the kingdom from behind the scenes. Determined to investigate further, he left his companions at the inn and decided to return to the castle alone. With a plan in mind, Kakeru hurried through the palace, intending to meet the queen without interference from anyone else. Reaching a quiet corridor, he found the halls strangely empty. Caution replaced his confidence as he searched the area. Moments later, Kakeru entered the audience chamber and unexpectedly found the queen sitting there by herself. The surprising sight stopped him in his tracks. Kakeru approached the queen in the empty audience hall and was surprised to find her alone without attendants or guards nearby. During their conversation, he learned that she was expected to remain seated in the chamber until sunset and rarely left her assigned place. The reason soon became clear. The queen obeyed strict instructions from the officials, fearing their disapproval if she acted on her own. Disturbed by her situation, Kakeru decided to help. He stepped forward and offered to take responsibility for her safety outside the hall. After a brief pause, the queen considered his proposal. Curiosity slowly appeared as she realized she might finally have a chance to leave the palace. The queen finally accepted his hand. For the first time, she chose to leave her assigned place and follow him. Soon, they arrived at a peaceful courtyard inside the estate. The unfamiliar scenery quietly drew the queen's attention. Nearby, Hikari played around the fountain while another companion relaxed. Watching the lively atmosphere, the queen observed everything with curiosity. A short while later, Kakeru returned with the queen. Their arrival surprised the others, who had not expected her to leave the palace. Guiding her onward, Kakeru led the queen beyond the estate. Together, they stepped into Meteora's downtown district, beginning her first real experience outside royal confinement. From the balcony, Kakeru showed the queen the royal palace and the surrounding district. Reaching a higher viewpoint, she gazed across Meteora's vast cityscape. The sight left her quietly amazed as countless buildings stretched into the distance. Later, Kakeru learned that she rarely left the palace. Her only previous journey outside the city had been a visit to the Kingdom of Mercury. Wanting her to enjoy more freedom, Kakeru encouraged her to travel with him and spoke to her more casually. After informing the others, Kakeru prepared to leave the estate. The queen accompanied him as their outing continued beyond the city. With preparations complete, Kakeru checked that the queen was ready, leaving their companions behind. The two set out on a private journey together. In an instant, Kakeru carried her across the sky. Far beyond the city, she looked down at the vast land spreading endlessly beneath them. As they traveled, the queen experienced a world far larger than she had imagined. Kakeru continued guiding her through distant regions, determined to show places she had never been allowed to see before. Their journey eventually reached a strange landscape filled with unusual formations. Surrounded by unfamiliar wonders, the queen quietly admired another new part of the world. Kakeru guided the queen through several remarkable locations, including ancient ruins and crystal-filled caverns. By the end of the day, they stood atop a hill overlooking distant mountains. The queen reflected on how much of the world she had already seen. Their journey eventually brought them beyond the borders of Mercury. Realizing she had left her homeland behind, the queen quietly took in the unfamiliar landscape. While resting in a vast field, she became curious about the endless grass stretching in every direction and wondered who maintained it. Kakeru explained that no one cared for the field. Learning that nature could exist untouched surprised the queen once again. While exploring the grasslands, Kakeru showed the queen a mountain boar living freely in its natural habitat. She watched the creature with great interest. Its appearance reminded her of meat served at royal meals. For the first time, she realized that food and living animals were directly connected. Kakeru explained that animals and plants survived on their own in the wild. The idea fascinated the queen, who had never considered it before. As they continued talking, she became unexpectedly fond of the mountain boars and admired their size and appearance. Suddenly, Kakeru pointed toward the sky. A massive dragon passed overhead, introducing the queen to an even more astonishing creature. The sight of the dragon filled the queen with excitement. For the first time, genuine joy appeared on her face, and Kakeru noticed the change immediately. Watching her smile freely, Kakeru realized how different she seemed from the emotionless ruler he had met in the palace. As evening approached, the queen asked to visit one more place before returning. Her request showed a growing interest in the world around her. Kakeru brought her to a town market filled with merchants and travelers. Together, they walked through the busy streets. While observing the crowd, Kakeru noticed something unusual among the townspeople and carefully examined the situation. While walking through the market, the queen compared the quiet atmosphere of her homeland with the lively city she had once seen in Mercury. Observing the streets more carefully, she noticed that many people appeared discouraged despite the crowds and daily activity around them. Kakeru explained that ongoing wars had placed a heavy burden on the nation. Rising taxes, military recruitment, and dwindling resources were affecting ordinary citizens. As they continued through the city, the queen learned how constant conflict with neighboring countries had gradually exhausted both the economy and the population. Hearing these realities firsthand, she silently reflected on the struggles of her people and gained a deeper understanding of the kingdom she ruled. After returning from the market, the queen could not forget what she had witnessed. The condition of the citizens remained firmly in her thoughts. Later, the three officials reported that the kingdom was peaceful and prosperous. From the throne, the queen quietly listened to their confident claims. As the meeting continued, the officials praised the nation's success and prepared to move on to other matters without concern. Remembering what she had learned outside the palace, the queen finally spoke up. She directly questioned whether the kingdom's hardships were connected to the ongoing war. The officials quickly rejected her concern and insisted that the country was thriving. Their response only deepened the gap between their words and reality. Drawing from what she had seen during her journey, the queen compared Kalamba to Mercury and openly questioned why her people seemed far less hopeful. Her words immediately angered one of the officials. The sudden outburst shocked the queen, who had rarely challenged their authority before. Trying to regain control, the official dismissed her concerns and insisted that such matters were beyond her responsibility. The confrontation triggered painful memories. Images of past punishments and constant pressure flooded the queen's mind, leaving her overwhelmed with fear. Unable to resist the conditioning imposed upon her for years, she collapsed to the floor and repeatedly apologized while the officials watched over her. Back in the audience hall, the officials forced the terrified queen to apologize repeatedly. Under their pressure, the queen could only comply. Tears filled her eyes while she struggled to answer as expected. The officials expressed satisfaction after breaking her resistance once again. To them, her role was simply to obey and avoid questioning their decisions. Hidden nearby, Kakeru witnessed everything. At that moment, he finally understood why the queen had lost her emotions and freedom. Unable to remain silent any longer, Kakeru stepped forward, realizing the officials were responsible for both the queen's suffering and the kingdom's decline. He confronted them in anger. Kakeru entered the royal hall and advanced toward the throne. The officials were stunned by his sudden appearance, while Rika remained distressed before the rulers. A fierce glare spread across his face. Anger grew as he saw the condition she had been forced to endure. Reaching her side, Kakeru ignored the confusion around him. He knelt beside Rika and focused only on her safety. Tears filled her eyes as relief replaced fear. Kakeru reassured her and vowed to protect her from further suffering. The tension faded from Rika's expression. Seeing his calm smile, she finally felt secure beside the one who had come to save her. Kakeru confronted the officials and demanded an explanation for Rika's confinement. Standing before the throne, he exposed the kingdom's hidden practices. The gathered officials grew uneasy while Rika silently watched from behind. Their attempts to justify the policy only fueled his anger. Kakeru rejected their claims and challenged the idea that such actions benefited the nation. His voice echoed through the chamber as he declared that neither Rika nor the people desired such a future. Guards rushed in under the officials' orders. A sudden silence followed. Confusion spread among the officials as events failed to unfold as expected. The soldiers hesitated as they recognized Kakeru's reputation. Their confidence wavered while the officials desperately tried to regain control of the situation. Turning toward Rika, Kakeru calmly placed the decision in her hands. The unexpected request left her confused and uncertain. He reminded her that both he and the kingdom's soldiers existed to serve the crown. Surrounded by waiting eyes, Rika struggled to choose a path. Before she could answer, an official lunged forward in frustration, attempting to force the matter through violence. Fear spread across the hall. Standing beside Rika, Kakeru remained composed, encouraging her to trust herself as the moment of decision finally arrived. Rika fell into deep thought as memories of her father surfaced. His final wishes, his trust, and the burden he left behind weighed heavily on her heart. Tears streamed down her face while she recalled the day she stood beside his bed. The responsibility of protecting the kingdom had been entrusted to her alone. A sudden realization struck her. The uncertainty that had held her back began to fade as she understood what she needed to do. Stepping forward before the gathered soldiers and officials, Rika raised her hand. At last, she accepted her role. Confidence returned to her eyes as she embraced her duty as the rightful queen of the kingdom. Standing before the court, Rika finally voiced her true wish. She declared her desire to end the war and restore happiness to the people of the kingdom. With newfound confidence, the young queen issued her first command. The officials responsible for treason were ordered to be arrested before the gathered soldiers. Fury erupted among the accused. Refusing to be controlled any longer, Rika firmly rejected their influence and asserted her own authority. Kakeru watched with satisfaction as the queen stood on her own. Realizing their position was collapsing, the cornered officials desperately turned to magic in a final attempt to resist. The accused officials unleashed a forbidden technique. Dark energy spread across the hall, shocking the soldiers and revealing the depth of their corruption. Observing the spell, Kakeru immediately recognized its origin. The technique exposed a secret connection between the traitors and the demon tribe. Moments later, the officials transformed into massive, powerful forms. Their bodies swelled with unnatural strength as they prepared to fight. Rika calmly delivered her judgment. Accepting her command, Kakeru stepped forward with complete confidence. In a single instant, Kakeru moved through their attack and struck them down, ending their desperate resistance before it could threaten the kingdom. The surviving traitor watched in horror as his allies fell. Panic replaced confidence when he realized Kakeru had destroyed their forces with ease. Kakeru turned his attention toward the final conspirator. The official trembled under the pressure, knowing he had become the next target. Desperation drove the man to unleash even more dark power. Black energy spiraled around the battlefield. As he abandoned all restraint, sensing the danger, Kakeru rushed forward to stop him. The clash shook the hall while the remaining soldiers struggled to react. The traitor absorbed the life force of his own followers and transformed again. The transformed traitor boasted about his forbidden power and claimed his hardened body could withstand any attack Kakeru could deliver. Instead of drawing his weapon, Kakeru calmly cast it aside. He chose to face the monster with his bare hands, dismissing the advantage of his legendary sword. A confident grin appeared on his face as he challenged the enemy directly. The unexpected decision left the traitor momentarily confused. Enraged, the monster charged forward with overwhelming force. Its massive frame shook the hall as it rushed to crush Kakeru. Remaining perfectly composed, Kakeru raised a single hand. Without retreating, he prepared to stop the attack through sheer strength alone. The monster launched a devastating attack, pouring all of its stolen strength into a single strike aimed directly at Kakeru. Without moving from his position, Kakeru met the blowhead. On the impact shattered the creature's confidence as pain surged through its body. Instead, a fierce smile crossed Kakeru's face. Seeing his opponent falter, he shifted from defense to offense in an instant. His fists moved faster than the eye could follow. A relentless barrage crashed into the monster from every direction. Overwhelmed by the endless assault, the creature could do nothing but endure the punishment. Its massive body trembled as Kakeru completely dominated the battle. Kakeru's relentless assault finally broke through the monster's defenses. The traitor screamed as the overwhelming barrage pushed him beyond his limits. His massive body crashed into the wall, leaving a deep crater behind. The once powerful official could barely move after the devastating defeat. Fear replaced arrogance as he begged for mercy and denied responsibility for past crimes. Approaching the fallen traitor, Kakeru made it clear that excuses no longer mattered. The damage caused by the conspiracy could not simply be ignored. His gaze hardened as he looked back toward Rika. More than the betrayal itself, Kakeru could not forgive the suffering inflicted on a compassionate queen who genuinely cared for her people. Rika stepped forward and questioned why a former ally had chosen such a destructive path. The defeated official still clung to his ambitions, despite the damage he had caused. Kakeru ended the matter without hesitation. The traitor's final resistance collapsed as his power was erased completely. Silence returned to the hall. Relief washed over Rika, and tears fell as the long struggle finally came to an end. Far from the kingdom, a strange flying creature sensed the event. Its attention shifted toward the castle, hinting that a new threat had begun to stir. Several days later, Rika gathered the citizens in the royal square as concerns spread about another threat against the queen. Standing before the crowd, she announced that the corrupt officials had been defeated. A ceasefire with Komotria was also declared, bringing relief and celebration across the kingdom. Following the announcement, Altair ordered an investigation into Oros and his associates' mansion to uncover the truth behind their activities. The search revealed evidence linking the group to secret dealings with demons, confirming suspicions of a larger conspiracy. Further examination uncovered forbidden magic and plans to conquer the Five Kingdoms. After the investigation ended, Kakeru sat alone in the quiet room, reflecting on how ordinary people could lose their way despite sharing the same world. His thoughts soon shifted elsewhere when he remembered the limited time lottery. A fresh stack of tickets had already reached his hands. Before he could act, a familiar presence approached and gently drew his attention away from those plans. The young woman appeared before him, uncertain of her worth. Rather than accepting rewards, Kakeru focused on what truly mattered to him. Seeing her hesitation, he reassured her through his actions. The distance between them faded, and the moment became one of trust rather than doubt. Kakeru comforted Rika as she questioned her own actions. He reminded her that showing mercy, even to those who had wronged her, reflected true strength. His reassurance eased her doubts. Overcome with emotion, Rika accepted his support and found renewed confidence in herself as queen. Peace gradually returned to the kingdom, and the castle stood calm after the turmoil that had shaken the land. Elsewhere, Altair remained uneasy. Despite the ceasefire, she could not ignore how quickly Komotria had accepted the agreement. Drawing on her knowledge of the warrior nation, she reflected on its reputation for relentless battles, making the sudden willingness for peace seem increasingly suspicious. With the conflict seemingly resolved, Kakeru and his companions agreed it was time to return to Mercury after spending so long away. Soon afterward, the group arrived safely at the familiar mansion, marking the end of their journey and the beginning of a quieter period. Eager to relax, Kakeru suggested taking a bath first, and the others welcomed the idea after their travels. While enjoying the bath, two young women were caught off guard by an unexpected presence nearby. Moments later, Kakeru realized the situation and froze in surprise. Embarrassment quickly spread through the room as everyone struggled to react. The awkward encounter in the bath ended badly when Aura reacted in panic and launched Kakeru out of the room with overwhelming force. Unable to control her embarrassment, Aura continued causing chaos. Her outburst threatened to destroy the bathroom before anyone could calm her down. After the situation settled, everyone gathered in the mansion. An apology followed, easing the tension that had filled the room moments earlier. During the discussion, Kakeru learned that Aura had remained behind, instead of leaving after the ceremony, raising new questions. Before any explanation could continue, Aura demanded accountability for the earlier incident, showing that her frustration had not completely disappeared. As the discussion continued, Aura scolded Kakeru for his behavior. The misunderstanding created another awkward moment before the group returned to the real issue. Altair explained that Aura had come seeking help. Since Altair had been occupied with the investigation, Aura remained at the mansion while waiting. When Kakeru asked about the matter, Altair revealed that someone was targeting Aura, turning the conversation serious. The revelation reminded Kakeru of the recent demon conspiracy. Although one enemy had been defeated, the mastermind behind the attacks could still be operating elsewhere. Realizing the danger, Kakeru immediately promised his support and listened carefully, as Aura prepared to explain everything she knew. As Aura thanked Baron Yuki for agreeing to help, the tense atmosphere in the room finally began to ease. Without warning, a strange shadow spread beneath Aura. Kakeru immediately sensed danger, and realized the threat was not what it first appeared to be. An assassin suddenly emerged from the darkness and launched a deadly attack. The unexpected strike left everyone shocked. Reacting instantly, Kakeru intercepted the assault before it could reach Aura. His blade cut through the attacker's advance and protected the two women. The clash exposed the intruder's identity. Recognizing the enemy from a previous encounter, Kakeru seized the assassin and prepared to uncover who had sent them. The assassin launched another fierce attack, forcing Kakeru to evade while keeping the others out of danger. Before he could capture the intruder, the enemy slipped back into the shadows and attempted to escape from the mansion. Watching the assassin flee left Aura shaken. The realization that her pursuers had tracked her even there filled her with fear. As Kakeru questioned her, Aura revealed that she was not the only target. Her sisters had also become victims of similar attacks. Hearing this, Kakeru immediately focused on the larger threat. He pressed Aura for information, determined to identify the enemy before another attack could occur. Overwhelmed by fear, Aura broke down and sought Kakeru's protection. He steadied her while the others watched the situation grow more serious. After reviewing the attack, Kakeru concluded that the clawed assassins and the demons were connected. Their trail appeared to lead toward Komotria. With the mystery narrowing to a single destination, Kakeru made his decision. The group prepared to head for the kingdom of Komotria and confront the threat directly. A wagon moved along the island road while two sisters rested inside. Although the journey was peaceful, Aura sat silently, carrying a troubled expression. Before long, her emotions overflowed. Tears formed as she struggled with the loneliness hidden in her heart. Unable to endure it any longer, Aura revealed her fear. Many people claimed she was not a true child of the kingdom, leaving her deeply hurt. Hearing those feelings, Leda gently embraced her. She reassured Aura that she belonged to the kingdom and remained her precious little sister. Those sincere words eased the sadness. Feeling accepted and loved, Aura smiled again and warmly returned her sister's affection. Aura dreamed of a happy moment with her sisters. Surrounded by affection, she laughed freely and enjoyed the warmth of their embrace. Suddenly, the dream began to fade. Her sleeping mind clung to those precious memories while tears quietly formed. As dawn approached, Aura opened her eyes inside the wagon. The long journey continued through the island road as she slowly regained awareness. Kakeru noticed she was awake and checked on her condition. While gathering her thoughts, Aura admitted that she had been dreaming about her sisters. The memory remained vivid in her heart, wanting the same comfort again. Aura moved closer to Kakeru, leaving him surprised by her unusual request. Aura sat beside Kakeru after waking from her dream. Although calmer than before, the memories of her sisters still lingered in her mind. While the wagon continued toward the royal city, Kakeru recalled Aura's past. The kingdom of Komotria had 13 princesses before her, but no prince had ever been born. Years earlier, a gifted sorceress named Eileen arrived at the royal court. After discovering a curse upon the king, Eileen used magic to remove it. Soon afterward, a long-awaited son was born, bringing joy to the royal family. That happiness did not last. One by one, Aura's sisters died under seemingly ordinary circumstances, until Aura alone remained. As the discussion continued, Kakeru realized the deaths of 12 princesses could not have been mere coincidence. After a moment of hesitation, Aura revealed the person she suspected most. The confession shocked everyone in the room. She explained that 2 years earlier, her father had abandoned many royal duties and spent most of his time with Eileen. His sudden change raised serious doubts in her mind. Soon afterward, the king began speaking irrationally and accusing his own children of plotting against him. Fear spread throughout the royal family. Convinced that Eileen was manipulating the king, Aura believed her sisters became victims one after another, while nobody could stop the growing disaster. Kakeru connected the clues and reached a conclusion. The assassin's appearance and Eileen's suspicious actions suggested that she was far more dangerous than she seemed. Seeking proof, the group discussed a secret Solan ritual capable of exposing someone's true nature. With an important royal ceremony approaching, they knew time was running short. Meanwhile, preparations continued in the capital. The young 14th prince was about to be declared the next king, while Eileen would become his guardian. Realizing the consequences, Kakeru understood that Eileen would effectively control the kingdom through the child ruler. He immediately decided to intervene. Without delay, the group headed for Clades, the royal capital, where the kingdom's future would soon be decided. The group arrived at the royal palace square, where a massive crowd had gathered to witness the ceremony that would decide the kingdom's future. Disguised among the spectators, Kakeru carefully observed the scene while waiting for the right opportunity to act. Moving through the crowded square, Aura made her way closer to the palace. Despite her disguise, anxiety grew as she prepared to face her family again. Soon, the ceremony began. Aura spotted her father standing before the people. Beside the king stood Eileen, calm and confident. While the crowd celebrated, the pair appeared before the kingdom, unaware that Kakeru and his allies had already begun their move. Hidden among the crowd, Kakeru carefully watched Eileen as she addressed the kingdom. Her confident appearance only strengthened his suspicions. Just as the ceremony continued, a voice interrupted the proceedings. The unexpected disturbance drew everyone's attention toward the palace entrance. Aura stepped forward and confronted Eileen before the gathered citizens. Her sudden appearance shocked the crowd, who believed she was still far away. Knowing the plan depended on her, Aura prepared herself while Kakeru instructed her to keep Eileen occupied for as long as possible. Before Aura could act further, the king pointed at her from the stage. In front of the entire kingdom, he denounced her as a traitor, instantly turning the ceremony into chaos. Standing before the crowd, the king publicly accused Aura of plotting to seize the throne. Under Eileen's influence, he painted her and Kakeru as dangerous conspirators. Aura desperately tried to deny the accusation. However, her words carried little weight against the king's declaration. Doubt quickly spread through the spectators. As rumors grew, many began questioning whether Aura had secretly desired the throne all along. The situation worsened when the king ordered soldiers to arrest both Aura and Kakeru. Armed guards immediately surrounded them from every direction. Watching the chaos unfold, Eileen could barely contain her delight. Believing victory was within reach, she reveled in Aura's growing despair. As soldiers closed in, Kakeru refused to let Aura lose hope. He reminded her that Eileen wanted her to surrender to despair and doubt. Those words reignited Aura's determination. Remembering her sisters and the people being deceived, she gathered the courage to continue fighting. Stepping forward, Aura openly challenged Eileen. Filled with anger and grief, she vowed to expose the truth and avenge her fallen sisters. Having resolved herself, Aura signaled that she was ready. At the same time, Melissa took position above the square while Kakeru prepared the next stage of their plan. Without hesitation, Melissa activated her magic. A brilliant power spread across the area, setting the stage for Aileen's secrets to be revealed. Following Kakeru's signal, Melissa unleashed a sacred spell over the palace square. Brilliant light spread across the capital, seeking to expose hidden evil. The light of revelation expanded across the crowd. Citizens watched in confusion as the radiant energy engulfed everyone within its reach. Aileen immediately reacted to the spell. As the holy light intensified, she began showing signs of distress and struggled to endure its power. Unable to conceal herself any longer, Eileen's true form emerged before the kingdom. Shock swept through the square. While demons revealed themselves among the crowd, the citizens finally witnessed the truth that had been hidden behind Eileen's deception, exposed before the entire kingdom. Eileen abandoned her disguise and revealed her monstrous form. The truth finally reached the king and the citizens. While panic spread through the palace square, Kakeru openly acknowledged Eileen's demonic identity. Consumed by rage, Eileen gave up all pretense. Declaring her intentions openly, she ordered the surrounding demons to slaughter everyone and seize the kingdom by force. At her command, the demons rushed toward Kakeru and Aura from every direction. The palace square instantly became a battlefield. Before the attackers could overwhelm them, Melissa and her allies struck back. Powerful magic erupted across the area, halting the demons' advance and protecting the crowd. Enraged by the collapse of her scheme, Eileen targeted Kakeru herself. While her followers held the line, she vowed to eliminate the one responsible for exposing her. The demon launched a furious attack, expecting to overwhelm him with brute force. Eileen continued her relentless barrage. Each attack shattered the ground, but none succeeded in catching her opponent. Moving faster than she could follow, Kakeru slipped past her defenses and struck repeatedly. The battle quickly shifted in his favor. A powerful blow sent Eileen crashing through the palace wall. Amid the collapsing stone, the demon was driven out of the hall by Kakeru's overwhelming strength. After being driven back, Eileen glared at Kakeru with growing frustration. Despite her injuries, she remained determined to continue the fight. Suddenly, the demon attempted to flee the battlefield. Kakeru reacted immediately and moved to stop her before she could escape. Watching the pursuit begin, Aura insisted on joining him. Determined to witness the end of the conflict, she followed Kakeru without hesitation. Kakeru and a young woman watched as demon soldiers stormed through the castle hall. Focusing his enhanced hearing, Kakeru detected movements throughout the area. He quickly assessed the situation while the battle continued around him. A mental map revealed nearly 50 demons scattered across the castle. Knowing Eileen was far inside, he searched for the fastest solution. Before Kakeru acted, the young woman stepped forward. She gathered holy power and prepared a sacred attack against the approaching demon. Radiant energy burst forth as her sacred arrow struck the target directly, driving the demon back and clearing their path forward. Aura's holy attack erased the demon completely. Kakeru and the others watched the creature vanish, confirming the power of sacred magic. Praise from Kakeru caught Aura off guard. Embarrassment spread across her face, though she tried to downplay her achievement. Elsewhere, a large demon continued its assault. The monster mocked the castle guards while breaking through their defenses with overwhelming strength. Surrounded by soldiers, the creature suddenly suffered repeated wounds. Spears struck its body from multiple directions, forcing it to react. Realizing the battle had shifted, Kakeru noticed demons falling one after another. The defenders began pushing back, gradually turning the situation in their favor. Aura rallied the castle warriors, and the soldiers rushed forward with renewed determination. Kakeru accepted their request and entrusted the battlefield to them. With Aura beside him, he moved deeper into the castle while the defenders held the line. Several demons fell along the way as Kakeru advanced. He realized that even with teleportation, clearing every enemy across such a large area would take too much time. While running through the corridors, he considered gathering additional allies for the coming battle. Moments later, a massive door opened before them. Beyond the entrance stood a towering serpent, like demon, radiating overwhelming power as it confronted Kakeru and Aura. Kakeru confronted the serpent demon and confirmed her involvement in the assassination during the award ceremony. The demon revealed her ambition to overthrow humanity and place demons above the kingdoms of the world. Hearing the truth, Aura nearly lost control of her emotions. Thoughts of her family and Eileen filled her mind. But Kakeru stopped her from acting recklessly. After calming herself, Aura focused her resolve. She silently called upon the strength of her sisters and prepared for the coming battle. Noticing Aura's determination, the serpent demon launched a row of dark magic circles across the hall, signaling the start of a dangerous clash. The serpent demon activated dozens of magic circles throughout the chamber. A massive trap filled the room, revealing that the attack had been prepared long before Kakeru and Aura arrived. As the barrage erupted, Kakeru immediately pulled Aura close and shielded her. Explosions and magical blasts surged toward them from every direction. Although the assault struck repeatedly, Kakeru endured it through his extraordinary resistance. Seeing an opening, Aura refused to remain protected any longer. She launched sacred projectiles that pierced the demon's body and disrupted its momentum. Kakeru confirmed the holy attacks were effective. Meanwhile, the serpent demon grew frustrated and prepared another wave of dark magic to continue the battle. Kakeru devised a new plan and told Aura to keep firing her sacred magic. Carrying her in his arms, he rushed forward while the serpent demon continued attacking. The demon treated the battle like a game and filled the hall with destructive spells. Even so, Kakeru skillfully dodged each barrage while closing the distance. Through constant movement, he avoided the explosions and searched for the perfect opening. Aura stayed focused, waiting for his signal. At the right moment, Kakeru gave the order. Aura immediately released another sacred attack toward their target. The strike landed from behind and caught the serpent demon off guard. From a balcony, Kakeru encouraged Aura to continue her attacks. Sacred blasts struck the serpent demon repeatedly, forcing the monster onto the defensive. Seizing the momentum, Kakeru carried Aura and rushed forward. A moment of surprise crossed the demon's face. Before she could react, Kakeru drew near and unleashed a powerful slash. The blade cut across the demon's face, leaving a deep wound. Enraged by the damage, the monster screamed as dark blood scattered through the hall. After landing the strike, Kakeru calmly retreated with Aura. His unexpected remark left Aura flustered, while the furious demon prepared to retaliate. Furious after being wounded, the serpent demon abandoned her composure. Rage consumed her as dark energy gathered around her body. Moments later, a massive magic circle formed above the hall. Kakeru and Aura watched as the demon prepared a far more dangerous spell. Recognizing the technique, Kakeru recalled a life-draining spell used by another enemy. The scale of this version appeared much greater. Elsewhere in the castle, others noticed the enormous magic circle. Concern spread as they realized its effect was reaching far beyond the battlefield. Soon allies throughout the castle began losing strength. Their bodies weakened while the spell steadily drained energy to empower the demon. As the spell expanded, the heroes realized its range extended far beyond the castle. The life-draining magic continued spreading across the kingdom. Dark energy covered Komotoria from above. Countless magic circles hung over the land, while the spell absorbed strength from everyone within its reach. Citizens and soldiers collapsed throughout the kingdom. Their bodies weakened rapidly as the stolen energy flowed toward the source of the spell. The effect soon reached Aura as well. Kakeru caught her before she could fall and watched her strength fade. Meanwhile, the serpent demon absorbed the gathered power. After years of preparation, she finally activated the massive spell and grew stronger with every moment. The serpent demon blamed Kakeru for her injury. As her anger grew, her body changed, and several giant snake heads emerged around her. Protected by Kakeru, Aura struggled against the life-draining curse. Meanwhile, the transformed demon towered over them, with even greater power. Kakeru quickly judged the situation. If the spell continued, everyone in the kingdom would eventually lose their lives. Determined to end the battle, he prepared another assault. Aura gathered the remaining strength she had left to support him. Without hesitation, Kakeru charged forward. His attack struck the snakeheads directly, destroying them as he forced a path toward the demon herself. Kakeru unleashed a powerful dual sword technique enhanced by flame magic. Blazing strikes tore through the serpent heads surrounding the demon. Explosions filled the hall as the attack landed. For a brief moment, Kakeru believed he had broken through her defenses and reached the main body. Instead, the demon regenerated almost instantly. The life-draining spell restored her damaged form and even strengthened her transformed body. Delighted by the result, the demon celebrated her newfound resilience. Confidence returned as she realized ordinary attacks could no longer stop her. Kakaru quickly analyzed the situation. Although the regeneration seemed endless, he concluded it depended on the stolen life force sustaining the demon. While searching for a way to defeat the demon, Kakaru noticed Aura blaming herself. Exhaustion and guilt weighed heavily on her as the battle continued. Tears filled Aura's eyes as thoughts of Eileen and her fallen sisters resurfaced. The chance for revenge stood before her, yet her weakening body prevented action. Suddenly, a bright light erupted near Kakaru during the fight. The unexpected phenomenon interrupted both the battle and his concentration. A flash engulfed the area and transported several people elsewhere. Confused, Kakaru found himself standing beside familiar faces from another time. Moments later, he realized they had arrived at the mysterious lottery space, the place connected to the beginning of his journey. A sudden celebration interrupted the crisis. The mysterious lottery host appeared and announced a special product unveiling inside the strange lottery realm. Ignoring the urgency of the ongoing battle, the host welcomed Kakaru and the others as unwilling guests at the surprise event. Kakaru immediately tried to leave and return to the battlefield. The group showed little interest in the unexpected presentation. The host hurried after them and explained that time did not pass normally in this space. She insisted they could return without losing any time. Just before leaving, Kakaru noticed something displayed among the prizes. The sight caught his attention and made him stop for a closer look. Back in the battlefield, Kakaru remembered the mysterious prize that had caught his attention moments earlier. A new idea formed in his mind. The transformed demon charged forward with overwhelming force. Standing alone, Kakaru calmly faced the massive creature without retreating. Suddenly, pieces of the serpent heads were sliced apart. The demon failed to understand what had happened and searched for the source of the attack. Confusion spread across the battlefield as the unseen strikes continued. Even the demon could not determine the nature of the technique. At last, Kakaru revealed the answer. A mysterious figure appeared behind him, while he confidently prepared to explain the power he had obtained. Kakaru stood before a terrifying sight as a radiant woman appeared behind him. Her overwhelming aura filled the area, causing everyone nearby to react in shock. Several minutes earlier, he had entered a mysterious lottery hall located within a timeless void. Guided through the strange place, Kakaru quietly observed his surroundings. Soon, a new skill lottery was introduced. The available rewards offered powerful combat enhancements, making the event far more valuable than ordinary lotteries. The guide explained that Kakaru had accumulated many unused lottery tickets over time. Because of that habit, he was specifically brought there. After criticizing his reluctance to spend the tickets, the guide encouraged him to use them immediately. Kakaru accepted the opportunity, setting in motion an unexpected outcome. Kakaru finally decided to use the lottery tickets he had been saving for a long time. Determination replaced his hesitation. He entrusted the lottery process to Hikari and Eleanor. Both girls eagerly accepted the task and prepared the special lottery machine. Moments later, Kakaru found himself facing a powerful opponent. Without wasting time, he rushed forward and launched a direct attack. Energy surged around the battlefield as he cut through the area at high speed. His relentless assault pushed deeper toward the target. Closing the distance in an instant, Kakaru struck the enemy with a decisive blow. The overwhelming attack landed before the opponent could react. Kakaru's attack landed, but a strange shadow, like strike, appeared alongside it. The enemy noticed something unusual and became confused by the unexpected damage. Additional attacks struck from different directions without warning. Unable to locate the source, the enemy suffered repeated blows and struggled to respond. As the assault continued, the enemy realized the attacks were connected to Kakaru's newly acquired ability. Kakaru revealed that his new skill allowed his shadow to attack at the same time as him. Every strike was instantly followed by another, doubling the pressure on his opponent. The powerful reward turned out to be the top lottery prize. After spending all the tickets, Kakaru named the ability Double Slash, and looked forward to testing its full potential. The newly created shadow drew attention as everyone examined its appearance. Resembling Eleanor, the strange figure revealed that the lottery skill copied its user's form. Kakaru and the others briefly discussed the unexpected result. While Hikari found the situation amusing, Eleanor reacted with visible confusion. Angered by the continuous attacks, the enemy unleashed her full strength. Multiple serpent-like heads surged forward as she charged across the battlefield. Kakaru immediately countered the assault. His attacks and the shadow's synchronized strikes crashed into the enemy, forcing her advance to stop. A powerful blast erupted from the combined attack. The enemy was driven backward while Kakaru remained in control, pressing his advantage with the new skill. The enemy unleashed a barrage of attacks throughout the hall. Kakaru avoided the assault with ease while observing her movements from above. Frustrated by losing sight of him, the enemy searched the battlefield. Meanwhile, Kakeru prepared to test the true power of his newly acquired skill. He rushed forward alongside his shadow and targeted the enemy's immortal body, determined to settle the contest. Kakeru intensified the assault. A dense network of overlapping slashes spread across the battlefield and trapped the enemy within its reach. The combined strikes descended from every direction. Surrounded by countless cuts, the enemy endured a relentless attack as Kakeru pressed forward without hesitation. Kakeru's relentless barrage continued without pause. Even the enemy's immortal body began to show signs of reaching its limits under the endless stream of attacks. As the damage accumulated, the enemy realized her regeneration could no longer keep pace. Refusing to surrender, she gathered a massive amount of dark energy. Strange symbols appeared above the battlefield as a powerful ability started to take shape. The collected energy condensed into a gigantic mass of black mud. Its presence spread across the hall, transforming the battlefield into a far more dangerous place. Kakeru immediately noticed the unusual substance and moved closer to examine it, refusing to accept defeat. The enemy transformed her immortal body into an even more monstrous form. Kakeru watched the transformation carefully and realized the situation could become dangerous if it continued. Determined to end the battle quickly, he called for Hikari's assistance. Before he could act, a giant serpent suddenly appeared beside him. The creature revealed itself after hiding within the battlefield's chaos. The enemy launched a surprise attack and succeeded in disarming Kakeru. With two of his demon swords knocked away, she believed his strength had been greatly reduced. Eleanor immediately moved to Kakeru's side, remaining calm despite losing his weapons. He showed no concern and prepared to continue the fight with confidence. Despite losing her advantage, the enemy admitted that Kakeru's combat ability surpassed her own. Even so, she remained confident that his stamina would eventually run out. Kakeru accepted the challenge without hesitation. Both sides prepared themselves as the battle shifted into a contest of endurance and determination. The enemy launched another fierce assault with her serpent-like attacks. Kakeru broke through the barrage and continued striking vital points without slowing down. Countless slashes filled the battlefield as his double slash ability multiplied the damage. Dark energy and fragments scattered across the hall as the assault reached its peak. Under the relentless pressure, the enemy's massive body began to collapse. After unleashing countless attacks, Kakeru finally slowed down. Eleanor stood beside him while the dark energy surrounding the battlefield gradually weakened. Believing his stamina had been exhausted, the enemy declared victory. She assumed Kakeru could no longer continue the battle after such a prolonged assault. Moments later, her monstrous form began to break apart. The accumulated damage forced her body to return to its original appearance. With the battle effectively decided, she calmly approached Kakeru. The hostility that had filled the battlefield quickly faded away. Acknowledging his strength, the defeated woman openly praised Kakeru. Impressed by both his power and character, she invited him to join her and rule the world together. Aileen continued tempting Kakeru with promises of power and comfort. However, Kakeru calmly rejected the offer and revealed his intention to end the battle once and for all. His declaration confused Aileen. Believing her immortal body could still endure, she failed to understand what Kakeru was planning. At that moment, Hikari stepped forward while gathering a brilliant light. The sudden movement drew Aileen's attention away from Kakeru. Hikari boldly announced her purpose and targeted Aileen directly. Meanwhile, Kakeru prepared the final piece of his strategy from the side. A tremendous wave of holy magic erupted from Hikari. Borrowing Kakeru's skill, she unleashed an overwhelming attack aimed at defeating Aileen's immortal body. Empowered by the borrowed skill, Hikari felt an immense surge of energy flowing through her body. Furious, Aileen attempted to stop the attack before it was completed. Kakeru immediately moved to protect Hikari and created an opening for her. As Aileen advanced, Kakeru intercepted the assault and called out to Aura. The battle shifted toward the final stage of their plan. Following Kakeru's signal, Hikari gathered an even greater amount of holy power. Countless streams of light formed around her and filled the hall. The accumulated energy erupted at once and struck Aileen directly. Overwhelmed by the massive holy attack, she screamed as the decisive blow finally landed. The holy light engulfed Aileen from every direction. As the purification continued, she realized her regeneration had stopped working and could no longer resist the attack. Kakeru revealed that the power she had underestimated was Aura's holy magic. Pain overwhelmed Aileen, while her immortal form began to crumble. The purifying energy destroyed the source of her recovery and pushed her toward defeat. A massive explosion erupted across the battlefield and consumed the remaining dark energy. Watching the result, Kakeru acknowledged Aileen's strength and beauty, even as the battle finally came to an end. Several giant magic circles vanished from the sky, and beams of light descended across the kingdom. Citizens celebrated as the long-standing threat finally disappeared. Inside the damaged palace, Kakeru and his companions witnessed the spell's collapse. Nearby, Aura quietly moved toward Kakeru and leaned against him. Relief replaced her earlier tension as peace gradually returned. Moments later, gentle healing magic surrounded Aura. While recovering, she learned that an important message from her father had arrived. Hearing this, Aura gathered her resolve. The next challenge awaited, and she would have to face it herself. Kakeru encouraged Aura to stop running from her pain and face the burden left by her fallen family. His support strengthened her determination. Standing behind him, Aura struggled to express her emotions. The battle was over, yet the weight in her heart remained. Suddenly tears streamed down her face. The reality of her victory finally sank in, and she realized she had achieved the revenge she sought. Seeing her grief and relief, Kakeru acknowledged her accomplishment. His praise helped her accept what she had done and move forward. Later, Aura knelt before the aging king. As her companions watched, she prepared to face the kingdom's future with newfound resolve. As Aura faced the king, the room fell silent. Her companions watched closely while she struggled to understand his troubled expression. The king sat in despair, burdened by the consequences of his past decisions. Those around him realized he was no longer acting as before. With regret filling his heart, he admitted the mistakes he had made against his family and Aura. His confession revealed the depth of his guilt. Aura listened in shock as he tried to explain the cause of his actions. The explanation conflicted with everything she had believed. He insisted that deception and manipulation had controlled his judgment, blaming the tragedy on another's influence. Aura stood frozen, as the truth behind the kingdom's tragedy was blamed on a demonic curse. Meanwhile, the king collapsed into regret. Rather than accepting responsibility, he continued shifting blame while reflecting on the decisions that ruined his family. Soon, guilt overwhelmed him. Kneeling before Aura, he desperately sought forgiveness for the suffering he had caused. At that moment, another witness could no longer stay silent. Anger erupted as the king's excuses only deepened the outrage in the room. Nearby, Kakeru's group observed calmly. They understood the king had been manipulated, yet his weakness had allowed the disaster to unfold. After the conflict ended, Aura received a final request to protect and guide the kingdom. Later, she spent time with her younger sister in a peaceful forest. For the first time in a long while, a gentle smile returned to her face. Soon, the younger girl revealed something exciting and led Aura deeper into the woods. Curiosity replaced the sadness lingering in her heart. Climbing higher among the trees, they reached a special spot. Despite her sister's nervousness, Aura followed without hesitation. At the top, both sisters looked ahead together. Surrounded by calm scenery, Aura quietly embraced the future, and the family still beside her together. The two sisters reached the top of the forest and gazed across the kingdom. From that height they admired the land's beauty. Vast forests, gentle mountains, and kind-hearted people reminded them why the kingdom was worth protecting. With renewed determination, the younger sister expressed her wish to safeguard the realm as a member of the royal family, regardless of future hardships. Then, she turned to Aura and asked for support when the day came for her to carry that responsibility. Hearing those words, Aura smiled warmly. The sisters shared a quiet moment, united by hope and a promise to protect their homeland together. Aura listened to the king's plea but refused to forgive him. The pain caused by his actions remained too deep to erase. Despite her anger, she chose to support her younger brother as the kingdom's new ruler. Stepping forward with confidence, Aura declared that her choice honored the wishes of her fallen sisters. Around the hall, her companions watched in silence. Meanwhile, the king broke down in tears and begged forgiveness from his daughters and Aura. At last, Aura's emotions surfaced. Tears rolled down her face as she struggled between resentment, grief, and the duty she had chosen to uphold. Some time after the crisis, Kakeru visited Aura's residence. The kingdom had begun recovering, and life was gradually returning to normal. While waiting inside the mansion, he noticed someone approaching. The quiet atmosphere hinted that an important meeting was about to begin. Soon, Aura appeared in formal attire and personally thanked Kakeru for saving the kingdom. As a reward, she announced that the kingdom had decided to elevate Kakeru's noble status and grant him greater lands. Rather than focusing on titles, Kakeru revealed a different interest. His unexpected response caught Aura completely off guard, leaving her flustered and speechless. After receiving Kakeru's unexpected answer, Aura followed him through the mansion in confusion. His intentions remained unclear, making her increasingly nervous. Soon, Kakeru revealed that his interest was directed toward Aura herself. The realization left her completely stunned and embarrassed. As he carried her through the hallway, Aura struggled to respond. Surrounded by onlookers, she became even more flustered while trying to gather her thoughts. Finally, Aura expressed the feelings she had hidden for a long time. Her sincere confession revealed that her affection for Kakeru had begun the day he saved her. Kakeru woke up in the elite guard's residence and slowly adjusted to the morning. Nearby, Aura quietly watched him from beneath the blanket. A faint blush appeared on her face as she enjoyed the calm start of the day. Noticing her reaction, Kakeru smiled. The comfortable mood between them made the morning feel lighter and more relaxing. Soon, both prepared for their responsibilities. Aura planned to continue learning about the kingdom, while Kakeru expected important duties to keep him occupied. Before departing, Kakeru organized his next tasks. He intended to seek Delphina's assistance, then return home and report the latest information regarding the demons. After hearing Kakeru's plans, Aura looked down sadly. Deep inside, she wished he could stay longer, yet she knew his departure was unavoidable. Memories of her lonely past resurfaced. Although uncertainty remained, Aura gathered her resolve and silently expressed gratitude for everything Kakeru had done. As Kakeru prepared to leave, Aura accepted the situation. She decided to face her responsibilities alone and do her best until his return. Seeing her reaction, Kakeru revealed that he would not be gone for long. He planned to continue helping both Io and the kingdom for a while. Relief immediately reached Aura's heart. Tears formed in her eyes, but Kakeru gently comforted her, allowing her smile to return. Aura gathered her courage and revealed her feelings to Kakeru. The confession marked a turning point in their relationship before he continued his duties. After expressing her emotions, she stepped closer and shared a brief farewell with him. Soon afterward, Kakeru departed from the residence. Elsewhere, a lone girl arrived inside a damaged hall, looking upward. She noticed a strange opening in the ceiling and carefully examined the area. Dark energy suddenly formed above the chamber. A complicated magical structure emerged, drawing her attention as she studied its unusual design. While observing the spell, she realized its immense power. Questions arose about its creator as she prepared to investigate the mysterious phenomenon further. Altair struck the strange spell structure and shattered part of it. Even so, the remaining energy proved that the magic was far more powerful than expected. After examining the fragments, she concluded that no single caster could have created such a massive formula alone. The discovery convinced her that other forces were involved. Before continuing further, Kakeru arrived and asked whether her investigation had finished. While preparing to return, Altair kept her suspicions to herself. She chose not to burden Kakeru with conclusions that lacked proof. Left with her thoughts, she quietly reflected on the situation. Doubts remained, yet the clues she uncovered suggested that the conflict was far from over. Altair reflected on her past and questioned when her simple wishes had become buried beneath the expectations placed upon her as a great sage. Memories of rulers, advisors, and countless people seeking guidance resurfaced. Over time, responsibility had gradually replaced the life she once desired. Standing alone with her thoughts, she realized that her original dream had been far simpler than the role she carried now. Several weeks passed, and life in the kingdom continued to move forward. As new plans began taking shape, Kakeru and Altair later observed a group undergoing military training. Curious about the gathering, Kakeru learned that a private army was being organized for future needs. He observed the training grounds and explained his goal of creating an elite guard unit. He wanted disciplined soldiers who could follow orders and execute tactics effectively. The force had already grown to 200 members, recruited and prepared through Delphina and Nana's efforts. The soldiers showed promising results during practice. Their training impressed Kakeru. Thanks to careful instruction, the unit possessed solid fundamentals and a level of skill beyond ordinary recruits. Despite their progress, Kakeru noticed a weakness. The soldiers followed commands, but true loyalty and unity had not yet fully developed. To address that problem, he organized a mock battle. Nana, Ao, and Tanaya joined the exercise as Kakeru prepared to challenge the entire force himself. The elite guards gathered for training as Nana motivated them to prove the value of their hard work. Watching from the side, Kakeru finally understood how Nana had earned the soldiers' cooperation and loyalty so effectively. To raised the stakes. Kakeru announced a challenge. He promised freedom to anyone who could land a single hit on him, immediately energizing the entire force. Confident in his abilities, Kakeru added extra restrictions to make the test fairer. The unexpected conditions surprised those around him. Not stopping there, he included Altair as a target in the challenge. The soldiers responded enthusiastically, eager to seize the rare opportunity and claim victory. Kakeru assured Altair that he would protect her during the training exercise. His unexpected declaration immediately caught her attention and left her flustered. Not satisfied with the original challenge, Kakeru raised the reward even further. The promise motivated everyone present and greatly increased their enthusiasm. At Nana's signal, the training session began. The elite guards rushed forward together, eager to prove their strength against their commander. While others became distracted by the rewards, Nana remained focused on the purpose of the exercise and tried to keep everyone serious. Moments later, the difference in strength became obvious. One soldier was swiftly defeated and sent flying, leaving the onlookers stunned by Kakeru's overwhelming power. Within moments, Kakeru overwhelmed the trainees and left many of them sprawled across the field. A fierce grin appeared on his face as excitement took over. Rather than ending the exercise, Kakeru pushed for a more serious confrontation. Recognizing his intent, Nana understood that the training had entered a new phase. The guards quickly gathered themselves and prepared for a tougher battle-taking command. Nana ordered the wounded to withdraw and instructed the others to regroup in the nearby woods. As the soldiers carried away their injured comrades, Kakeru watched with approval. Their discipline, organization, and obedience confirmed that the training had produced capable fighters. After the first phase of training ended, Altair questioned Kakeru's true objective. His actions seemed far more intense than a simple evaluation of the elite guards. Kakeru admitted that recent battles had changed his perspective. Encounters with powerful enemies made him realize he could not afford to become complacent. Beyond strengthening himself, he wanted the soldiers to understand exactly who their leader was. Together, Kakeru and Altair followed the guards into the forest. There, the unit prepared an ambush and carefully set traps throughout the area. Soon the counterattack began. Nets, hidden positions, and coordinated strikes targeted Kakeru at once, marking the start of a more organized battle. As the battle continued, the elite guards launched coordinated attacks from every direction. Kakeru handled the pressure with ease while Altair calmly observed the soldiers' growing teamwork. Once the fighting settled, Kakeru and Altair walked through the forest together. Curious about her adjustment to Mercury, he asked how she had been spending the past few months. Altair described her comfortable life in the kingdom. Good food, pleasant weather, and access to books had made her new surroundings surprisingly enjoyable. Their conversation became lighter as Kakeru offered to provide more books. In return, Altair jokingly requested an additional luxury for herself. The discussion soon shifted toward Altair's distant past. Kakeru brought up her connection to High King Rhodotos. Altair began speaking about her distant past. She recalled serving the legendary High King Rhodotos, a ruler admired for his wisdom, leadership, and achievements. That era eventually came to an end when Rhodotos died and his empire collapsed. With her position gone, Altair was forced to find a new path. For many years afterward, she traveled across numerous lands. Her knowledge attracted rulers and nobles, causing her reputation as a great sage to spread far and wide. The fame continued to grow until it became a burden. Despite her accomplishments, Altair grew tired of carrying expectations wherever she went. Before the conversation could continue, a sudden chill swept through the forest. Moments later, massive ice crystals erupted from the ground. A sudden ice attack erupted from the forest, forcing Kakeru and Altair to evade the sharp crystals. Realizing the attacker's identity, Kakeru immediately became alert. Tania appeared and rallied the elite guards. Under her lead, the soldiers advanced together and prepared to launch a coordinated assault. As the battle intensified, the guards shifted their focus toward Altair. Watching the plan unfold, Kakeru welcomed the challenge, while the training exercise entered a new stage. A group of warriors cornered Altair as sharp crystal pillars suddenly erupted from the ground. The trap closed around her, while Kakeru watched the situation unfold from a distance. Several fighters urged everyone to focus on Altair. Surrounded on all sides, she realized escape was becoming difficult as her opponents advanced. Excitement spread among the attackers when they believed victory was near. Meanwhile, Altair looked frustrated after finding herself trapped and abandoned in the middle of the assault. Without warning, a dark binding shot toward her. Thick coils wrapped tightly around Altair, preventing any movement and leaving her completely restrained. Moments later, the binding lifted her high into the air. As the crowd looked up, Altair was carried away while the attackers celebrated their apparent success. Kakeru finally appeared beside the restrained Altair. While she struggled against the dark binding, he casually stepped forward and prepared to help in his own way. The spectators complained about the unfair situation, yet one determined girl refused to give up. Despite the setback, she decided to challenge Kakeru directly, gathering her strength. The girl launched an ice spell. Sharp icicles raced across the battlefield as she charged toward her target without hesitation. Kakeru answered with powerful flame magic. Fire surged from his hand and rushed forward, meeting the incoming attack head. On a violent collision erupted between ice and fire. The impact filled the area with light and force, overwhelming the battlefield as both attacks crashed together. The clash filled the battlefield with thick vapor, using the fog as cover. Kakeru stayed calm while the others rushed forward, believing they had gained an advantage. Flames surrounded Kakeru as he analyzed the situation. Nearby, Altair remained bound, frustrated that she was once again caught in the same restraint. Several warriors advanced through the mist with water-based attacks. Confident in their teamwork, they attempted to surround Kakeru from multiple directions. Rather than retreating, Kakeru relied on his heightened perception. He sensed every movement in the fog and intercepted the incoming attacks before they could reach him. The assault quickly collapsed. Kakeru broke through the formation and charged ahead, while water spears and soldiers failed to stop his advance through the battlefield. Kakeru laughed as he looked over the battlefield, with Altera still restrained nearby. He seemed amused rather than concerned by the situation around him. Accepting the challenge, Kakeru raised a finger and made his move. At the same time, Altair watched helplessly while the battle continued without her. One of the warriors rushed forward and launched a direct attack. Kakeru responded instantly, striking first and forcing the attacker backward before the assault could succeed. The remaining fighters charged together. Their attacks landed, but Kakeru endured the blows and kept moving through the barrage. Dust and debris filled the air as the exchange intensified. Instead of retreating, the battlefield finally grew quiet. Standing amid the aftermath, Kakeru believed most of the opposing fighters had already been dealt with, leaving only scattered threats behind. With the fighting paused, Kakeru freed Altair and carried her in his arms. Though exhausted from being restrained for so long, she immediately began making demands. Their brief moment of relief vanished when Altair sensed danger. A warning echoed through the area, forcing both of them to stop and look around. Suddenly, enormous ice walls erupted from the ground. The towering structure surrounded them from every direction, sealing off every possible escape route. Realizing they had been trapped inside a massive ice dome, Kakeru quickly prepared for another attack. A powerful lightning strike descended from above and slammed into the battlefield. The attack carved a massive crater into the ground, forcing everyone nearby to witness its destructive force. Dust and sparks lingered over the crater. Electrical energy continued to crackle across the damaged terrain, showing the impact had not fully faded. Watching from a distance, several fighters admired the strength of the attack. Soon afterward, the group celebrated what seemed like a clear victory. Excitement spread as they assumed their opponents had been defeated. Their celebration ended abruptly. Kakeru burst from the shattered ground unharmed, proving the fight was far from over. After defeating the previous challengers, Kakeru stood calmly while two exhausted girls collapsed nearby. Silence spread through the group as no one stepped forward. Many fighters lost confidence after witnessing their strongest teammates fall so easily. At that moment, Captain Nana approached the field. Her companions praised her progress, while Kakeru welcomed the possibility of facing a stronger opponent. Without hesitation, Nana accepted the challenge. She drew her weapon, took her stance, and prepared herself for a serious battle. Excitement replaced the earlier tension. Both Kakeru and Nana looked eager to test their abilities, setting the stage for a decisive confrontation. As the duel began, Kakeru asked Altair for the signal. She calmly raised her hand, marking the official start of the long-awaited match. The spectators quickly stepped back to a safe distance. Excitement spread through the crowd as everyone focused on Kakeru and Captain Nana. Immediately after the signal, both fighters rushed forward. Kakeru unleashed his power while Nana drew her blade and prepared a precise technique. Without hesitation, Nana released a rapid series of sword strikes. The attack surged across the battlefield and closed in on Kakeru with tremendous speed. Rather than evading, Kakeru met the assault directly. To the crowd's amazement, he successfully blocked the incoming strikes and remained standing. Nana moved so quickly that she vanished from sight. Before Kakeru could react, she appeared behind him, leaving the spectators stunned by her speed. A relentless series of strikes followed from every angle. Kakeru defended himself, while recognizing how much stronger Nana had become since their previous encounters. Driven by her determination, Nana pressed the attack without slowing down. Each movement reflected the effort she had devoted to closing the gap between herself and her master. The fierce exchange continued across the battlefield. Nana combined speed and technique, forcing Kakeru to remain on guard as the pressure steadily increased. Suddenly, powerful winds swept through the area. Multiple images of Nana appeared at once, leaving the crowd shocked and unsure which one was real. Nana continued her assault, pushing Kakeru backward with overwhelming speed. For a brief moment, it seemed she had finally gained the upper hand. As their blades clashed, Kakeru reflected on the companions who had helped him grow. Their support and determination strengthened his resolve during the battle. Meanwhile, the spectators watched closely. Inspired by their allies and past struggles, they understood how much everyone had changed since the beginning of the journey. Kakeru remembered several important companions who had guided him through difficult challenges. Among those memories, Altair stood out the most, thinking of the people who opened new opportunities and horizons for him. Kakeru felt deep gratitude as the duel continued. Kakeru gathered all of his strength and charged forward. Determined to repay the trust of his companions, he unleashed his power without holding anything back. A fierce shout echoed across the battlefield as Kakeru rushed toward Nana, refusing to retreat. She met his advance head on and prepared her strongest technique. Dark energy surged around Kakeru as he released his full power. The overwhelming force pushed the duel to a completely different level. At the same time, Nana executed her ultimate sword art. Her attack cut through the air with tremendous speed and precision. The two techniques collided in a violent explosion. Shockwaves spread across the field, while the spectators watched the decisive clash with excitement and anticipation. The decisive clash reached its peak. Both Kakeru and Nana focused everything into a single exchange, refusing to yield as their attacks collided. When the impact settled, Kakeru broke through Nana's defense. Although her shield endured part of the force, the overwhelming strike finally pushed her back. Exhaustion quickly caught up with Nana, struggling to remain standing. She leaned forward while Kakeru moved in to support her before she could fall. The duel ended with mutual respect. Kakeru praised Nana's performance, and she accepted his words with satisfaction after giving everything she had. Around them, the spectators looked across the devastated battlefield. The enormous crater left behind revealed just how intense the battle between master and student had been. After the intense battle, the soldiers slowly rose and gathered together. The earlier tension faded as they exchanged relieved looks and accepted the outcome. One by one, the fighters approached Kakeru and Nana. Although they had lost the mock battle, their respect for both warriors had grown considerably. Nana officially declared the training exercise finished. Seeing no further objections among the group, she brought the competition to a peaceful conclusion. With a smile, Kakeru praised everyone's efforts and encouraged them to move forward together. Before the gathering could fully settle, Hikari suddenly appeared from above. Her unexpected arrival caught Kakeru completely off guard and surprised everyone nearby. Hikari suddenly crashed into Kakeru, knocking him to the ground before anyone could react. Her unexpected attack instantly shattered the serious mood surrounding the battlefield. Rather than worrying about the duel, Hikari eagerly joined the gathering. She wanted to be included and hoped to receive the same recognition as everyone else. Confusion spread through the crowd for a moment. Then Altair burst into laughter, unable to contain her amusement at Kakeru's situation. The teasing continued as Altair jokingly pointed out how thoroughly Kakeru had been defeated by the energetic newcomer. Her laughter only grew louder. Soon the entire group joined in the laughter. Even Kakeru accepted the joke, bringing the day's events to a cheerful and light-hearted close. Kakeru and Altair returned to the estate after spending the day outside. The grounds remained busy as people moved between groups and activities. During the walk back, Altair reflected on the day. Despite several difficulties, she realized it had been a long time since she had enjoyed herself so much. Meanwhile, the girls who had targeted Altair earlier stepped forward and apologized. They admitted their actions had gone too far and expressed genuine regret. Rather than holding a grudge, Altair accepted the apology. The mood quickly became lighter when the discussion shifted into a playful request for fine wine. With the misunderstanding resolved, everyone gathered peacefully. Surrounded by friendly faces, Altair finally felt at ease beside Kakeru and the others. Altair quietly reflected on her journey. For the first time in years, she felt she had found a place where she could truly live as herself, rather than the legendary sage everyone expected. As the group approached the grand estate, that feeling grew stronger. Surrounded by companions who accepted her, Altair stepped forward with a sense of belonging. Later that night, she relaxed in her room, while Maitu helped prepare her for the evening. Afterward, Altair performed a small spell. Soft lights gathered around her as she calmly finished her preparations. A sudden knock interrupted the silence. Expecting someone's arrival, Altair remained composed and waited for her guest to enter. Later that night, Kakeru visited Altair after she mentioned a concern that had been troubling her since the afternoon. Curious about the source of the feeling, he agreed to help. As their hands connected, an overwhelming surge of spiritual energy flowed from Kakeru. The intensity caught Altair completely off guard. The power continued pouring into her, far beyond anything she had expected. Unable to remain calm, she struggled to endure the sudden pressure. Realizing what was happening, Kakeru quickly apologized. Even so, the energy surrounding them showed no sign of fading. While recovering, Altair concluded that Kakeru possessed an extraordinary amount of spiritual power, perhaps exceeding even the greatest levels she had known before. Kakeru remained unaffected by the overwhelming spiritual energy filling the room. After steadying herself, she questioned how he could withstand such immense power. Kakeru admitted that the result matched a belief he had held for some time. Gathering his thoughts, he explained that the energy was the force that drove living beings to continue moving forward through life. He connected that power to his own experiences, believing his struggles, victories, and determination to survive had strengthened it over time. As Altair listened, memories of battles, companions, and hardships resurfaced. Together, those experiences convinced her that a powerful will to live could shape destiny itself. After hearing Kakeru's explanation, Altair realized that the will to live could continue growing alongside a person's experiences and determination. To demonstrate his theory, Kakeru released a fraction of that power. The room shook as an enormous surge of energy erupted from him, far surpassing anything Altair had imagined. The overwhelming display quickly drew a blunt remark from a nearby observer. What sounded like a profound revelation was reduced to a far simpler explanation. Even so, Altair remained astonished. Reaching the essence of one's life force and strengthening it further seemed impossible by ordinary standards. Then Kakeru revealed his true intention. He wanted to use that power for Altair's sake and stay by her side from that day forward, leaving her speechless with emotion. Kakeru reminded Altair of the wish she had shared earlier. Instead of seeing her as a legendary figure, he chose to see her simply as Altair, and she accepted those words with tears in her eyes. Hearing her answer, Kakeru promised that everything he would do from now on would be for her sake. The sincerity of his feelings reached her immediately. After a brief silence, Altair gathered her courage and admitted that she had a request she wanted to make. Blushing with embarrassment, she revealed that this would be her first experience and asked Kakeru to be considerate of her feelings. Understanding her emotions, Kakeru gently accepted. Their distance disappeared as they embraced each other, beginning a new chapter together. Kakeru reminded Altair of the wish she had shared earlier. Instead of seeing her as a legendary figure, he chose to see her simply as Altair, and she accepted those words with tears in her eyes. Hearing her answer, Kakeru promised that everything he would do from now on would be for her sake. After a brief silence, Altair gathered her courage and admitted that she had a request she wanted to make. Blushing with embarrassment, she revealed that this would be her first experience and asked Kakeru to be considerate of her feelings. Understanding her emotions, Kakeru gently accepted. Their distance disappeared as they embraced each other, beginning a new chapter together. Later that night, Kakeru and Altair discussed the information they had gathered. Although their theory remained uncertain, they suspected that Aileen might be receiving support from an unseen ally. A brief silence followed. Rather than hiding the uncertainty, Altair appreciated that Kakeru trusted her enough to share his honest thoughts. Smiling softly, she reminded him that she was no longer the distant great sage. At his side, she simply wished to be Altair, holding her close. Kakeru turned his attention back to the threat ahead. 1 month later, winter arrived. As snow fell across the city streets, Kakeru continued his search, determined to uncover the enemy's next move. As Kakeru continued investigating recent events, he learned more about Fiona. Unlike her cheerful older sister, she remained quiet and reserved after suffering a traumatic possession in the past. Meanwhile, Fiona worked diligently at a restaurant. Her mood brightened whenever customers showed interest in the new menu she was helping prepare. While watching from a distance, Kakeru reflected on his long relationship with both sisters. Their importance to him made it impossible to ignore their situation. Suddenly, a hooded stranger entered the restaurant and immediately asked for Fiona and Mari. Caught off guard, Fiona answered cautiously and revealed their location. At the same time, Kakeru sensed that the visitor's appearance was far from ordinary. The hooded stranger suddenly rushed toward Fiona in a panic. His unexpected reaction frightened her and instantly drew attention from everyone in the restaurant. Before the situation could escalate, Kakeru stepped in and stopped the man as the stranger regained his composure. Both men realized they had met before. Removing the misunderstanding, the visitor introduced himself as Theo Kostomus, a general serving the kingdom of Silicosa. Theo revealed that he had come specifically to bring Fiona and Mari back to Silicosa. The announcement left Kakeru questioning why a military leader would seek them out. The truth shocked the room. Fiona and Mari were not ordinary sisters, but the hidden daughters of Silicosa's king and the rightful heirs to the kingdom's throne. The revelation stunned everyone present. Fiona, Mari, and even Kakeru struggled to process the claim that the sisters were heirs to an entire kingdom, refusing to accept the story without evidence. Kakeru immediately questioned Theo. Theo presented a national treasure said to react only to members of the royal family. The artifact would reveal the truth once Fiona touched it. Although nervous, Fiona accepted the request. The moment her hand reached the treasure, a powerful reaction burst from the artifact and spread throughout the room. The result left everyone speechless. As the treasure shone brightly in Fiona's hand, it became impossible to deny that Theo's claim was true. To remove all doubt, Theo asked Mari to touch the treasure as well. The artifact reacted immediately, confirming that both sisters carried the same royal bloodline. Overcome with emotion, Theo knelt before Fiona and Mari. He begged them to return to Silacosa, inherit the throne, and save the kingdom from its growing crisis. The revelation left Kakeru completely stunned. The ordinary sisters he had known for so long had suddenly become princesses, and the path ahead now led directly toward the kingdom of Silacosa. Kakeru listened as General Theo revealed trouble in Silacosa. Concern grew when he learned the kingdom had fallen under the control of invaders. According to Theo, the attackers belonged to the Acropolis Kingdom, a hostile nation that had seized the land. For years, Acropolis repeatedly pressured and attacked Silacosa. Tension between the neighboring states continued to worsen. 4 months earlier, enemy forces secretly entered the capital. Their sudden raid succeeded, and the king was killed. Without its ruler, the royal army lost coordination. Chaos spread across the kingdom, allowing the invaders to occupy Silacosa in a short time. Theo revealed that the invaders were eliminating the Silacosa royal bloodline. Remaining royal relatives were hunted and captured across the occupied kingdom. After escaping the capital, Theo gathered surviving soldiers and formed a resistance force. Despite their numbers, injuries and low morale weakened the movement. Seeking hope for his people, Theo pleaded for Fiona and Mari to stand with them. Their royal heritage could unite the scattered survivors. The general lowered his head and desperately begged for support. Kakeru watched quietly while considering every detail of the situation. Doubts soon appeared in Kakeru's mind as he reviewed the story. Several parts failed to fit together, leaving him suspicious of Theo's account. Kakeru silently examined Theo's story. The kingdom appeared nearly destroyed, and sending the sisters back into such danger seemed impossible. Meanwhile, Fiona and Mari sat uneasily. As members of the royal bloodline, they knew the enemy would never stop searching for them. Recognizing their confusion, Kakeru ended the discussion for the day. Theo accepted the decision and prepared to leave. Once the tension eased, the sisters turned their thoughts elsewhere. Curious about their origins, they asked Theo about their mother. Theo could offer only fragments of the past. He recalled rumors that a courtmaid had carried the king's child, but the truth remained uncertain. Theo explained that a courtmaid rumored to carry the king's child disappeared from the capital soon after her dismissal. He suspected she might have been their mother. A woman nearby considered the possibility carefully. If the maid had reached Mercury and opened a shop, she likely received support before leaving Silacosa. Hearing this, Mari apologized for any suffering their family history may have caused. The gesture surprised everyone in the room. Fiona and Mari reflected on their childhood. Though hardships existed, they remembered a warm life spent together with their mother. Those memories softened the atmosphere. Looking at the sisters, Theo felt certain their mother had never regretted the path she chose. After the discussion ended, Theo apologized for troubling the group and promised to return another day. The sisters and Kakeru watched him leave. Once he was gone, uncertainty remained. Mari struggled to accept the sudden revelation about her royal heritage, while Kakeru warned that Theo would likely keep returning. Gathering her courage, Fiona turned to Kakeru with a serious expression. She wanted his honest thoughts on the matter. Instead, a different question slipped out. Curious about the many princesses around him, Fiona asked what Kakeru thought of royalty. Embarrassed, Kakeru tried to explain himself. Although several princesses had entered his life, he insisted that none of it had been intentional. Mary suddenly reached a conclusion. Believing it could bring her closer to Kakeru, she declared her intention to become a princess, despite the danger. Determination filled Mari's eyes, more than fear or status. Her decision came from a desire to support Kakeru, however she could. Fiona was left speechless by the unexpected reason. Even Mari struggled to explain her feelings clearly. After a moment of thought, Fiona admitted that the idea had crossed her mind as well. Becoming a princess seemed like a way to remain by Kakeru's side. Memories of Kakeru's achievements surfaced in Fiona's mind. Remembering his courage and accomplishments only strengthened her admiration for him. As Fiona reflected on Kakeru's accomplishments, his image began to resemble the heroic princes from the stories their mother once shared. The thought lingered in her heart. If becoming a princess allowed her to stay beside Kakeru, the path suddenly seemed worth considering. Turning toward Mari, Fiona finally accepted the truth they had avoided. The two were sisters, connected by blood and the same uncertain future. With new resolve, Fiona stepped forward and called out to Kakeru. Mari watched quietly, sensing what her sister had decided. No longer willing to stand aside, Fiona declared that she would accompany Mari. Together, the sisters chose to face the challenges ahead. Kakeru realized the sisters were willing to risk their lives. Their determination convinced him that the situation could no longer be ignored. After considering the danger, Kakeru reached a decision. Since the enemy would continue pursuing Fiona and Mari, avoiding the problem was impossible. With confidence, he agreed to help. Kakeru declared that he would support the sisters and help them claim their places as princesses. Relief immediately appeared on their faces. Fiona and Mari happily thanked him for accepting their request. Soon preparations began for the journey ahead. Far from the peaceful town, travelers and soldiers moved across the land as larger events started to unfold. The group set out on their journey towards Silakoza. Soldiers marched alongside the carriage, while Fiona and Mary traveled under careful protection. As the road stretched ahead, Kakeru walked near the convoy. Theo noticed his expression and wondered what was on his mind. Inside the carriage, the sisters discussed the trip. The long distance raised concerns about food, supplies, and the days ahead. Kakeru quickly solved the problem. Confident in his abilities, he promised to provide fresh ingredients while Fiona and Mari volunteered to cook. Before the journey could continue peacefully, armed bandits suddenly appeared. Panic spread through the convoy, but Kakeru remained completely calm. The escort reacted immediately to the ambush. Their commander organized the soldiers, ordering the front platoons to engage, while others guarded the carriage under her command. The archers formed ranks. A coordinated volley of arrows surged toward the advancing bandits. At the same time, powerful magic struck the battlefield. Lightning crashed into the attackers, scattering their formation and throwing them into confusion. Seizing the advantage, the guards charged forward. Their disciplined assault quickly overwhelmed the remaining enemies before they could recover. Within moments, the threat was gone. Theo praised the soldiers' skill while Fiona and Mary watched in admiration from the safety of the carriage. Several days later, the group finally reached their destination. A weathered fortress stood ahead, serving as the Resistance's hidden stronghold. The ruined fortress had become the headquarters of Silakoza's remaining forces. Tents and soldiers filled the grounds within its damaged walls. As they entered, Fiona and Mari examined the base with curiosity. Kakeru quickly realized the army was operating from an abandoned ruin. Wounded soldiers and exhausted survivors could be seen everywhere. The poor condition of the resistance proved that the kingdom's situation was worse than expected. Not long after arriving, Theo gathered everyone's attention. The returning general prepared to deliver an important announcement to the camp. Before the gathered soldiers, a royal treasure was presented. Its reaction confirmed the identity of Fiona and Mari as descendants of Silakoza's royal family. As the artifact shone brightly, Theo formally introduced the sisters to the resistance. Excitement spread throughout the fortress at the revelation. Theo seized the moment to inspire his forces. He declared that the royal bloodline still endured and called on everyone to reclaim their lost kingdom. The soldiers answered with overwhelming support. Fiona and Mari stood nervously as cheers for the new princesses echoed across the base. Watching the crowd, Kakeru noticed their devotion. Theo explained that the people of Silakoza viewed the royal family as the living symbol of their nation. While the soldiers celebrated the return of the royal bloodline, Kakeru remained cautious. Their renewed morale was encouraging, but many challenges still lay ahead. Meanwhile, Fiona and Mari began to feel the weight of their new roles. Seeing this, Kakeru resolved to support them through the difficult path ahead. The following night, Kakeru arrived near Gion City and observed the heavily fortified territory from a distance. From a high position, he surveyed the streets, gates, and guards. Careful observation allowed him to understand the city's structure and defenses. Looking across the vast settlement, Kakeru learned that Gion served as a major trade hub. Capturing it would provide a valuable base and strengthen future military operations. After considering the situation, Kakeru decided to seize the city himself. He planned to advance with only his personal guard while the royal army rested. Upon hearing the order, 2 members of his personal guard quickly appeared before him, ready to support the upcoming mission. Peggy received praise for her scouting work. Kakeru confirmed that the terrain and enemy positions matched her report. Soon after, Peggy's background became known. Once unable to continue her life due to illness, she had become a ghost, and now worked alongside Tania, happily carrying out her duties. With preparations complete, Kakeru ordered the 2 maids to continue gathering information. Deep within the forest, a large force awaited his arrival. Nana stood at the front, having organized the troops and readied them for battle. As Kakeru approached, Nikki greeted him formally. The disciplined leader maintained her respect while the army assembled for the coming assault. Kakeru inspected Nikki's platoon before the operation. Though small in stature, Nikki had earned recognition for her exceptional twin, sword skills and strong leadership among the personal guard. After hearing that the soldiers were eager for battle, Kakeru expressed his trust in Nikki. Not long afterward, Kakeru met another group waiting in the forest. Several allies stepped forward to greet him upon his return. Among them were Julia, a sorcerer, priest, and Agni, a skilled fighter. Both had become valuable companions through previous adventures. Gathered with the rest of the party, they reported that their condition was excellent. Impressed by Kakeru's strength, they had chosen to remain together and support the coming campaign. Kakeru met Io again and noticed how much she had improved since their first encounter. Meanwhile, Agni reminded everyone that their party had gathered for its own reasons. Despite her attitude, the group remained united before the battle. Nearby, Julia showed quiet jealousy over Kakeru's closeness. With Io, the reaction amused the others, and briefly lightened the tense atmosphere. Soon, Kakeru looked over the assembled troops. Their equipment was prepared, their formation organized, and their determination clear. Standing before the army, he outlined the plan. Outnumbered by the enemy, they would create a distraction and seize Gehon before resistance could fully respond. Before the assault began, Kakeru reminded his forces to conserve supplies and prioritize recovery if injured. With the plan set, Kakeru called for a display of strength. A powerful response echoed through the forest as the soldiers pledged themselves to the mission. Next, Kakeru granted Io the ability to wield lightning magic. Energy surged around her body as she prepared to launch the opening attack. From a high position overlooking Gehon, Io unleashed a massive lightning strike. The attack crashed into the city walls with tremendous force. Moments later, explosions and falling debris spread across the defenses. Shocked guards scrambled for safety as panic erupted throughout the city. The lightning attack shattered a section of Gehon's walls. Dust and debris filled the air as the city's defenses collapsed under the sudden strike. Inside the city, confusion spread among the guards. Reports of the destroyed fort reached them, but few understood what had caused the disaster. Without hesitation, Kakeru's forces rushed through the opening, leading the charge. The frontline warriors entered the city before the defenders could regroup. A fierce clash erupted in the streets. Enemy soldiers attempted to resist, yet the invading troops pushed forward and overwhelmed the first line of defense. As the battle expanded, the invading force split into separate platoons. Each unit moved toward its assigned objective, accelerating the capture of Gehon. As the assault continued, Io and Nana exchanged brief encouragement before separating. Meanwhile, Kakeru remained at a high vantage point overlooking the city. Satisfied with the opening attack, he chose to observe how far his forces could advance on their own. The operation unfolded according to plan. After destroying the southern fortress, the invading army entered Gehon and divided its forces to expand the attack. On the eastern side, Nana led 5 platoons through the city. Her group advanced steadily while securing key positions along the route. At the same time, Io commanded another 5 platoons toward the western district, with both wings pushing forward. Control of Gehon gradually shifted in Kakeru's favor. According to the strategy, the eastern and western forces would capture their targets before regrouping at the northern fortress. Meanwhile, Kakeru advanced through the city on his own. Surrounded by enemies, he moved confidently while trusting his companions to handle their assigned objectives. Rather than fighting beside a large force, he relied on Hikari and another trusted ally. At the eastern fortress, Nana led her platoons toward the walls. Her troops charged forward while she took the lead in breaking the enemy's defenses. A powerful strike smashed through the fortifications and scattered debris across the battlefield. With the defenses collapsing, Nana's forces pushed deeper into the fortress and gained control of the area. On the western front, Io ordered her forces to advance. Powerful attacks rained down on the fortress, shaking the walls and weakening its defenses. Watching the destruction spread, the attackers realized the fortress could soon fall. Confidence grew as the enemy struggled to respond. Before long, large numbers of defenders poured out from the damaged stronghold. Rather than remain trapped inside, they prepared for a direct confrontation. Julia supported the front line with protective magic, while Agni stepped forward to meet the advancing soldiers. Their coordination strengthened the assault force. Seizing the opportunity, Agni charged straight into the enemy ranks. Her powerful strike sent multiple opponents flying and broke their formation in a single attack. Agni fought at the front with growing excitement. Surrounded by enemies, she welcomed every challenge and continued pushing deeper into the battlefield. Nearby, Nikki cut through multiple soldiers with remarkable speed. Her relentless assault scattered defenders and opened a path for her allies. As the fighting continued, a messenger raced toward the northern fortress. Realizing the enemy was calling for support, Io immediately ordered her first platoon to pursue. Concerned by the situation, Io prepared to move personally. However, Nikki's subordinates urged her to leave the matter to them and continue the operation. Accepting their judgment, Io stayed with the main force ahead. Another large group of defenders advanced. forcing the attackers to prepare for the next clash. From the city walls, 2 girls noticed the first platoon moving toward North Fort instead of following the original plan. Realizing something serious was happening, the girl with glasses rushed into action. She headed to Lady Nana while sending word for Master Kakeru to be informed at once. Meanwhile, enemy forces advanced rapidly toward North Fort. Reports confirmed that interception was impossible before they reached the fortress. Far away, Kakeru entrusted the mission to Nikki and the personal guard. Inspired by his confidence, the unit prepared for its first major battle. Without hesitation, Nikki led the charge toward North Fort. As the gate opened, the personal guard stormed forward, determined to secure victory for Kakeru. After entering North Fort, Nikki rushed ahead before the enemy could organize. Her sudden arrival caught the guards off guard as she launched herself through the gate area. Within moments, she reached the inner grounds. Surrounded by soldiers, Nikki stood alone at the center, while confusion spread among the defenders. Without slowing down, she dashed through the formation. Several enemies fell before they could react, and the crowded hall quickly descended into chaos. Steel flashed in every direction as Nikki fought multiple opponents at once. A powerful strike slammed into the ground, sending debris and soldiers flying. Landing firmly amid the destruction, Nikki secured control of the area and opened the way for Kakeru's forces. After clearing the fort's defenders, Nikki encountered a massive warrior waiting inside. Moments later, the enemy revealed himself as Shiaza, one of Cropolis' 4 generals. Holding a huge axe and standing like an immovable wall, he declared his intention to crush Nikki in battle. Rather than retreat, Nikki tightened her grip on her weapons and faced the general directly. Behind her, Kakeru's personal guard formed up in support. A female knight faced a giant barbarian warrior near the fortress gates. Fear crossed her face as she recognized the enemy. The warrior was none other than Shiaza, the feared barbarian overlord, causing the platoon to prepare for battle. Later, Kakeru attended a military briefing inside the castle. The commanders explained that Shiaza was one of Cropolis Kingdom's 4 generals and the overseer of Gion. Further information revealed his background. Before joining the kingdom, Shiaza had ruled the northern barbarians and fought numerous battles against neighboring forces. As the meeting continued, the kingdom's history of unification was reviewed, allowing Kakeru to better understand Shiaza's power and influence. The commander explained that the kings of 4 former independent nations had become the top generals of the newly founded Cropolis Kingdom. Their identities were revealed one by one. Herodotus, Tanith, Miltos, and Shiaza stood as the kingdom's 4 powerful warlords. While listening, Kakeru learned that each general possessed immense strength. Among them, Shiaza was considered the mightiest in terms of raw power. After hearing the report, Kakeru accepted the explanation and understood the threat posed by these warriors. The discussion then shifted toward dealing with Shiaza. A knight immediately responded to the order with enthusiasm. Meanwhile, Kakeru showed mild embarrassment as the formal treatment continued, despite his objections. Shiaza appeared before the defenders, revealing the overwhelming presence that had made him famous across the battlefield. Meanwhile, the knights prepared a final plan. With their resources nearly exhausted, they gathered their remaining strength for one last attempt. At the commander's signal, the soldiers rushed forward from every direction. Their coordinated assault aimed to trap Shiaza before he could break through. Instead of retreating, the barbarian welcomed the challenge. Excitement spread across his face as he viewed the battle as a worthy hunt. Determined to stop him, the female knight led another charge. Surrounded by attackers, Shiaza stood his ground and prepared for the coming clash. Shiaza unleashed a powerful roar that shook the battlefield. The shockwaves scattered debris and forced the surrounding knights to defend themselves. While advancing through the chaos, he proudly displayed the fur of a giant wolf he had defeated long ago. The tail revealed the source of his confidence and strength. Without slowing down, Shiaza swung his weapon through the attacking soldiers. Several knights were thrown back as he continued overwhelming the defensive line. Meanwhile, the defenders launched arrows and magic attacks together. Their strikes landed, but the barbarian remained standing. Seeing the limited effect of the assault, the female knight realized their attacks were still insufficient to bring him down. Despite suffering wounds, Shiaza continued fighting without slowing down. One by one, the knights around him were struck down as his relentless assault overwhelmed the defenders. A powerful swing followed, forcing several soldiers backward. The female knight barely maintained her footing while her allies struggled to withstand the attack. Seeing their leader in danger, another knight rushed forward to assist. The opportunity vanished instantly as Shiaza counterattacked. His blow sent multiple knights crashing to the ground, leaving the battlefield littered with injured defenders. With resistance broken, Shiaza stood before the exhausted female knight and regarded her as his final target. The female knight acknowledged the vast gap in strength between herself and Siaza. Even so, she refused to abandon her wounded comrades, despite the danger before her. A surviving ally urged her to escape and handed over the kingdom's final recovery item. Instead of retreating, she chose to remain on the battlefield. Determination replaced hesitation as she ordered the remaining soldiers to withdraw. With her decision made, she prepared to face Siaza alone, delighted by the challenge. Siaza launched another devastating attack. Moments later, his beast's roar erupted once again, sending a destructive shockwave across the area and intensifying the final confrontation. The lone knight charged through the destruction, refusing to retreat despite the overwhelming pressure from Siaza's attacks. Quickly closing the distance, she attempted to strike. Siaza easily followed her movements and prepared a counter. Before his attack landed, a hidden dagger flew toward him. The unexpected projectile briefly disrupted his focus. Using that opening, the knight rushed in and launched a direct assault. Her blade came closer than any previous attack. However, Siaza reacted in time and blocked the strike. The failed attack left the knight exposed as the battle continued in his favor. The knight seized a brief opening and launched a direct attack. For the first time, she managed to reach Siaza's defenses. Angered by the attempt, Siaza retaliated immediately. His overwhelming strength forced her backward before she could press the advantage. As the battle turned against her, the knight accepted that defeat was near. Even so, she remained standing and faced her opponent. Suddenly, a black-haired figure rushed onto the battlefield. Kakeru grabbed the knight and pulled her away from the incoming attack at the last moment. Shock spread across both sides. The surviving soldiers stared in disbelief as Kakeru's unexpected arrival completely changed the situation. Kakeru caught the injured knight and scolded her for ignoring his orders. Despite her condition, she felt relieved after realizing he had come to save her. A moment later, Kakeru praised her efforts and survival. His words restored some of her confidence after the brutal battle turning toward the battlefield. Kakeru revealed his identity to Siaza. The barbarian finally learned that the famous magic sword wielder had arrived. News of Kakeru's appearance quickly spread among the soldiers. While many reacted with surprise, Siaza dismissed him as just another opponent. Without hesitation, Kakeru struck first. The sudden attack caught Siaza off guard and instantly changed the flow of the battle. Kakeru stepped forward while carrying the injured knight behind him. Siaza's confidence faded as the battle suddenly shifted in an unexpected direction. Soon, Kakeru's companions arrived at the fortress. They apologized for their delay, but their appearance immediately strengthened the defenders' morale. Rather than showing concern, Kakeru calmly reassured everyone. His relaxed attitude suggested that the situation remained completely under control. After assessing the battlefield, he ordered the wounded soldiers and the first platoon to withdraw. The remaining conflict would be handled by his own group. With the evacuation underway, Kakeru turned his attention toward the invaders. Supported by his allies, he prepared to confront the enemy directly. Kakeru declared the battle finished. His confidence shattered the invaders' momentum and signaled the end of their advance. Soon afterward, a powerful light appeared over the fortress. Panic spread among the enemy soldiers as the situation changed beyond their expectations. By morning, the outcome became clear. Gion had been reclaimed, leaving its former overseer stunned by the speed of the defeat. Standing before the restored city, Kakeru credited the victory to everyone who had fought for it. Their combined efforts had secured the kingdom's success. Later, the wounded soldiers recovered in camp while the rest of the army rested, marking a peaceful end to the hard-fought campaign. After the victory, Siaza's former superior questioned Kakeru about the battle. Learning that Siaza had been present, he could only acknowledge Kakeru's remarkable achievement. Attention then shifted to the first platoon. Kakeru instructed the others to reassure the citizens and restore order after the chaos that had shaken the city. Meanwhile, the defeated platoon remained discouraged by its performance. Recognizing their frustration, a senior knight decided to speak with them personally and help them recover their confidence. Kakeru arrived at a camp filled with warriors who had survived the kingdom's recent struggles. Soon afterward, he headed toward the first platoon's tent. His arrival quickly drew attention. Once Kakeru entered, the women immediately stood and saluted. Their disciplined response showed how seriously they regarded his position. Rather than maintaining such formality, he encouraged everyone to relax and take their seats. Moments later, the group gathered around him inside the tent. After the atmosphere settled, Kakeru turned his attention to Nikki. With the platoon listening quietly, he prepared to discuss the reason for his visit. Kakeru questioned the first platoon about their recent operation. Although he had ordered them to regroup and attack together, the soldiers hesitated before explaining the situation. They had spotted a messenger heading toward the northern fort and feared an opportunity would be lost if they waited. As the explanation continued, nervous tension filled the tent. Kakeru listened silently, while the platoon struggled to justify their decision. Nikki finally revealed their true motivation. Having once been rescued by Kakeru, they wanted to achieve military success and prove themselves useful to him. Understanding their feelings, Kakeru remained calm. Nikki accepted responsibility for the incident and asked that any punishment fall on her alone rather than her subordinates. After hearing Nikki's explanation and accepting her apology, Kakeru quietly considered the situation. Rather than delivering punishment, Kakeru reached a different conclusion. He decided that their mistake came from insufficient strength rather than bad intentions. The unexpected response surprised everyone in the tent. Instead of penalties, Kakeru announced that he would personally train the platoon to prevent similar incidents in the future. He explained that their loyalty and desire to help him were already clear. Because of that, he wanted them to become stronger and achieve even greater accomplishments. Relief spread through the group as they realized no punishment was coming. The tense atmosphere disappeared. Tears filled Nikki's eyes as she promised that she and her platoon would become far stronger in the future. Around Kakeru, the soldiers stood and renewed their pledge. Their earlier guilt had turned into determination. Seeing everyone alive and motivated, Kakeru felt satisfied. The incident no longer seemed worth dwelling on. Training was postponed until the next day so the platoon could recover properly. As the meeting appeared to end, someone hesitated nearby. Nikki stepped forward once more. Although grateful for Kakeru's kindness, she still felt responsible as the platoon's leader and wished to address that burden. Still feeling responsible for the platoon's mistake, Nikki asked Kakeru to punish her alone. Rather than showing anger, Kakeru pulled Nikki close and comforted her. The sudden display left the surrounding soldiers completely stunned. Realizing what was happening, the platoon members quickly excused themselves and left the tent, giving the pair privacy. Once they were alone, Kakeru kept Nikki by his side and gently reassured her. Her tension gradually began to fade. As Nikki explained why she expected punishment, Kakeru learned that outside advice had influenced her thinking. Understanding the misunderstanding, he continued comforting the embarrassed platoon leader. Nikki lowered her head and confessed her feelings while still blaming herself. In response, Kakeru firmly rejected her self-criticism and reminded her of her worth. He praised her courage, leadership, and determination to protect her subordinates. Those qualities convinced him that she was the right person to lead the first platoon. As Nikki listened through tears, Kakeru promised to support her and help the entire platoon grow stronger. Gradually, her guilt began to disappear. Soon afterward, he encouraged her to treat him more naturally. Overwhelmed with relief and happiness, Nikki embraced him. The evening passed peacefully as the two remained together, their bond becoming even stronger than before. While Nikki spent time alone with Kakeru, the rest of the first platoon secretly watched from outside the tent. The surprised group was immediately discovered. Embarrassment spread through the tent as Nikki realized her subordinates had witnessed everything. Unable to stop themselves, the soldiers began teasing their leader. Their playful comments only made Nikki even more flustered. By the following day, the kingdom welcomed the allied army into the city. Citizens gathered in large numbers to celebrate their arrival. Later, Fiona and Marie were formally presented before the public. The introduction marked another important step in restoring order throughout the kingdom. Before the gathered citizens, the kingdom's leaders announced their determination to reclaim the capital from enemy control. Cheers erupted from the crowd as Fiona and Marie received overwhelming support. Meanwhile, soldiers and new recruits began gathering in large numbers to strengthen across the city. Reconstruction efforts continued without pause. Workers repaired damaged walls and buildings, gradually restoring the capital's defenses. Later, Kakeru visited Theo and checked on the progress of the preparations. The meeting quickly turned into an introduction with several important allies. Theo presented two respected figures to Kakeru: Chrome, commander of the Imperial Guard, and Milko, a veteran knight once known as the kingdom's strongest warrior. While meeting with veteran commanders, Kakeru learned that Fiona and Marie had been actively supporting the kingdom after their public introduction. Rather than remaining in the palace, Marie joined the citizens and soldiers. She personally prepared meals and encouraged everyone working to defend and rebuild the city. Her kindness inspired the people around her, motivated by her efforts. The soldiers renewed their determination to reclaim their homeland. As the work continued, Marie organized food preparation with remarkable speed and efficiency. The citizens were amazed to see their queen helping directly. Grateful for her dedication, they eagerly offered assistance whenever she needed it. While helping with the food preparations, Marie politely asked the workers for assistance. Later, Kakeru visited the cooking area and checked on Fiona and Marie, Seeing them work so hard for the city left a strong impression on him. Some nobles and soldiers were shocked that members of the royal family were preparing meals themselves. Fiona, however, saw nothing unusual about helping the people. She explained that they were using recipes passed down by their mother to support the citizens during the kingdom's recovery. As more people enjoyed the meals, morale steadily improved. The workers regained their energy and felt motivated to continue rebuilding the city. Fiona and Marie explained that, although they could not fight on the battlefield, they had chosen to support the kingdom in every way they could. To prove their point, they offered their special food to the gathered soldiers and officers. Curious but uncertain, the group agreed to try it. After tasting the meal, the reactions changed immediately. Even the skeptical commanders admitted its quality, while Kakeru watched the scene with interest. Nearby Hikari enthusiastically joined the cooking effort. Her unexpected participation quickly drew Kakeru's attention. The workers praised Hikari's help, but concerns arose about her safety. Despite the warnings, the lively atmosphere around the kitchen continued throughout the day. Without warning, a massive army from Cropolis appeared outside the city. Their sudden advance toward Gion immediately created a sense of danger. After noticing the approaching force, Kakeru quickly understood the situation. The enemy had chosen to attack, despite knowing many powerful defenders were present. Standing atop the city walls, Kakeru ordered an alert and prepared for battle. As he looked over Gion, he resolved to protect the city from the coming assault. Alarm spread across the city as citizens ran through the streets. News quickly reached everyone that the Cropolis army was approaching, forcing the kingdom into a state of urgency. Inside the castle, commanders reacted immediately. Orders were issued to strengthen the southern gate despite the area still being under reconstruction after previous damage. Meanwhile, Kakeru met worried residents and allies near the walls. Although the enemy had arrived, he stayed composed and encouraged everyone not to place the entire burden on them. Gathering the defenders together, Kakeru demanded their attention. With little time remaining before the battle, he prepared to explain his strategy. Based on reports from scouts, Kakeru concluded that the enemy would most likely attack the weakened southern fort. After studying the enemy's likely route, Kakeru assigned his personal guard and Nana's unit to defend the southern fort. He expected the fiercest battle to take place there. The meeting grew tense when Chrome stepped forward and openly challenged the strategy. Instead of accepting the order, he voiced his disagreement before the gathered soldiers. Standing before the Silekozan army, Chrome acknowledged the strength of Kakeru's guards. Even so, he reminded everyone that their own forces were still rebuilding. Determination filled his expression as he declared that the Silekozan army should handle the battle through its own strength, rather than relying on others. Ignoring objections, Chrome insisted that his soldiers defend the southern fort themselves. His resolve surprised the crowd and brought Kakeru's plan into question. Kakeru accepted Chrome's request and allowed the Silekozan army to defend the southern fort. Rather than arguing further, Kakeru shifted everyone's attention to other urgent tasks. Preparations continued as civilians were evacuated and defenses across the city were organized. Meanwhile, Fiona quietly assessed the situation. She believed Chrome's army was still too weakened to face the massive Cropolis force alone. Concern spread among the onlookers as they questioned Chrome's choice. Even Kakeru appeared thoughtful, while listening to the growing doubts. Later, Chrome assembled his soldiers outside the southern fort. Standing before them, he expressed gratitude and prepared his army for the difficult battle ahead. Before the ruined fort, Chrome addressed his soldiers. Determination spread through the ranks as they prepared to confront the approaching Cropolis army. Raising his weapon, Chrome reminded everyone of their kingdom's suffering. His words strengthened their resolve to reclaim their nation's pride and future. A solemn vow followed as Chrome pledged loyalty to his king and swore to eliminate every enemy threatening the kingdom. His fierce declaration ignited the army's spirit. Soldiers responded with thunderous support, ready to follow him regardless of the cost. Soon afterward, the troops advanced from the southern fort. War cries echoed across the battlefield as the Silekozan army marched toward the enemy. The battle began as Chrome led the charge against the enemy's war beasts. Silekozan soldiers rushed forward, determined to stop the advancing force. Moving ahead of his men, Chrome struck the nearest beast with powerful attacks around him. Soldiers fought desperately to hold their ground. Despite the resistance, one massive creature crashed through the battlefield. Its strength overwhelmed nearby fighters and forced them to retreat. Another beast slammed into the defenders, scattering soldiers across the field. The front line wavered under the relentless assault. Refusing to back down, Chrome launched himself directly at the charging enemy. His fierce counterattack became the army's last effort to halt the beast's advance. A charging war beast broke through the battlefield and slammed toward the defenders. Dust filled the air as soldiers struggled to stop its advance. One soldier stepped forward and blocked the creature's momentum. His unexpected action stunned those nearby and briefly halted the beast. Seizing the opportunity, a warrior leaped onto the beast and struck with all his strength. The attack forced the massive creature to collapse onto the ground. Before the defenders could recover, more war beasts charged from behind. Their arrival threatened to overwhelm the already strained front line. Far from the battlefield, two young women watched from the city walls. Anxiety grew between them as the sounds of battle echoed from the southern fort. From the city walls, two young women watched the distant battle with growing concern. Unable to remain still, one of them rushed away with a plan to seek Kakeru's help. Her sister hurried after her through the castle corridors. Inside the castle, an elder explained Chrome's stubborn nature. Although talented and loyal, he rarely changed his mind once he had made a decision. As the battle raged outside, memories of Chrome's past surfaced. His devotion to the king had earned both admiration and constant worry from those around him. Even in the midst of danger, Chrome continued fighting with reckless determination. Protecting the king remained the purpose that drove every action he took. Inside the castle, an elder revealed the burden Chrome had carried for years. Hearing the story, Fiona became emotional. The thought of Chrome seeking death on the battlefield, instead of living with his pain, filled her with sadness. Nearby, Kakeru quietly listened as the truth became clear. Understanding Chrome's motives, he turned his attention toward Fiona's reaction, unable to stay silent. Fiona stepped into the room. Her concern for Chrome outweighed any hesitation she had about interrupting the discussion. Holding back tears, Fiona admitted she understood Chrome's feelings. Even so, she could not accept his willingness to throw his life away and urgently sought Kakeru's help back at the castle. Kakeru calmly listened as a request was brought before him. While discussions continued, the battle at the southern fort grew increasingly desperate. Across the battlefield, fallen soldiers and shattered weapons covered the ground. Despite his injuries, Chrome remained standing at the front lines. Behind him, exhausted soldiers faced another advancing wave of enemies and war beasts. Refusing to surrender, Chrome rallied his men once more. His determination pushed the defenders to continue fighting against overwhelming odds. Charging forward, Chrome threw himself into battle again. Even after suffering serious wounds, he continued striking at the enemy while forcing his battered body onward. On the battlefield, Chrome pushed his exhausted soldiers forward. Consumed by his desire to avenge the fallen king, he urged them to abandon all fear of death. Suddenly, pillars of light descended across the battlefield. Both armies froze as an unfamiliar power erupted in the middle of the conflict. Chrome stared in shock, while the mysterious magic engulfed the area. The unexpected intervention halted the momentum of the battle. Moments later, reinforcements launched a coordinated attack. Archers, mages, and elite warriors stormed the field, driving back the enemy forces. Explosions and powerful strikes swept across the battlefield. Watching the tide suddenly change, Chrome realized that the legendary magic sword wielder's troops had arrived. As the battle shifted, Kakeru appeared on the fortress wall with his reinforcements. Standing beside Kakeru, Fiona called out to Chrome. She praised his efforts and urged him to leave the rest of the fight to those who had come to help. Chrome hesitated, still clinging to his determination to sacrifice himself for revenge and the kingdom's honor. Fiona firmly rejected that way of thinking. She reminded everyone that every life within the kingdom carried value, from nobles to ordinary citizens. Her words finally reached Chrome, exhausted and wounded. He listened as she asked him to entrust both the battle and his life to others. Fiona stepped forward and gave Chrome a new purpose, instead of sacrificing himself for the past. Hearing those words, Chrome froze in place. The burden he had carried for years suddenly began to waver. Memories of the fallen king resurfaced in his mind. At last he realized that the kingdom itself was what needed his protection, not his endless pursuit of death. Accepting Fiona's wish, Chrome admitted his mistake. The fierce determination that had driven him through the battle finally faded. His exhausted body gave out moments later. Before he could collapse to the ground, Kakeru caught him and assured everyone that Chrome had merely lost consciousness. After Chrome collapsed, the elder thanked Kakeru for intervening. Watching Fiona from afar, Kakeru quietly reflected on how much she had matured. Tears remained in Fiona's eyes, yet relief replaced her earlier fear. Chrome had survived, and his burden no longer seemed as heavy as before. With the immediate crisis resolved, Kakeru turned toward the battlefield, determined to protect the Queen's kingdom. He prepared to confront the remaining enemy forces himself. Dark power surged around him as he advanced. The enemy soldiers stared in shock while Kakeru challenged their reckless attack on the city. Moments later, massive black attacks erupted across the battlefield. Panic spread through the enemy ranks as Kakeru's overwhelming strength crushed their formation. As enemy soldiers were overwhelmed by Kakeru's power, he realized their true objective had been Fiona and Marie. Allowing them to escape would only invite future attacks, so he decided to end the threat completely. Dark energy swept across the battlefield as Kakeru unleashed his strength without restraint. Enemy troops and war beasts were crushed under the assault, leaving no chance for resistance. In the Silicosa Mountain District, Kakeru and his companions traveled through a forest trail. Leading the way, Hikari ran ahead with boundless enthusiasm, while the others followed behind at a steady pace. From a distance, Kakeru watched Hikari's energetic behavior. Her cheerful actions brightened the journey as the group continued deeper into the woods. Soon, the path became steeper. Noticing a female warrior lagging behind, Kakeru stretched out his hand in an attempt to help her climb more easily. Instead of accepting the gesture, the warrior responded with visible reluctance. As the march resumed, another companion assured everyone of her condition. Meanwhile, Kakeru reflected on the situation and wondered why he seemed unpopular among the women accompanying him. While traveling through the forest, Kakeru's group discussed their next destination. Their objective was Adria, the capital of Silicosa, and the center of enemy control. A detailed explanation followed. Kakeru's squad was assigned to eliminate the leader, responsible for coordinating the enemy forces throughout the region. The strategy focused on rebuilding Silicosa's weakened military, rather than remaining on the defensive. Allied forces would gradually unite and reclaim lost territories. Recent battles at Gesan had inflicted severe losses on Silicosa's army. To avoid that outcome, Kakeru's team planned a covert advance through the mountain district toward the occupied capital, while the enemy remained focused elsewhere. Before advancing toward the capital, the commander assigned trusted guards and soldiers to remain in Gishan. Meanwhile, the raiding squad was introduced. Several capable companions gathered in the forest, each selected to participate in the dangerous mission. Additional members from the Royal Guard and Army joined the group, with experienced fighters and supporters assembled. The force became ready for a long campaign. Confident in their strength, Kakeru believed the squad possessed enough power to reclaim Silicosa, even without confronting the enemy army directly. A week passed after leaving Gatan. As night settled over the forest, the group rested at a temporary camp while continuing their journey toward the occupied capital. 1 week into the journey, the squad rested at a forest camp. While sharing a meal around the fire, Kakeru checked on Io and wondered whether the long march was wearing her down. Nearby, several women gathered together while eating. Their habit of staying close to one another caught Kakeru's attention during the evening break. A smaller companion pointed out the situation, noting how the women constantly remained side by side, despite having enough space to spread out. The discussion shifted toward Kakeru's importance to the group. Some members openly regarded him as their greatest supporter and protector during the campaign soon. One of the women offered to explain her connection to him. As everyone listened, she began recounting the adventure that first brought them together. Io and Julia accepted a guild quest to investigate a newly discovered monster near a mountain road. Since the mission was ranked B, they expected a routine assignment. After reaching the location, the pair found their target. Instead of a normal creature, an enormous black sphere floated silently within the rocky valley. The strange object showed traces of magical energy, yet neither woman could immediately identify what it was. Its appearance only deepened the mystery. Choosing not to hesitate, Io prepared for battle while Julia moved into position. They decided to handle the threat using their usual teamwork. Without wasting time, Io charged directly toward the sphere. At the same moment, Julia cast support magic from behind, strengthening her partner for the attack. Empowered by Julia's support magic, Io charged forward and struck the mysterious sphere with overwhelming force. The impact shattered the ground and filled the canyon with debris. When the dust settled, the sphere appeared destroyed, leaving the two adventurers satisfied with the result. Believing the mission was complete, Io suggested collecting the remains and returning home. However, Julia suddenly noticed an unusual reaction among the scattered fragments. Without warning, a piece of the sphere launched through the air at tremendous speed. The projectile pierced Julia before anyone could stop it. Horror spread across Io's face as she watched her companion suffer a devastating wound. As Julia struggled with her wound, a glowing light rose from the shattered remains. Io quickly realized the monster had survived. Moments later, a massive star-shaped form appeared in the sky. Around it, numerous glowing spheres materialized and immediately launched attacks across the battlefield. Carrying the injured Julia, Io desperately ran through the barrage. Explosions erupted around them as she searched for a way to escape the relentless assault. The enemy pressed forward without pause. Even while protecting her companion, Io refused to retreat and prepared herself to keep fighting. Suddenly, several powerful blasts struck the star, shaped monster. Massive explosions engulfed the area, forcing Io to stop and stare at the unexpected turn of events. Amid the chaos, a mysterious girl suddenly descended onto the battlefield. Io stared in shock as the newcomer landed between them and the attacking monster. Without hesitation, the girl warned everyone to get down. A powerful strike followed immediately. A massive protective force spread across the area, shielding Io and the injured Julia. For the first time since the battle escalated, the pair gained a brief moment of safety. The newcomer then unleashed a devastating lightning attack. Blinding energy crashed directly into the monster, overwhelming its defenses. Cracks rapidly spread across the creature's body. Moments later, the star-shaped monster shattered apart in a violent explosion, scattering fragments across the battlefield. After the battle ended, the mysterious girl explained that some monsters could change forms. The newcomer then approached the injured adventurers with a warm smile. Rather than acting like a hero, she first checked whether they were safe. Relieved by the concern, Io and Julia confirmed that they had survived. Although exhausted and wounded, both were grateful for the unexpected rescue. The story then shifted to an earlier meeting inside a guild hall. There, the mysterious girl immediately recognized Io and reacted with surprise. As the conversation continued, Io learned that her reputation had already spread widely. Fellow adventurers admired her rapid rise and often shared stories about her achievements. After hearing about Io's achievements, Agni and Julia became excited. Both immediately grabbed her hands and sought her attention. Without hesitation, the pair made a bold request. They asked for permission to join Io's party and travel alongside her. Their sudden proposal caught Io completely off guard. Agni and Julia explained that they wished to become stronger through experience and guidance. As the discussion continued, the two learned that Io was not actually the leader of her group. Smiling proudly, Io introduced Kakeru. She described him as an extraordinary adventurer who had trained her, helped her reach a rank status, and accomplished feats beyond ordinary heroes. While talking about Kakeru, Io continued praising his accomplishments. She described countless achievements, making him sound more like a legendary hero than an ordinary adventurer. The more details they heard, the more suspicious Agni and Julia became. Kakeru's accomplishments seemed far too extraordinary to believe without question. Convinced that something was wrong, the pair began discussing the situation seriously. Explanation: Agni and Julia confronted Kakeru at the camp. Pointing at him, they accused him of misleading the innocent and trusting Io. The accusations quickly grew harsher. Certain that Kakeru had stolen credit for Io's achievements, the two declared him a shameless fraud despite having no evidence, unable to defend himself. Kakeru turned to Io for help. Unfortunately, she admitted that Agni and Julia had already made up their minds and would not listen to any explanation. Watching the argument, another companion offered her opinion. She noted that strangers probably saw Kakeru as nothing more than a wealthy man surrounded by talented women. Despite her suspicions, Agni acknowledged one thing: if even half of Io's stories were true, then Kakeru had to be someone remarkable. Even so, Agni and Julia declared a challenge. They planned to expose Kakeru during the expedition and convince Io to leave his group for theirs instead. Their determination left Kakeru speechless. He could only wonder whether he truly looked as suspicious as they claimed. While traveling through the forest, Kakeru sensed a group of people ahead. The presence seemed unusual, prompting the party to investigate cautiously. Soon they reached a peaceful village hidden beyond the trees. Seeing no immediate danger, the group shifted its attention toward the settlement. Kakeru and his companion arrived at a remote mountain village hidden deep among the cliffs. Below, villagers continued their daily routines. A dog wandered nearby, women gathered together, and a worker carried supplies through the settlement. From the village, the two travelers could be seen standing on a high rocky ledge overlooking the area. Their sudden appearance drew attention from below. While observing the settlement, Kakeru sensed an unusual emptiness. The peaceful scene felt strangely isolated from the outside world. His companion explained that the villagers belonged to neither of the neighboring kingdoms and had remained separate from their long conflict. The group left the isolated village and entered a narrow canyon surrounded by towering cliffs. Deep rumbling echoed through the rocky passage. Kakeru led the way while his companions followed carefully. The winding valley stretched ahead beneath massive stone formations. As they advanced, the scenery grew more impressive. Kakeru admired the enormous canyon while his guide noted that the royal capital lay beyond it. Excitement spread among the travelers as they moved deeper through the route. The journey had remained unusually peaceful without any hostile encounters. Despite the smooth progress, Kakeru became suspicious. No enemy forts or military presence had appeared, even though they were already far inside rival territory. Kakeru suddenly sensed danger approaching through the canyon. The warning came without explanation, forcing him to react immediately, without hesitation. He unleashed a powerful sword technique toward the cliff walls. A sharp strike cut across the towering rock face. Moments later, massive sections of stone collapsed from above. Kakeru ordered everyone to spread out as huge boulders crashed into the valley. The companions rushed to safety while debris rained down around them. Several falling rocks narrowly missed the fleeing group. A violent impact shook the canyon as enormous chunks of stone smashed into the ground. Dust and shattered rock filled the passage, revealing the deadly trap hidden ahead. After the rock slide ended, Kakeru's group checked on each other. Relief quickly faded when they realized several companions had been separated by the collapsed canyon. Before anyone could regroup, masked soldiers emerged from the cliffs and rushed forward. A heavily armed warrior stepped into view and declared that he had been waiting for the magic sword user. His arrival silenced the battlefield. The enemy revealed himself as Miltos, one of Cropolis's 4 generals. Confident in his strength, he prepared to crush anyone standing before him. Kakeru's companion immediately recognized the famous warlord. Meanwhile, Kakeru focused on the weapon in Miltos's hands. Sensing it was the true source of concern, Kakeru identified the weapon as a magic sword. Its presence immediately explained the unusual pressure he had sensed from the enemy general. Miltos charged forward without delay, raising the massive blade and targeting Kakeru directly. Their weapons collided with explosive force. Dark energy surged outward from the impact, surprising everyone watching the clash. The violent shockwave blasted through the battlefield and pushed both fighters apart. Even Kakeru's companions were stunned by the power released. Sliding to a stop, Kakeru admitted that his opponent was formidable. Then he noticed Miltos had landed on the opposite side of the canyon, near the companions separated by the ambush. While Kakeru faced Miltos, the masked soldiers seized the opportunity and charged toward the separated group from every direction. A soldier rushed forward, but Kakeru's sharp movements caught him off guard. Realizing the threat around his companions, Kakeru shifted his attention. At the same time, a young mage stepped forward and raised several magical circles above the battlefield. Energy gathered rapidly in the sky. Lightning burst from the circles and struck the attacking soldiers. Powerful flashes spread across the area, forcing the ambushers into confusion. Watching the defense, Kakeru immediately recognized the spell. The technique resembled a protective magic once used by Olivia, revealing a new layer of strength within his allies. Kakeru decided to end the battle quickly. While preparing his next move, his companion urged him to finish the fight and reunite with the separated group. Meanwhile, masked soldiers continued their assault. They leaped toward the defenders from multiple directions, hoping to overwhelm them through numbers. One of Kakeru's allies met the attack head. On her powerful strikes cut through the enemy ranks and forced the soldiers backward. The surviving enemies were shocked by her strength. Their praise only irritated her further, causing her determination to intensify. Suddenly, a dark presence appeared behind her. Miltos had moved into position, towering over the warrior and placing her directly in his sights. Agni recognized the warrior they had encountered earlier. The sight of him immediately put her on guard, and tension spread through the group. As the party prepared themselves, the armored man stepped forward without hesitation. Standing before them, he released an overwhelming aura. The soldiers and Agni instinctively froze, as his strength became clear. After dismissing the group as unworthy opponents, the warrior showed no interest in fighting anyone he considered weak. His arrogance quickly angered Agni. Unable to tolerate the insult, she charged straight at him with a powerful attack. However, the man effortlessly avoided the strike, proving the vast difference in their abilities. Agni continued her assault, swinging repeatedly while rushing around her opponent. Despite her speed, the armored warrior calmly tracked every movement and avoided each strike. Using a strengthening skill, she pushed her body beyond its limits and launched an even faster barrage. Before he could counter, the fox-eared mage joined the battle. She used levitation magic to rise above the battlefield and support her ally. The warrior shifted his attention toward the mage. At that moment, Agni attacked again from behind, refusing to let him control the fight. As both women pressed forward together, the battle finally became a coordinated assault instead of a one-sided confrontation. The warrior raised his strange magic sword. The monstrous eye and tentacles on the weapon reacted as dark energy gathered around it. A violent wave of power erupted from the blade. The attack spread across the battlefield and instantly overwhelmed everyone nearby. Agni, the fox-eared mage, and the soldiers were thrown to the ground. None of them could resist the force released by the enchanted weapon, while the others struggled to recover. The warrior calmly stood in place with his sword raised. Realizing the attack came from a magic sword, she questioned what had struck them. The warrior then acknowledged her endurance, showing mild interest in her ability to withstand the weapon's power. The warrior revealed the name of his cursed weapon, Telemia. He explained that the sword could consume the minds of its wielders, though he claimed immunity to its influence. After displaying the sword's power, he declared that he had wasted enough time. Turning away from the battle, he prepared to seek the weapon's original owner. Aang remained frustrated by how everyone kept talking about the magic sword. Even while injured, she refused to lose her fighting spirit and looked toward her companion. The fox-eared mage confidently assured her that victory was still possible. Those words helped restore Agne's determination. Noticing they were still standing, the warrior introduced himself as Miltos, a sword overlord who devoted his life to pursuing strength. After hearing Miltos introduce himself, Agni and Julia proudly gave their own names, standing side by side. Despite their injuries, they declared that they would be the ones to defeat him. Agni rushed toward Miltos and challenged him head-on. Their swords collided with tremendous force, shaking the battlefield. Despite the intensity of the clash, Miltos remained calm while Agni struggled to gain an advantage. A sudden counterattack broke Agni's momentum. The impact sent her sliding across the ground, leaving deep marks behind. Meanwhile, Miltos stood firm and prepared for the next exchange. Seeing Agni pushed back, Julia became worried. She quickly looked for a way to help before the situation grew worse. Without hesitation, Julia activated assist magic. Several enchanted blades shot forward at high speed toward Miltos. Miltos instantly sensed the attack. Accelerating his movements, he cut down the incoming blades before they could reach him. Miltos dismissed the support attack and accelerated toward Agni. His sudden burst of speed caught her off guard as he attempted to overwhelm her before she could react. At the last moment, Agni slipped past his attack and struck back. The unexpected move surprised Miltos and briefly interrupted his advance. A/slash landed on Miltos, giving Agni renewed confidence. She believed the battle had finally shifted in her favor and pressed forward. Instead of weakening, Miltos became excited. The wound awakened his fighting spirit, and a frightening presence surrounded him. Seeing his reaction, Agni and Julia froze. Miltos welcomed the challenge, eager to continue the battle with even greater intensity. Miltos decided to respond seriously after being wounded. Gathering his strength, he unleashed a powerful sword technique while Agni and Julia watched in alarm. Multiple slashes burst across the battlefield at once. The attack struck both Agni and Julia, leaving them unable to avoid the overwhelming assault. When the technique ended, the battlefield fell silent. Agni struggled to remain standing, while Julia was pinned against the rocky wall and heavily injured. Miltos slowly approached his exhausted opponent. Despite Agni's determination, she could barely continue fighting against such overwhelming power. Looking up at the towering swordsman, Agni finally understood the gap between them. Badly injured, Agni thought about saving Julia and escaping. Yet as she looked at her ally, memories surfaced. She realized her struggle was never about chasing strength alone, but about proving herself worthy of acceptance. That realization strengthened her resolve. Instead of retreating, Agni rejected her doubts and chose to keep fighting despite her condition. Gathering every remaining ounce of strength, she launched herself forward. Her determination pushed her beyond her limits as she continued her assault. At the same time, Julia answered her resolve and rushed into action. Miltos noticed the sudden change and turned his attention toward the new threat. Before Julia could complete her move, Miltos reacted instantly. His hand shot forward and seized her by the neck, stopping her attack completely. Miltos mocked the damage he had received and remained confident. Although wounded, he showed no sign of weakness, leaving Julia frustrated as Agni struggled to endure the battle. Refusing to give up, Julia activated a dangerous spell. Dark energy spread through Miltos's wound, causing the injury to worsen instead of healing. The effect immediately took hold. As the cut rapidly expanded across his body, Miltos was forced back while Julia watched in shock at the spell's success. Seeing an opening, Agni charged forward and launched another attack. Despite her injuries, she pressed the assault and urged Julia to continue. Julia gathered her remaining strength and prepared the next spell. Determined to help her ally, she focused everything on supporting Agni's final push. Agni refused to fall. Drawing on the last of her strength, she unleashed maximum assist magic and launched another desperate attack against Miltos. The enhancement greatly increased her power. Even so, Miltos remained composed and prepared to counter her assault without backing down. Agni pushed forward relentlessly, forcing her way through the pressure. A violent exchange erupted between them. As the clash intensified, Agni struggled to maintain control, while Miltos steadily gained the upper hand, refusing to surrender. Agni delivered one final strike. Julia cried out in support as the attack connected, surprising Miltos and creating a brief opening in the battle. Miltos blocked the attack at the last moment. The impact shattered part of his weapon, forcing him to finally acknowledge the strength behind Agni's strike. Agni landed and quickly pulled back while Julia watched closely. For the first time, Miltos appeared slightly unsettled as the battle's momentum shifted. Both women struggled to catch their breath. Though exhausted and wounded, they were encouraged by the damage they had managed to inflict. Agni prepared herself for another attempt and vowed to finish the fight. Across from her, Miltos calmly observed without showing concern. Before Agni could move again, Miltos activated a new technique. Massive floating blades appeared around him. Miltos revealed the true extent of his technique. Massive blades and dark energy filled the battlefield, leaving Agni and Julia stunned as their final hope appeared to collapse. Confident in his victory, Miltos mocked the exhausted pair. Their strongest attacks had failed, and both warriors struggled to remain standing. Preparing another sword technique, Miltos looked down on them. Agni and Julia braced themselves, believing a finishing blow was about to arrive. Suddenly, a black-haired young man appeared behind Miltos. Kakeru calmly interrupted the swordsman and challenged his judgment of the two fighters. Miltos reacted instantly and launched a lightning-fast attack. Kakeru moved at once, meeting the strike head on as a new battle began. Kakeru arrived beside the exhausted pair while a witch moved to confront Miltos. Relief washed over Agni. She realized they had been rescued once again. Yet the thought left her conflicted as healing magic slowly eased her injuries. Unable to contain her frustration, Agni questioned why Kakeru had come to save them. She still wanted to prove her own strength through victory. Julia explained the reason behind her determination. Defeating Miltos with their own power was the only way she believed they could earn recognition. After listening, Kakeru calmly smiled. He reminded them that receiving help was nothing to be ashamed of when they were allies fighting toward the same goal. Kakeru reminded the group that helping one another was the purpose of fighting as a team. Hearing him out, both women fell silent. The idea slowly began to change how they viewed their struggle. Agni realized Miltos was too strong for any one person. Working together offered a far better chance of overcoming him. The witch stepped forward and proposed combining their powers. She believed their strengths could be united into a single attack. Julia looked up at her mentor with renewed hope. Confidence gradually returned as the group prepared their next move together. Julia looked toward her mentor and finally accepted the lesson she had been trying to understand. Soon after, the three women united their resolve. By combining their strengths, they agreed to face the battle together instead of acting alone. Across the battlefield, Miltos dismissed their decision and remained confident in his overwhelming power. He viewed their cooperation as meaningless. Rather than backing down, Kakeru stepped forward with the others beside him. The group declared their intention to fight as one party, ready to challenge Miltos together. Inside a rocky cavern, Kakeru and his companions confronted a heavily armored warrior. As the warrior moved to attack, the young mage acted first. Her quick response interrupted his advance and created an opening for the party. Seizing the chance, Kakeru charged forward. Fighting alongside the mage, he closed the distance and struck before the enemy could recover. Although the warrior mocked their efforts, Kakeru remained confident. He intended to prove that the party's strength came from working together. The battle escalated when another ally rushed in. She blocked the warrior's approach and protected her companion, allowing the group to continue their coordinated assault. The mage unleashed a lightning spell across the cavern. The attack exploded between the fighters, forcing both sides apart, as Kakeru watched for an opportunity. After the blast settled, Kakeru called out to Agni. The warrior remained unharmed, revealing a large gap between their attacks and his skill. Agni pointed out the enemy's precise movements and decided to share a special ability. The skill was successfully lent to her ally. Although overwhelmed by the strange sensation, she received the ability known as kinetic vision for a short time. As the effect activated, her eyes changed. Looking toward the charging warrior, she finally began to perceive the movements that had been impossible to follow before. With kinetic vision active, Agni carefully observed the warrior's movements. For the first time, every attack path became clear before it happened. Acting on that knowledge, she lowered her body and slipped beneath a massive swing. The warrior's blade passed through empty space. A sudden counterattack followed. Her strike caught the warrior off guard, forcing him to realize something had changed. Confidence replaced hesitation as Agni continued attacking. Each motion appeared predictable, allowing her to react with precise timing. Understanding both the enemy's movements and the best angles to strike, she pressed forward relentlessly, turning the battle's momentum in her favor. Empowered by kinetic vision, Agni launched a fierce assault. Every movement of the warrior became predictable, allowing her attacks to land with growing accuracy. Excitement filled her as she realized how effectively she could fight. The skill transformed the battle into something she could finally control. Watching from the rear, Julia was praised for her hidden potential. Her ability could strengthen Agni's capabilities even further. Without hesitation, a new skill was transferred to Julia. Magical energy surrounded her as the temporary power settled into place. Feeling an unfamiliar force within herself, Julia examined the battlefield. She quickly learned that the skill would let her enhance allies exactly when they needed support most. Standing beside Kakaru, Julia focused on the flow of magic. Rather than increasing raw strength, she searched for the support Agni needed most at that moment. The skill revealed several possible enhancements. After examining the battlefield, Julia selected the combination that would produce the greatest overall effect. A deeper understanding quickly followed. She realized assist magic was not about granting the strongest power but the most suitable one. Magical energy spread across the cavern as Julia activated her ability. Receiving the enhancement, Agni immediately adjusted her movements. With her abilities optimized, she prepared to challenge the warrior with far greater efficiency. Empowered by Julia's support magic, Agni rushed forward. Her movements became smoother and faster as she launched a powerful sword technique against the warrior. The enhancement immediately took effect. Agni felt her body responding exactly as she intended, allowing her to move with remarkable precision. Following her desired path without hesitation, she struck again. The warrior failed to keep up as her attacks connected one after another. Forced onto the defensive, the warrior struggled to understand how opponents he considered weak had suddenly overwhelmed him. From behind the battle line, Julia explained the truth. Agni and Io already possessed hidden talent. She had simply helped them draw out the strength that was always there. Watching the battle unfold, Kakaru pointed out that Miltos had made a serious mistake in judging the strength of his opponents. The warrior found himself pressured by the combined efforts of Agni, Julia, and the mage. Unable to accept reality, Miltos desperately tried to convince himself that losing to people he considered inferior was impossible. Frustration finally overcame reason. Enraged, he released a violent attack and lashed out at the group with everything he had left. Before the assault could succeed, Julia activated another support spell. Its power spread across the battlefield, weakening Miltos and exposing flaws within his body for the others to exploit. Julia unleashed another support spell and signaled Agni to act. Having already seen through Miltos's tricks, the party moved according to a carefully prepared plan. Responding immediately, Agni charged forward and struck with full force. Without wasting the opportunity, Agni called out to her companion. The timing of the next attack had finally arrived. At that exact moment, the mage released the spell she had been preparing. Lightning surged across the cavern and rushed toward the exposed target. The mage completed the final stage of her chant. Thanks to the time bought by Agni and Julia, the powerful spell was finally ready to decide the battle. As the mage completed her spell, dozens of magical circles appeared throughout the cavern. A massive lightning blade descended from above. Surrounded by support magic and unable to escape easily, Miltos braced himself for the impact. The attack crashed into the battlefield with overwhelming force. Energy surged through the cavern as the warrior struggled to withstand the assault. Before he could recover, another lightning strike emerged from a different magic circle. More magical blades continued to rain down around him. Forced to leap away repeatedly, Miltos found himself trapped in a relentless storm of coordinated attacks. The mage revealed the true nature of her spell. The lightning attack continued bouncing between magical circles, repeatedly changing direction while pursuing its target. Trapped at the center of the formation, Miltos endured countless impacts. Every reflection redirected the attack back toward him, leaving no safe escape route. The relentless barrage finally broke through his defenses. Overwhelmed by pain and exhaustion, he could only scream as the lightning consumed him. From a distance, Kakaru's companions watched the result unfold. The warrior's body convulsed under the accumulated damage from the coordinated assault. When the attack ended, Miltos staggered forward in a charred and battered state. Just as Miltos seemed ready to collapse, countless tentacles burst from his body. A monstrous presence emerged, revealing that the battle was far from over. The creature twisted and reshaped itself. Flesh, eyes, and blades shifted constantly as the transformation continued before everyone's eyes. Within moments, Miltos was completely engulfed. The monstrous form absorbed him and grew into a far more terrifying opponent. Recognizing the danger, Agni immediately warned the others. The enemy possessed the ability to change shape, making the situation even more unpredictable. While the group tried to understand what had happened, the transformed being spoke of a powerful style and a magic sword. Kakaru realized a new threat had just appeared before them. The transformed monster unleashed a devastating attack. Giant blade-like tendrils erupted across the cavern, tearing through the ground and forcing everyone to retreat. Aang narrowly avoided the assault while protecting her companions. Although the creature had gone completely berserk, She remained focused on the battlefield. Instead of backing away, Kakeru stepped directly toward the storm of attacks. Confused by his actions, Agni and Julia watched closely. The mage urged them to pay attention. Sensing that Kakeru had already found a solution, countless strikes converged around him, yet Kakeru moved forward without hesitation. As sparks and impacts filled the cavern, he prepared to confront the monster head. On stepping forward at last, Kakeru declared that the real battle was about to begin. Confident and unshaken, he prepared to demonstrate the gap between himself and the transformed monster. Surrounded by darkness and strange manifestations, Kakeru stood alone before the enemy. The monstrous creature reacted immediately. Its many eyes and blades trembled as it sensed a dangerous change in Kakeru's presence. A sinister aura gathered around Kakeru and his weapon. Rather than showing fear, he appeared completely certain of victory. With overwhelming speed, Kakeru burst forward. The battlefield blurred around him as he launched the first move of his counterattack. Kakeru unleashed his power without restraint. A massive force erupted across the battlefield, overwhelming the transformed monster and crushing its resistance. When the attack ended, the cavern itself had been carved apart. Kakeru stood calmly at the center of the destruction, while the enemy's cries faded away. Watching the result, Agni and Julia finally understood what they had been told earlier. The stories about Kakeru's strength had not been exaggerated. The two exchanged stunned looks. Every unbelievable claim they had heard about him was proving true before their eyes. As strange magical notes drifted through the air, Kakeru remained standing alone among the ruins. The battle had revealed him as the true magic sword wielder, far beyond anything his companions had imagined. Miltos, the defeated sword warlord, knelt before Kakeru after losing the battle. Rather than resist, he surrendered and accepted the outcome. Surrounded by his remaining soldiers, Miltos offered his own life and pleaded for mercy on behalf of his men. Kakeru saw no reason to continue the slaughter. After ending their involvement in the conflict, Kakeru released them. Miltos then approached Agna and Julia, admitting his mistake and showing respect. Sweat covered the warrior's face as he openly acknowledged the strength of the two women. Mutual respect replaced hostility. The warriors accepted one another, and the former enemies parted without further bloodshed. With the battle over, Miltos led his surviving soldiers away while offering a respectful farewell to Kakeru and his companions. Before leaving completely, Kakeru stopped him and raised a question that had been bothering him since their encounter. Miltos revealed that he had received information about a powerful magic sword wielder and had waited there to challenge that person. The source of the information turned out to be Herodotus, the chief strategist of the Acropolis Kingdom. Realization spread through Kakeru's group. Their expressions hardened as they understood someone had predicted their movements and manipulated events from behind the scenes. Night settled over the rocky camp as Kakeru returned to the temporary base. The revelation about Herodotus remained on his mind. Alone in his room, Kakeru reviewed the information and recalled that Herodotus was known as one of the kingdom's most capable generals. While considering the leak, he narrowed the list of people who knew about the mission. The answer seemed impossible to accept. A sudden realization struck him. Before he could finish his thoughts, Io arrived with Agni and Julia. The two women had important information to share. As they entered, Kakeru prepared to hear details that might finally explain who had exposed their movements. Agni and Julia admitted that they had misjudged Kakeru in the past. After witnessing the recent battle, they realized their mistake and sincerely sought forgiveness. Kakeru accepted the apology without hesitation. His calm response surprised the two women, who had expected resentment. Even so, they remained troubled. Simply moving on felt insufficient after everything that had happened between them. Determined to make amends, they asked for a way to atone. Nearby, Io quickly suggested giving them a task instead. The proposal was welcomed immediately. Agni and Julia eagerly agreed, ready to do whatever Kakeru required to repay their debt. Io encouraged Kakeru to accept the request. After hearing everyone out, he finally agreed to let the three explain what they had in mind. Agni and Julia immediately realized the situation was becoming far more embarrassing than expected. Meanwhile, Io remained completely unfazed. To demonstrate her idea, Io moved closer to Kakeru without hesitation. The other two watched nervously as she confidently took the lead. The next morning, Kakeru woke feeling unusually refreshed. Standing outside the cabin, he began thinking about their next move. His thoughts returned to the failed mission. Suddenly, Kakeru sensed a powerful presence nearby, causing him to stop and focus on the unexpected arrival. As Kakeru investigated the strange presence near the camp, Peggy suddenly rushed toward him in panic. Without wasting time, Peggy delivered urgent news. Gihan City had come under attack by the Acropolis army, and Ali was caught in the crisis. Shock spread across Kakeru's face as the situation took a sudden turn. The news of Gion's attack shocked Kakeru and his companions. Realizing the danger, he quickly organized the group and prepared to return. Without delay, Kakeru assigned duties to the others and headed back with Theo. Concern grew as he remembered the enemy's recent assault. Upon reaching the city, ruined walls and rising smoke revealed the scale of the attack. Citizens and soldiers filled the damaged streets. Seeing the destruction firsthand, Kakeru understood how fiercely the city had suffered. Soon, he found Nikki among the survivors. Relief mixed with worry as he searched for news about Nana and the others. Kakeru found Nana and Mary among the survivors. Both were injured from the fighting, and Nana began explaining the events that had unfolded. According to the report, the Acropolis army launched a massive assault with nearly 10,000 soldiers. The attack had begun the previous day. As Kakeru listened, doubts emerged. The enemy had attacked Gishan while Miltos confronted his group elsewhere, suggesting a larger plan was in motion. Further information revealed that several powerful commanders had gathered their forces, greatly increasing the enemy's strength. The situation proved even worse than expected. Defensive lines collapsed, heavy casualties mounted, and the eastern gate was breached. As the battle report continued, a scout delivered shocking news. The enemy force responsible for the breach consisted of only a single intruder. Inside the ruined gate, that lone warrior advanced through the fortress. Fallen defenders lay behind him as he moved forward without resistance. Confidence filled the invader's expression. He viewed the city's defenders as insignificant and treated the battle as little more than entertainment. Meanwhile, reports described how the intruder effortlessly overwhelmed every soldier who stood in his path. The mysterious attacker finally revealed himself as Tanith Ariadne. With a terrifying declaration, he announced his intention to slaughter everyone in Silakoza. Nana immediately recognized Tanith as one of the 4 generals of Acropolis. Understanding the threat, she prepared herself for a direct confrontation. Despite objections from her companions, Nana entrusted the safety of Fiona and Mari to Lord Milko. She chose to face the enemy herself. Assessing the situation, Nana warned that Tanith possessed strength far beyond any warrior they had encountered before. Soon, Tanith approached the battlefield and singled Nana out. His attention focused entirely on the city's strongest defender. Without hesitation, the general launched his attack. A massive strike tore through the area, marking the beginning of a fierce battle. Nana carefully analyzed Tanith's attacks. While his strikes changed direction unpredictably, she remained calm and searched for an opening. Instead of retreating, she advanced through the barrage. Her shield blocked the incoming attacks as she steadily closed the distance. Recognizing that the enemy relied heavily on long-range techniques, Nana pressed forward to limit his advantage. After breaking through the assault, she launched a counterattack and nearly caught Tanith off guard. However, the general reacted instantly. Evading the strike, he turned the situation around and forced Nana back before she could gain control of the battle. Just as Nana believed she had gained momentum, Tanith suddenly changed positions. The unexpected movement caught her off guard and disrupted her attack. A powerful counterstrike followed immediately. Nana was thrown back, realizing her attempt to close the distance had played into the enemy's plan. Tanith calmly revealed that close-range combat was also one of his strengths. His confidence showed that he had yet to fight seriously. Without giving Nana time to recover, he unleashed another technique. Countless blade-like attacks spread across the battlefield and surrounded her. The overwhelming assault crashed down from every direction. Trapped within the storm of strikes, Nana struggled to withstand the relentless barrage. Caught within the relentless barrage, Nana endured the assault while carefully studying Tanith's unusual attack patterns. Rather than panic, she searched for a weakness. Confidence grew as she identified a possible opening. Nana immediately moved to exploit it before the enemy could adjust. Her strike cut through the storm of attacks and headed directly toward Tanith. For a brief moment, victory seemed within reach. The opportunity vanished instantly. When Nana reached the target, she discovered Tanith was no longer there. Before she could react, the general appeared from another angle. Using his strange weapon in an unexpected way, he launched a new attack and caught Nana by surprise. Tanith unleashed an even greater technique, filling the battlefield with countless strikes. The overwhelming attack left Nana with almost no room to evade. Moments later, the barrage exploded around her position. The impact hurled Nana through the air and shattered her defense. Collapsed on the ground, she struggled to rise. Meanwhile, Tanith watched calmly, convinced the battle was already decided. Standing over his fallen opponent, the general mocked both Nana and the followers of the magic sword wielder. His confidence continued to grow. Despite her injuries, Nana refused to give up. Anger and determination filled her expression as she prepared to keep fighting. After a desperate battle, Nana finally lost consciousness. With no one left capable of stopping him, Tanith turned his attention to the princess. Hearing the report, Kakeru quickly understood what had happened. The realization that Mari had been taken deepened the crisis. The remaining defenders lowered their heads in frustration. Despite their efforts, they had been unable to overcome the overwhelming strength of the enemy general. Before leaving, Tanith briefly returned and left a message behind for the city's survivors. Written across a ruined wall was a challenge directed at Kakeru. To save Mari, he would have to reach Yarkon Fortress within 3 days. Kakeru concluded that Mari had been taken alive for a specific purpose. The enemy's true target appeared to be him. Soon afterward, Fiona arrived safely. Relief spread through the group as they confirmed that at least some of the civilians had escaped the attack. Although grateful to be alive, Fiona remained troubled. She explained that Mari had been unable to escape before the enemy closed in. Burdened by guilt, Nana blamed herself for both the city's suffering and Mari's capture. The defeat weighed heavily on her. Fiona gently stopped her from taking all the responsibility alone. Overcome with emotion, Fiona thanked Nana for enduring countless hardships and for always protecting those around her. Hearing those words, Nana fell silent. The gratitude she received was far different from the blame she had placed upon herself. A gentle smile from Fiona eased the tension. For the first time since the battle, Nana began to accept that her efforts had not been meaningless. Nearby, Kakeru quietly recognized Fiona's growth. Her strength now came from compassion rather than dependence. Refusing to let defeat define the future, Kakeru urged Nana to rise again. His words reminded her that true warriors grow stronger through every setback. Kakeru refused to give in to despair. He reminded Nana that Mari was still alive and that the battle was far from over. Fiona stepped forward and pleaded for Mari's rescue. Her sincere request united everyone around a single goal, strengthening their will to fight back. As preparations began, Kakeru and Nana focused their thoughts on Tanath. Confident that the enemy had underestimated them, they swore to pursue him, rescue Mari, and make him pay for the destruction he had caused. 2 days after the attack on Gijon's city, a fortress in northern Silicosa remained on alert. Several guards discussed a captured Silicosan princess, who had been placed in a guest room rather than a prison cell. Speculation spread through the castle. Some believed her royal blood connected her to the nation responsible for their country's destruction. While the discussion continued, a guard noticed movement in the distance and quickly raised a telescope. Through the lens, he spotted 2 figures rushing across a rocky valley, kicking up dust as they rapidly approached the region. The 2 approaching figures reached the fortress at tremendous speed, drawing the guards' attention. Shock spread across the walls when the observers realized only 2 attackers were advancing. An alarm bell immediately rang through the castle. Without slowing down, the young man prepared an attack while his companion followed closely behind. Moments later, a powerful blast surged forward, tearing across the ground toward the fortress. A massive explosion struck the outer defenses, filling the area with smoke, debris, and confusion as the assault began. The explosion shattered the fortress wall, opening a massive breach as soldiers raised the alarm. Amid the falling rubble, the 2 attackers stepped through the opening and entered the fortress grounds. Thousands of troops quickly gathered to block their path. Surrounding the intruders from every direction, fear spread among the defenders when they recognized the infamous demon sword wielder. Despite their numbers, uncertainty filled the ranks. Seeing the army assembled before him, the young man called for his companions, preparing the next stage of the assault. The young warrior declared a direct assault and prepared to wipe out the defending force. Encouraged by their commanders, the soldiers charged toward the 2 intruders. Without hesitation, he rushed into the advancing army. His attack struck with overwhelming force, launching numerous soldiers into the air. Meanwhile, his companion raised a powerful barrier around their position. The protective shield blocked incoming attacks from every direction. Across the battlefield, the warrior moved through the ranks at incredible speed. One group after another was cut down before they could organize a defense. A confident grin spread across his face as the battle quickly turned in his favor. As the battle intensified, the princess unleashed a powerful attack that blasted enemy soldiers high into the air. Nearby, the warrior challenged anyone bold enough to confront him. Suddenly, he raised his sword and gathered immense lightning energy. The sky brightened as power surged around him. Chunks of stone broke apart while frightened soldiers watched the growing storm. Panic spread through the fortress defenses. Moments later, countless bolts of lightning struck across the battlefield. Explosions erupted throughout the fortress, leaving destruction in every direction. When the smoke began to clear, the warrior stood atop the rubble, surrounded by defeated soldiers and shattered ruins. After witnessing the overwhelming destruction, the remaining soldiers lost their will to fight. Before he could escape, a hidden attack struck him down. The warrior and the princess immediately noticed another powerful figure nearby. Soon, a muscular commander stepped forward from the fortress and revealed himself as Tanith, finally entering the conflict. The newcomer confirmed that the captured princess was unharmed. Standing between the two sides, he showed no interest in her and focused entirely on the warrior. As tension rose, Tanith openly directed his attention toward the demon sword wielder, turning the battlefield into a confrontation between powerful rivals. Among the ruins and defeated soldiers, the confrontation continued. The mysterious commander kept his attention fixed on the demon sword wielder. He revealed his frustration after hearing endless praise about the warrior's achievements and growing reputation throughout the world. Declaring himself the true strongest fighter, Tanith finally introduced his identity and challenged the warrior directly. The demon sword wielder remained calm. Rather than reacting to the boast, he stood confidently and awaited the attack. Without further delay, Tanith launched himself forward at tremendous speed. The decisive battle between the two powerful combatants officially began. As Tanith prepared for battle, the demon sword wielder suddenly changed his plans. He decided to leave the confrontation and rescue Mari instead. Entrusting the fight to Nana, he calmly stepped aside. Tanith watched in confusion as the battlefield shifted unexpectedly. Before departing, the warrior issued a simple order. His expression turned cold as he instructed Nana to eliminate their opponent. The command immediately placed pressure on Tanith. Facing Nana alone, he realized the duel would proceed without the warrior's involvement. Stepping forward with shield and sword ready, Nana formally presented herself and prepared to engage Tanith in combat. Facing Nana alone, Tanith mocked her chances of victory. Confident after their previous encounter, he dismissed her as a threat rather than backing down. Nana calmly warned him against underestimating her strength. The tension between them quickly intensified. Suddenly, Tanith launched the first attack. Determined to end the battle immediately, he charged forward with overwhelming force. As he advanced, a powerful technique released giant serpent-like strikes that rushed toward Nana from multiple directions. Without retreating, Nana raised her shield and met the attack head-on. The incoming assault crashed against her defense as the duel truly began. As the duel continued, Tanith noticed that Nana's fighting style had changed. Her movements were faster and far more precise than before. Attempting to exploit an opening, he rushed into close combat. Nana remained composed and waited for the attack to reach her. Believing his versatility would give him the advantage, Tanith launched another aggressive strike from a different angle. However, Nana instantly responded. Her shield and weapon moved together in a smooth sequence, intercepting the attack before it could land. A flash of motion followed. Nana slipped past his offense and brought her weapon to his neck, forcing Tanith to realize the battle was no longer under his control. After being cornered, Tanith suddenly recognized Nana's weapon. Shock replaced his confidence as he questioned how she possessed such a legendary blade. Remaining calm, Nana corrected his assumption. She explained that the weapon was not a demon sword as he believed. Raising the blade proudly, Nana revealed its true identity as the holy sword Telemia, entrusted to her by her master. It had become both her treasured weapon and the source of her strength.
Tanith presented the holy sword Telemia before Nana Kanu. Recognizing her dedication, surprised by the unexpected honor, Nana humbly admitted her previous battle revealed arrogance and many weaknesses she needed to overcome. Nana remembered training under Yuyuki Kakaru after their duel. His guidance improved her swordsmanship while leading the Night Corps taught responsibility, instead of allowing confidence to become careless pride again. Examining the weapon, Nana learned Yuyuki had obtained Telemia after defeating a demon near Silicosa. He purified the cursed blade completely, transforming the former demon sword into a sacred weapon. Tanith explained the previous owner pursued power through misguided ambition. Believing the reborn sword deserved a righteous master, Yuyuki declared Nana possessed the character and determination worthy of inheriting Telemia completely. Yuki entrusted Holy Sword Telemia to Nana and ordered her to master its strength. Inspired by his confidence, she accepted the responsibility and pledged herself to continuous improvement and honorable service. Tanith described how the sword's former owner possessed exceptional talent but strayed while chasing greater power. His mistakes ultimately corrupted both his purpose and the legendary weapon he once wielded. After hearing the explanation, Yuki smiled confidently and declared Nana the most suitable successor. His complete trust surprised her, making the responsibility of carrying Telemia feel even more significant than expected. Yuki officially appointed Nana as Telemia's new wielder and instructed her to continue refining her swordsmanship. He encouraged her to protect others through steady growth rather than pursuing overwhelming power alone. Kneeling respectfully, Nana accepted the sacred sword and the mission entrusted to her. She understood mastering Telemia required discipline, patience, and unwavering dedication beyond the approaching conflict and future battles. Holding Holy Sword Telemia with renewed determination, Nana firmly accepted Yuyuki's expectations. Her resolve marked the beginning of a new journey toward becoming a stronger, wiser, and more dependable knight. Nanakanu declared she was no longer the same knight because Holy Sword Telemia carried Yuyuki Kakeru's teachings and everyone's expectations. She vowed to protect those ideals while continuing to strengthen her own resolve. Tanith listened without much reaction before casually touching his ear. Although Nana's determination impressed him, he remained calm, waiting to see whether her renewed confidence would truly appear through actions instead of words. Facing Nana across the arena, Tanith dismissed the previous defeat with a simple belief that only the weak lost. His blunt attitude revealed he valued victory above everything else, refusing sympathy or excuses. Tanith mocked Nana's confidence, but she warned his growing arrogance would eventually destroy him. Rather than accepting her advice, he accused her of becoming conceited after obtaining a stronger sword instead. Ignoring Nana's warning, Tanith rushed forward and unleashed a powerful strike. Remaining composed, Nana raised her shield and Holy Sword Telemia, blocking the fierce attack without losing her balanced defensive stance completely. Tanith refused to stop after the failed assault and launched another relentless barrage. Nana calmly intercepted every strike, maintaining steady defense while refusing to waste movement or expose unnecessary openings during combat. The battlefield filled with flashing impacts as Tanith attacked continuously from multiple directions. Even under relentless pressure, Nana defended herself with precise timing, preventing every assault from breaking through her guard successfully. Watching every attack fail, Tanith realized Nana wielded Telemia with astonishing precision. The sacred sword seemed perfectly synchronized with her movements, allowing each defense to flow naturally without hesitation or wasted effort. As the battle continued, Nana sensed Holy Sword Telemia responding directly to her will. Its balance and movement felt like an extension of her own body, greatly improving every defensive technique. Recognizing the sword's harmony with her fighting style, Nana realized she could read and counter incoming attacks more effectively than ever. Her growing mastery transformed Telemia into an invaluable partner during battle. Tanith grew frustrated after every attack failed to reach Nanakano. Seizing the opening, Nana countered with Holy Sword Telemia and landed a clean strike, forcing him to realize her defense had become overwhelming, wounded, and humiliated. Tanith angrily questioned Nana's success. She reminded him that arrogance created impatience, preventing him from fighting calmly and allowing his own reckless behavior to become his greatest weakness. Refusing to admit defeat, Tanith retreated before charging forward once more. His anger completely replaced his composure, making every movement increasingly reckless despite Nana remaining prepared for another assault without hesitation. A thick cloud of smoke suddenly covered the battlefield, hiding Nana from sight. Tanith believed the smoke created an opportunity, while Nana carefully observed the battlefield without lowering her guard against surprise attacks. Mistaking Nana's warning for mockery, Tanith rushed downward with another fierce attack. Convinced victory was within reach, he unleashed his strongest technique while ignoring the danger hidden behind his uncontrolled confidence. Tanith activated his supple sword dance surrounding Nana with countless flexible blade attacks. The spinning assault closed from every direction, attempting to overwhelm her before she could discover an escape route. Standing firmly beneath the swirling attacks, Nana remained completely composed. She declared Tanith's defeat inevitable because his skill relied on false strength instead of discipline, leaving every movement predictable despite its appearance. Drawing Holy Sword Telemia with flawless timing, Nana unleashed the Kanu-style drawn blade technique. Her swift swordsmanship gathered overwhelming precision, preparing a decisive strike capable of ending the battle immediately. With perfect control, Nana's technique sliced through the incoming blades. Every attack surrounding her collapsed at once, proving Holy Sword Telemia and her refined skills had completely surpassed Tanith's desperate offensive. Tanith watched in shock as his ultimate technique failed before Nana's overwhelming mastery. Her calm execution demonstrated that genuine strength came from discipline, humility, and continuous growth, rather than empty arrogance and pride. Tanith realized Nana Kanu had trapped his flexible swords with Holy Sword Telemia. Before he could react, her technique shattered every blade, leaving him stunned as his trusted weapons broke apart completely. Fragments scattered across the battlefield while Tanith stared in disbelief. Watching his treasured swords destroyed, he finally understood Nana's mastery had exceeded everything he had expected from their confrontation. Unable to regain control, Tanith was thrown backward through the air. Shock overwhelmed his confidence as he realized he was actually losing despite believing himself to be the world's strongest warrior. Falling helplessly, Tanith reached toward the ground while spectators watched in disbelief. Below him, Nana calmly lowered her sword. remaining composed as the battle's outcome became increasingly clear to everyone. Nana immediately followed with the Kano-style drawn blade technique. Bold long sword, deep scarlet flower, the decisive strike pierced through Tanith's defense, sending his defeated body soaring across the battlefield. Tanith's body continued flying through the air after receiving Nana's finishing technique. The overwhelming power of her attack confirmed that his reckless confidence could no longer protect him from true swordsmanship. As consciousness faded, Tanith struggled to accept reality. Even while defeated, he questioned how someone he underestimated had completely surpassed the strength and reputation he valued above everything else. Remembering Yuyuki Kakeru's teachings, Nana quietly reflected on carrying every lesson and expectation within her heart. She understood those ideals had guided every movement that led her toward victory. Standing firmly with Holy Sword Telemia, Nana realized the path of swordsmanship had no final destination. Every battle became another opportunity to improve, rather than a reason for pride or complacency. With the duel concluded, Nana calmly accepted her victory without arrogance. Holding Holy Sword Telemia confidently, she continued walking the endless path of mastering her own unique way of the sword. Nana Kano sheathed Holy Sword Telemia after defeating Tanith. Nearby soldiers stared in disbelief, unable to accept that their feared martial lord had fallen before a single determined swordswoman. Several soldiers refused to surrender despite Tanith's defeat. They warned everyone that losing meant suffering persecution again, revealing the fear and resentment that still controlled their decisions. Another soldier reminded his companions about the humiliation their ancestors endured after Silicosa conquered their homeland. Those painful memories fueled their determination to continue resisting despite overwhelming circumstances. Confused by their accusations, Nana questioned their intentions and prepared for another battle. Before fighting resumed, someone suddenly stepped forward and asked everyone to stop the growing conflict. Peacefully, Lady Mari arrived with Yuyuki Kakeru and Mr. Milko behind her. Relieved to see her safe, Nana stepped aside after Yuyuki instructed her to watch quietly instead of intervening. Facing the soldiers, Lady Mari respectfully requested their surrender. She promised the new kingdom of Silicosa would never allow harm to come to any of them again. The soldiers angrily rejected her promise, accusing Silicosa of unforgivable crimes committed by their ancestors. Instead of denying those accusations, Lady Mari calmly admitted she already knew their painful history. Lady Mari explained that Mr. Milko had informed her about the kingdom's past sins soon after her arrival. She openly acknowledged the suffering caused by Silicosa's previous rulers without making excuses. Continuing her explanation, Lady Mari revealed that a minority population originally lived around the region before Silicosa expanded. The kingdom grew wealthy by taking resources and prosperity from those native lands. Nana quietly listened as Lady Mari confronted the kingdom's dark history with complete honesty. Witnessing such sincerity, everyone realized the conversation had shifted from revenge toward understanding and possible reconciliation. The soldiers explained that people driven from their homeland by Silicosa united to escape persecution. Their shared suffering and resentment eventually became the foundation of the kingdom of Cropolis that existed today. Yuki Kakeru remembered the impoverished village he had visited near the royal capital. Realizing the connection, he understood those harsh living conditions were lasting consequences of the conflict between both kingdoms. Lady Mari admitted she had been an ordinary citizen until recently and still knew little about the world. Even so, she believed speaking honestly remained more important than pretending to know everything. With tears forming in her eyes, Lady Mari confessed she no longer wanted anyone to lose their life. Witnessing countless wounded people during the war had changed her understanding of leadership forever. Lady Mari declared that it no longer mattered whether someone belonged to Silicosa or Cropolis. She wished to protect everyone equally and prevent more innocent people from suffering because of hatred. Moved by Lady Mari's sincerity, the opposing commander agreed to surrender. In return, he asked only that the defeated soldiers and civilians receive fair and compassionate treatment under the new kingdom. Yuki praised Lady Mari for resolving the conflict peacefully. Relieved by his approval, she smiled through her tears, knowing her honest words had accomplished what violence alone never could. With the battle finally over, Yuki suggested returning home because Fiona was waiting. Everyone departed peacefully, leaving behind the battlefield and taking the first step toward reconciliation between the former enemies.